Kang grabbed him by the crotch and started using him like a weapon, smacking people with him. Cusick had just been downgraded from Hunter to Kang's personal dildo. Aha! I am Kang, and my only goal is to incinerate each and every fucking goblin in this universe into atoms. One day, out of nowhere, he, along with half the population, got transported to a dungeon. Everyone else? They got these OP skills ready to dominate. But Kang, he got stuck with a useless skill, resurrection. And let me tell you, that skill, it was nothing but a curse for him. He died more times than he could count, got smashed, got chopped into pieces, burned to death. Hell, one time he even got smashed by this goddamn thick goblin. And to make things even worse, his only family, his sister, is... Guys, please smash that 4,000 likes and hit that subscribe button if you're new. If you want to support me, I know you got this. I thank you all from deepest bottom of my ass, the deepest bottom of my heart. Now let's continue. It all started on that fateful day. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and like always, Kang came home after getting rejected by yet another company. And of course his sister, like always, started scolding him, asking, "Why the hell can't you get a job? For how long will I have to take care of you?" Kang had enough of all this. He was depressed, and to make things worse, he was also drunk. His head was spinning, so he just went straight to bed, even while his sister was still scolding him. As he lay there, he started to wonder why he was such a loser. He slowly fell asleep, thinking, tomorrow will be better. It was midnight, New Year's Eve, when suddenly a creepy voice murmured in his ear, startling him awake. The next thing he knew, he was in an endless white room. Before he could comprehend what was happening, words started appearing in front of his eyes. Suddenly, that same creepy voice welcomed Kang and informed him that the tutorial would begin shortly. Kang, unable to understand what was going on, questioned if someone had kidnapped him in his sleep or if someone was playing a cruel joke on him. Fear gripped him, but then he remembered that he had been sleeping. This realization brought him some relief. He must be dreaming. Thinking that he was just dreaming, Kang became happy. After all, he was already very depressed in real life. So finally having a dream felt like a small escape. But suddenly the same voice interrupted his thoughts, telling him that he was about to enter stage 1. To clear it, he would need to reach the destination point at the end of the bridge. The voice also warned that if he failed to complete the task, he would be killed. Kang started to grasp the gravity of the situation, but he still couldn't understand which bridge or what depth the voice was referring to. Suddenly, he was teleported to a dark cave. As he looked around, he got shocked. He noticed the ground beneath his feet creaking ominously. In front of him were several narrow stone bridges. He wasn't alone, many people were standing around him, but just below them, molten lava bubbled menacingly. One wrong step, and it would be the end. The sight of the lava shocked Kang to his core. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was just a dream, right? But the sensations were so intense, it didn't feel like any dream he'd ever had. He began to question the reality of the situation. Who were all these people? What was going on here? Looking around, he saw that the other people seemed just as shocked as he was. They were all standing there, bewildered and scared. Kang couldn't help but think, what kind of stupid dream is this? As he was trying to make sense of everything, a familiar voice called out to him. Kang turned to his left, and to his shock, he saw his sister standing on the same bridge. She was terrified, crying uncontrollably. The sight of his sister in this strange place filled Kang with even more shock, and the first this he said to his sister was, "Why the hell are you in my first dream of this year? This is ridiculous." This made her sister more shocked, and she replied, "I should be the one saying this. What is my brother doing in my dream?" She was still scared and confused, beginning to wonder if this really was just a dream. Everything felt too real. But Kang wasn't ready to listen to his sister's fears. In a serious tone, he said, "Don't act like this is your dream," because it was clearly his. But his sister only got more furious. She yelled back, asking if this was really the time to be arguing about whose dream it was. The heat of the lava and this sensation was too real to be a dream? And the bigger question, was it even possible to have such a natural conversation like this in a dream? But Kang, being a bit of a dumbass, he explained that a brain can be easily tricked. People always say they can't feel pain in their dreams, but that is a lie. Kang had experiences where it felt like he was really pissing, only to wake up and find that his blanket was safe. Hearing this, his sister got really annoyed. "Good job. Very good job saying something so embarrassing in front of your sister." But Kang shrugged it off, saying it didn't matter. It was his dream, after all. With that, he began moving forward. determined to see where this bizarre experience would lead. After hearing this, Ju-hee was shocked. How could her brother be so dumb? She asked Kong where he was going, and Kong, slowly balancing himself and with a taunting tone, responded, "Didn't you read the system notification? It clearly said we have to go to the other side of the bridge to clear the level." He continued, "Well, I guess since it's my dream, an NPC like you couldn't know that." Hearing this, his sister got even more annoyed that Kang called her an NPC. She explained that she had also heard the notification, but asked Kang if he wasn't really scared. What if he fell from there? Kang dismissed her concerns, calling Ju-hee stupid because, after all, it was just a dream. He explained that even if he fell and died, what difference would it make? But before Kang could finish his sentence, a shadow fell in front of his eyes. Someone, a human trying to move forward on the bridge above him, slipped and fell. Kang watched slowly as the person plummeted down and then saw them burning in the lava below. As the unfortunate soul fell into the lava, he started screaming very loudly, burning right in front of Kang and his sister. The person's body melted before their eyes. Rotten, burning smell, creepy, both of them, and seeing this, Kang's lungs seemed to stop working. After that, Kang and his sister didn't say anything for a while. They just stood there, watching the person die slowly and painfully. Kang's face was a sight to behold. After a moment, his sister asked, "What were you saying?" Kang's face was worth seeing. He shivered and tried to speak, stuttering. The scream just sounded a little too realistic, right? I'm not scared at all." But he was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. Seeing this, his sister sighed. His sister then crouched down and told Kang, "If you're so scared, then bow down and crawl forward like me." Saying this, she started moving forward slowly. Kang was clearly very scared. He still shivered, trying to save face, saying, "Who was scared? I wasn't scared." But then he thought, Ju-hee's idea isn't bad, so he decided to bow down and crawl. The scene shifted, showing that some time had passed. Many people had moved forward, while many others had fallen. But Kang and his sister were still slowly making their way forward. Although Kang's sister was scared, she didn't show it to her cowardly brother. She asked Kang, "What does he think happened to them? Any idea?" Kang, still in denial, insisted that it was probably just a very realistic nightmare. Kang's sister replied, "He is still stuck on that? Kang should have already realized by now that this isn't the case, right? Does Kang really think a dream this realistic can exist?" She continued, speaking in a very serious tone. "There's definitely something going on, something they can't even begin to imagine, and if they die here, maybe they die in real life too." Hearing this, Kang couldn't hold back any longer and started crying very loudly. For so long, Kang had been trying to be strong, but finally he broke down. He shouted, You witch! I was trying my best to ignore it. So why do you keep bringing this up? I'm stuck here, frozen in fear." The thought that if he died here, he could die in reality too scared him so much that he couldn't move. He started shivering uncontrollably. Seeing this, his sister thought to herself that Kang must be the most unreliable older brother in the world. Kang finally just lay down there, paralyzed by fear. He started shivering even more, saying, "I'll just rest here a little before continuing." His hands and legs trembled with fear, but he tried to change the topic. He forced a smile and said, "You know, the possibility still exists that this is just a dream, and maybe when he wake up, everything will be gone." But before Kang could finish his thought, the same voice echoed around them. It announced that a set amount of time had passed since the start of the tutorial, and that no player had completed it. As a result, the difficulty would now increase. As soon as the voice stopped, a loud crackling sound started. Hearing this, Kang and his sister became very scared. Suddenly, the bridge behind Kang started breaking apart, not just his bridge, but everyone's. Seeing this, everyone became very scared and started running. Half of the people fell while running, while the other half kept going. But Kang, already terrified, became even more scared and couldn't move. His sister stood up and shouted to Kang, "Run fast or you'll die!" Kang finally managed to get up and started running. His sister was ahead of him and Kang was trailing behind, still very scared. He kept repeating to himself, "It's okay. The bridge isn't too narrow. If I don't trip, I'll reach the end. Just look ahead. Focus on the path. Just keep looking ahead." Saying this, he kept running as fast as he could. Finally, after a while, he saw the end of the bridge. Seeing this, he felt a surge of happiness. He thought that as soon as he reached the end, this nightmare would be over. But suddenly, he heard a crackling sound. He looked to his left and saw that his sister was also about to reach the end. But the ceiling above her was breaking apart. He called out to his sister loudly, but it was too late. At that moment, something inside Kang awakened. His brotherly instincts kicked in, and he jumped from his position. He landed on his sister's bridge, and with a burst of speed, grabbed her. Without hesitating, he jumped from there, determined to save her. Then we see the bridge beneath them start to crack, and finally Kang with his landed on the end of the bridge. If they'd hesitated even a second longer, they'd have been done for. No doubt about it. Before they can even catch their breath, that same voice echoes through the air again. It congratulates them on clearing stage 1 of the tutorial, which is the first of a total of 8 stages. At the same time, the notification informs them they've leveled up. They've temporarily awakened their powers, which will fully awaken when the tutorial is over. Kang don't pay much attention to this notification, though. Kang just lies there, lets out a sigh of relief, and says he can't even move a finger anymore. But Juhi, she was reading that system notification real serious, curiosity written all over her face. But Kang shouted, "Forget all that. You're not even gonna thank me for saving your life?" Juhi casually muttered a thank you, but Kang couldn't help but feel a little confused. Just a casual thank you, really? Juhi, on the other hand, was confused. What the heck is this temporarily awakened status window? In front of her was her status window. Her level was 1, her strength was 7, agility 12, vitality 6, magic power 13. But the most interesting part? Her skill was calm, which explained why she was so calm in this crazy situation. But when Kang heard the word system window, he lit up. Is this the same system window I'm thinking about? Even though he was dead tired, he somehow managed to open his system window, and boy, oh boy, his skill was resurrection. But before he could really check it out, he woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. He sat there silently for a while, taking it all in, realizing he was back in his room. It was morning. Was that really a dream, he thought? Was it? After a while, it's revealed that this strange news has spread all over the world. Almost half the population had the same dream, being on top of a lava bridge and having to complete some fixed level. The whole world's in chaos, but there's one thing in common. Every single person who had the dream was between 18 and 40 years old. After a while, Juhi comes bursting into Kang's room, screaming her head off. Both of them, nervously and in a panic, start babbling about what had happened. Kang, barely catching his breath, starts firing off questions. Juhi had appeared in his dream. He almost died. And what about that status window? Juhi, just as flustered, starts asking her own questions. They begin arguing. Juhi was almost going to die, and Kang had saved her life. They go on and on about how realistic it all was, talking so fast that neither of them can understand a word the other is saying. Juhi finally gets fed up and screams, "At least let me speak first." Kang, already riled up, snaps back, saying that Juhi is the one interrupting. "Let me speak first!" Well, it's just typical brother-sister bickering. They keep going at it until they both give up and retreat to opposite corners of the room. After a while, their stomachs start growling with hunger. They decide to eat first and then sort everything out. While they're eating, the internet is going nuts. Everyone's talking about the end of the world, realistic dreams, shared dreams, apocalypse theories, you name it. The two of them sit down to eat, and finally, they manage to talk to each other without all the yelling. They start to realize that what they experienced wasn't just a dream. They had actually met and talked to each other, for real. It wasn't just something happening in their country either. Seems like people all over the world had the same dream. But Kang reads some strange news. Apparently people who died in that dream didn't actually die in real life. According to the reports, 4 out of 10 people died in the dream, but nothing happened to them in reality. But Juhi wasn't so sure. She says that even though they didn't die, the experience was so realistic that if they had fallen into the lava, the feeling of dying would have been so intense it could have ruined their lives. Juhi even read online that the people who died in that dream ended up admitted to mental hospitals. They were so traumatized. They continue eating in silence, but then there's a loud noise outside. Kang goes to check it out, and what he sees is pure chaos. People have gone mad. They're stealing food, some are carrying God's posters and marching down the streets, and others are convinced the world is ending. Thieves and robbers are going wild, looting everything in sight. The world is in shambles. Juhi knows she can't go to work like this, and Kang, well, there's no way he's going out to look for a job. Inside, Kang is actually kinda happy. Finally, he doesn't have to worry about finding a job. He even starts thinking maybe the world really is going to end. Then Kang asks Juhi if she's tried opening her status window in the real world. Juhi shakes her head and says no, but when she does open it, there's a message that reads, In 4 years, 364 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds, a disaster will strike. A disaster that will end the world. Hearing this, Juhi starts panicking and asks, "What do we do now?" But Kang just shrugs and says, "The world's gonna end in 5 years, what's the point of stressing about it now? Better to stay home and figure out what's going on with this tutorial guy." Juhi thinks for once Kang's actually making some sense. Meanwhile, the world slowly begins to calm down. The police start catching the thieves, and people begin to return to some sense of normalcy. Night falls, and everyone goes to sleep. Kang drifts off as well, but as soon as he closes his eyes, that same voice welcomes him back. The voice asks if he'd like to see the explanation and instructions for basic interference. Kang, already annoyed, says, "Skip all this and just show me my status window." The system complies, showing him his status window. Kang's still at level 1. His strength is 8, agility 9, stamina 8, magic power 14, and his unique ability is resurrection. Kang doesn't know if his stats are any good because he's only seen his own. The only thing that stands out is his magic power, which is higher than the other stats. He figures he's probably going to be good at magic, but when he checks his unique ability, resurrection, he gets shocked. He smirks and says, "This smells like an overpowered cheat ability." Kang checks the details of his resurrection ability. It says his resurrection rank is Z. After 24 hours of his death, he can come back to life. If the resurrection location isn't specified, it will take place at the last sleeping location. But there's a penalty. Kang's level will decrease by 1, and all his abilities will be reduced by 50% for 24 hours. However, in the tutorial, the resurrection penalty doesn't apply. Kang can't contain himself. He starts dancing around. He's got a god-level cheat ability. He thinks to himself, "Finally, I'm going to be able to get out of this pathetic loser life." But he had no idea what was going to happen to him. The scene shifts, and we see Kang wielding a big hammer, trying to fight an ugly goblin. He's swinging with all his might, trying to take down the goblin, but the goblin dodges his attacks easily. The objective of the second stage is to kill all the goblins, but Kang isn't able to take down even one. After struggling in front of the goblin for some time, he finally kills it, but the only reason he managed it was because he launched a surprise attack first. Goblin blood was pouring from its head, and Kang's hand was shaking. His whole body was covered in that disgusting blood, and Kang can't believe it. He's actually killed someone for real. The sight of it makes Kang feel like vomiting. He turns away, walking slowly, but he doesn't realize someone is waiting for him. A damn perverted goblin was stalking Kang, watching him with a drooling mouth. Kang got shocked to see the goblin in front of him. This goblin isn't like the others. His name is Goblin Millet, and he's big, thick, and juicy, ready for some action. He's got a 2-meter-long weapon ready to insert into Kang's body, a meat chopper in his hand. Seeing this, Kang is terrified. He was already struggling to beat a small goblin like a chicken leg piece. How's he gonna take down this monster? In fact, when Kang noticed that 2-meter thing, he got terrified, thinking, "No matter what, I don't want that thing inside me." But the thick guy had something different planned. He suddenly started laughing maniacally, saliva drooling from his mouth like he was going to suck Kang dry. The thick goblin immediately spun his meat chopper, and Kang tried to block it. But with a body chronically lacking exercise due to long-term unemployment and armed with only a 70-centimeter-long weapon, there was no way Kang could stop him. Kang started crying. The goblin easily disarmed Kang, throwing his small weapon away in a single blow. But the thick goblin didn't kill Kang right away. Oh no. He started playing with Kang's body slowly, taking his time, slowly ripping body parts one by one, and God knows what else he did to Kang. Ew, I don't even want to think about it. Now Kang was almost half dead, crying with tears in his eyes. He could barely keep his eyes open, his body covered in blood, as the goblin dragged him away, holding him by the neck. The goblin was laughing at Kang, who couldn't understand what was happening to him. "Why do I have to go through this?" he thought. The pain in his body was unbearable, like he was in hell. Kang was left wondering why the goblin wasn't just letting him die. All he could do was wish that he would wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible. But Kang's suffering didn't end there. That day, he realized just how much blood a human body can hold. That thick and juicy goblin? After having his twisted fun with Kang, he dragged him for hours, holding him by the collar, taking him who knows where. And for all those hours, Kang endured unimaginable pain, unbearable, hellish suffering. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the goblin hauled him in front of 3 more goblins, and then all 4 of them had their way with him. Kang's death came from blood loss and intense torture. He woke up in his bed screaming like a madman. Hearing his screams, Kang's sister Juhi woke up. She was angry, annoyed, and frustrated. She burst into his room with a loud bang, scolding him. "What is this crap happening again so early in the morning? Why are you screaming like a madman at 4 a.m.? And to top it off, Juhi's head was aching, and Kang wasn't letting her get any sleep. But when Juhi noticed Kang, poor Kang, curled up in the corner of his bed, wrapped in a blanket, shaking like a leaf, scratching his nails like a madman, she was shocked. All Kang could mutter was, "Goblins, I'm scared. Please, no more." Seeing this, Juhi was both shocked and confused. After some time, Juhi managed to bring Kang to the dining table, but he was still shivering uncontrollably. While sitting there, Kang, still trembling, told her everything. He recounted how he died from excessive bleeding and what had happened to him from start to finish. But Kang couldn't bring himself to tell his sister the full horror, that the goblins had their fun with him. He only told her the basics. First, that thick goblin started pulling out all his fingernails and toenails, one by one. Then he crushed all of Kang's fingers. But it didn't stop there. The goblin then started pulling out Kang's teeth, one by one. Juhi, hearing this, couldn't take any more. She closed her ears and said that if she listened to any more, she'd faint. Juhi then shared that she couldn't complete stage 2 either, but nothing like that had happened to her. She had died from just one shock from a normal goblin. She then asked Kang, "Is that why you were crying?" At that moment, Kang felt deeply ashamed that he had cried in front of his younger sister. Trying to defend himself, Kang stood on his chair and shouted, "Because you haven't experienced all this yourself, you can't understand. Even if Mike Tyson was here, he'd be shouting louder than me and probably would have run to his mom." Seeing Kang's outburst, Juhi calmed down and said, "It's okay. I was just joking to lighten the mood, and it looks like it worked." She added, "Seeing you shouting like this, I guess you're okay now." Then she asked, "But don't you think you need to go to the hospital?" Kang was confused. "Hospital?" he asked. Juhi explained that news had spread worldwide about how people who died from goblin attacks in this level had become so traumatized that psychiatric departments were seeing 10 times the usual number of patients. But no one had been hurt as badly as Kang. Kang, trying to save face, said, "I'm not that weak. I'm a man, and a man doesn't feel pain." Hearing this, Juhi felt cringed. But then she shared some good news. It's been reported that those who die in the tutorial won't have the dream again the next day. Hearing this, Kang was overjoyed. He thought, "Finally, I'll be able to sleep peacefully tonight." But will he really? That night, as Kang went to sleep, the same voice welcomed him back. The voice said, "Kang's special ability, Resurrection, has been activated." The tutorial would start again for him. At that moment, Kang felt his world collapse, like he'd seen a ghost. The air seemed to leave his body and he started screaming, "Son of a dog, who made this disgusting system?" Finally, after an hour of venting his frustration, the system notified him that because he was in the tutorial zone, he wouldn't be penalized for dying. But Kang was completely traumatized. He hadn't slept for 8 hours, thinking that when he woke up in the real world, he'd finally escape this nightmare. But even after 8 hours, nothing changed. He in fact slept in the tutorial zone, but when he woke up, he was in the same place. Kang had been stuck there for 2 days now, but he couldn't find a way out. He realized there was only one way to escape, either complete the level or die. But if he died, he'd just wake up the next day to do it all over again. This thought pushed Kang closer to a mental breakdown. After a few hours, accepting his reality, Kang got up and saw a bunch of weapons in front of him. This time, he chose 2. A crossbow for long-distance kills, and a heavy weapon for close combat. He felt pretty confident about the crossbow. "Let me show you," he said. "I used to be a great shot as a kid." With intense focus, he aimed for the thick goblin's forehead, but the arrow only grazed the goblin's cheek. Nothing happened. The thick goblin turned around, saw Kang, and started drooling. Kang knew that if this goblin caught him again, the same thing would happen all over again. Kang also had a spear with him, so he grabbed it and prepared to fight. Since the spear was a long weapon, he managed to kill a small goblin easily. Seeing this, he was thrilled. But as soon as he tried to pull the spear out of the goblin's chest, he realized it was stuck in the bones. Before Kang could free the spear, the thick goblin crushed his head, killing him instantly. Kang woke up again, clutching his chest, gasping for air. But this time, he was strangely happy. At least he had died in one shot and avoided the torture. Day 3 rolled around, and Kang found himself back in the same place. The system notified him again that Stage 2 was about to start. By now, Kang was fed up with hearing the system notifications. He even threatened, "If you say it again, I'll finish the system myself." This time, Kang didn't rush in like a madman to kill the goblins. He realized he was a pathetic loser weakling compared to them. He remembered watching videos of professional fighters on YouTube and decided to try something new. After watching those videos, he approached the goblins with a shield and a sword. But once again, he was killed in a single shot. Kang woke up, screaming again. By this point, he was genuinely mad. He grabbed his head and started screaming like a psychopath, vowing that next time he would kill every single goblin. Hearing all this commotion, Juhi came to check on him, but Kang kept repeating the same thing over and over. "I'll kill you, I'll kill every goblin." It was like the soul of the Goblin Slayer had possessed him. Seeing all this, Juhi thought to herself, one screw was loose in his mind before, now they've all come loose. By day 5, Kang had realized that watching videos on YouTube wasn't enough. He needed real-life experience. So in the same cave where he kept spawning, he took his sword and started practicing for hours, swinging it over and over. He trained relentlessly, even though he was exhausted, but his hard work paid off. After swinging the sword for an hour, the system notified him that his stamina had increased by 1. This pushed Kang to go beyond his limits. Seeing this, Kang was thrilled, but he collapsed from exhaustion. Frustrated, he thought, after swinging the sword for 8 hours, only 1 stamina point increased? This is injustice. Then he remembered that he had an additional stat point, so he put it into his strength. Now, with an extra point in strength and increased stamina, he thought he could finally take down the goblin. Filled with confidence, he screamed as he charged at the goblin again, but once more, the goblin killed Kang in a single blow. Kang woke up screaming yet again. For the next 15 days, Kang returned to the tutorial zone like a madman. He exercised, did push-ups, trained with his sword, and increased his stats. When he got tired of training, he'd let the goblins kill him in one blow and return to the real world. But all this took a toll on Kang's mind. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown when the system notified him that he had acquired basic swordsmanship at level F. Seeing this, Kang was surprised. The system explained that this swordsmanship skill was only used by local thugs, but it was better than nothing. Kang didn't care about the details. He was just happy to have acquired a skill. Although he had been training for hours, as soon as he picked up his sword, something changed in him. His eyes turned red, and he started screaming like a madman, filled with an uncontrollable rage. He shouted, "Today I'm going to kill every single goblin." His voice echoed through the cave, filled with a mix of anger and desperation. Although Kang had spent more than 15 to 20 days in the tutorial zone, in reality only 7 days had passed. During these days, Kang had gathered a lot of information. First off, there were only 5 goblins in the zone. 4 of them were the small chicken leg peace goblins, which Kang managed to defeat one by one. The main problem, however, was the perverted thick goblin. He was tough, making him very difficult to defeat. Kang had defeated the small goblins and now stood face to face with the thick one. The goblin attacked Kang with his meat chopper, but Kang dodged the blow with his shield. Kang had changed a lot. Now he could see the goblin's attacks coming. He could block and dodge them. With a dead, serious face, Kang unlocked his basic swordsmanship ability and tried to cut the goblin's head off. But once again, Kang only managed to scratch the goblin's face. He was already exhausted from defeating the other 4 goblins, and now after fighting the thick goblin, he was nearly spent, shivering with fatigue. Sensing Kang's weakness, the thick goblin took advantage, swinging his meat chopper and knocking Kang's sword far away. Kang was surprised, but managed to dodge another attempt by the goblin to cut his leg. Smirking, Kang thought to himself that this goblin really enjoyed torturing him. After fighting him so many times, Kang had memorized the goblin's attack pattern. The goblin never tried to kill Kang outright. He just wanted to capture him alive and have fun torturing him. This knowledge gave Kang a small advantage. Taking that advantage, Kang quickly bent down and kicked mud into the goblin's face, causing him to cry out in pain as the dirt stung his eyes. The goblin shouted loudly in agony. Seizing the moment, Kang picked up a large stone and smashed it into the goblin's leg with great force, breaking it. The goblin screamed in pain, thrashing his meat chopper wildly. Kang circled behind him while the goblin was still reeling from the attack. By the time the thick goblin opened his eyes, it was too late. Kang, screaming, "I am the strongest! I am inevitable!" smashed the goblin's face with the stone, causing blood to gush from the goblin's mouth and nose. The thick goblin collapsed, his body trembling as he struggled to breathe. Kang was overjoyed, patting himself on the back and praising himself for his victory, but the goblin wasn't dead yet. He was unconscious. Kang's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with revenge. With a chilling grin, he whispered, "I'm going to torture this bastard as much as he tortured me." And with that, Kang tortured the goblin until he was dead. As soon as the goblin died, the system congratulated Kang for clearing Stage 2. He was awarded 5 additional stat points and a reward that allowed him to choose any weapon of his choice. Kang spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and said, "This is the power of the ultimate being! Am I a god?" He then started laughing like a maniac. The scene shifted, and we saw Kang back at his house, wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. Despite being a big deal in the tutorial, he was still a loser at home. Living at his sister's house for free meant he had to wake up every morning and cook. Kang told himself he was cooking in celebration of clearing Stage 2. He was in a good mood, happily tasting the food, when suddenly, with a bam, Juhi burst through the door. Startled, Kang burned his mouth on the hot food. Juhi, utterly shocked, asked if Kang had really cleared Stage 2. But before he could answer, a loud noise echoed across the earth, announcing that the tutorial had been completed. Those who had completed the tutorial could now freely use their abilities in the real world. Kang and Juhi were surprised, but their surprise didn't end there. Another notification appeared stating that the dungeon was activating and the whole world started shaking. Juhi and Kang ran to the balcony, and what they saw was beyond belief. A huge, creepy black door had appeared just outside their house. The system explained that this was a dungeon, and only those who had completed any level of the tutorial would be able to use it. This dungeon had appeared all over the world. The system then displayed a countdown indicating that there were 4 years, 3 days, 57 hours, 13 minutes, and 51 seconds remaining until complete connection with the Hakin dimension. After the dungeon appeared, the whole world plunged into chaos. Kang and Juhi decided to stay inside and look for organized, reliable information. That's when Kang discovered that the tutorial wasn't actually over yet. It turned out that a lot of people had just turned 18 that day and had received the tutorial for the first time. This meant that anyone who turned 18 would experience the tutorial. The world was going crazy, but Kang wasn't paying attention to all that. He was too excited to open his status window. He dramatically extended his hand and said, "Status window, open!" But nothing happened for a few seconds. Finally, the status window appeared, but it stated that the tutorial was still in progress, so Kang couldn't use it yet. Kang was confused, but then he realized that there were a total of 8 stages in the tutorial. It had been 8 days since the first tutorial started for others, meaning they had completed it and could use their status windows. But because of his resurrection ability, Kang was stuck in Stage 2. This meant that until he completed all 8 stages, he wouldn't be able to use his status window. Kang was very sad upon realizing this. He asked Juhi if she had found any information about Stage 3 online. Juhi explained that the tutorial was so difficult that very few people had reached Stage 3 or 4, and those who had completed it were keeping the information secret. They didn't want others to gain power so easily. But Kang, showing off his body and biceps, said, "I don't need that information anyway. I'm a genius, and I'll complete Stage 3 just like that." But will he really be able to do it? Let's see. The scene shifted again, showing a beautiful night with a glowing moon. In that moonlight, a glittering, delicious-looking golden liquid was falling like a waterfall. It turned out that it wasn't a waterfall at all, but a tribal man peeing, and that pee was falling directly on Kang's face. Kang was sitting quietly in a ghillie suit, and the tribal man was peeing on his head. The pee dripped slowly down Kang's mouth, and his mind filled with rage. "I will kill you! I will definitely kill you, you Then we go 10 hours back, in a flashback, to when Kang first arrived at Stage 3. As soon as he stepped into this new stage, the system welcomed him and announced that the name of the stage was Patience and Endurance Test. In any situation, the clear condition was that Kang had to kill a Gurkhan chieftain without anyone knowing. The fail condition, death. When Kang looked down at himself, he noticed he was wearing a ghillie suit. After assessing his situation, he realized this was some sort of hitman or assassin-type mission. He had never heard of a monster named Gurkhan Chieftain, so his first step was to find it. But before setting out on his mission, Kang wanted to check what rewards he had earned from Stage 2. He opened his status window and saw that he had leveled up from level 2 to level 4. His strength and agility were both at 10, stamina at 11, and magic at 14, with an additional stat point of 7. Not only that, he now had 3 abilities: basic swordsmanship, basic shield technique, and basic crossbow technique. Seeing this, Kang was amazed and shouted, "I am so rich! This is exactly how a status window should look." But Kang's happiness didn't last long. As soon as he opened the details for his basic shield and basic crossbow skills, he saw that they were practically useless. The shield skill was good enough to block local kids from bullying him, and the crossbow skill could only kill small goons. Kang's enthusiasm quickly turned to annoyance. Then, he remembered that because he cleared Stage 2, he had received a weapon as a reward. He eagerly opened his inventory and found a sword. Clicking on it, he pulled out a sparkling sword from his inventory. Kang admired the sword carefully, feeling very cool and powerful. He took the sword in his hand and started laughing like a madman, saying, "This is so awesome! I've always wanted to hold a sword like this." But the system, ever the buzzkill, notified him again. "This is just a shabby longsword." Kang's excitement turned to irritation once more, and he left in a huff. As Kang moved forward, he narrated to himself that Charlos Hathcock was a legendary sniper who had successfully assassinated a general from 1.4 kilometers away after crawling for 3 days. Kang respected him a lot. Kang had been crawling for 10 hours and had finally reached his destination, a village guarded by tribal people with drums beating in the background. He started thinking about how to kill the chieftain. There were many small huts, but Kang assumed the chief would be in the biggest one. At that moment, a guard slowly approached Kang, but Kang didn't notice him. After crawling in the grass for the past 10 hours, Kang had leaked pee, making his pants sticky and causing grass to cling to his body. Insects were biting him, and rainwater was soaking him to the ass. Kang was deep in thought when suddenly the guard appeared in front of him. The AIR seemed to leave Kang's lungs as he realized he might be caught. Kang looked up, and there stood a big, thick, muscular guard staring straight down at him. Kang thought his mission was over, but the guard slowly lifted his pants and started pissing directly on Kang's head. The guard, oblivious to Kang's presence, had simply come to pee in the grass, unaware that someone was hidden there. The pee kept flowing, dripping slowly into Kang's mouth. Kang's head was bursting with anger, his body trembling with rage. But he knew he had to stay calm, had to endure this humiliation. "I have to endure," he kept telling himself. "No matter what happens, I have to endure." The system had said this was a test of patience and endurance, and Kang was trying his best to hold it together. But then the guard started playing with his pee, letting it splash onto Kang's face. That was it. That was the final straw. Kang's rope of patience snapped. He leaped up, screaming, and started chasing after the guard, yelling, "I'm gonna cut your little pee-pee off!" The guard turned around in shock, seeing Kang's face still covered in his pee. Kang, screaming like an animal, charged at the guard with his sword in hand. In one swift blow, he killed the guard, cutting him clean in two. The guard's body fell to the ground, and Kang gave a satisfying smile. But his actions had alerted the other guards. They quickly surrounded Kang, more than 100 of them. Kang stood there, realizing he had really messed up. So he decided to go out with a bang. He thought, "I might as well say the line I've always wanted to try." Kang screamed with all his might, "Come at me, you son of bastards!" The guards charged at him, but because of his scream, the system notified Kang that he had acquired a new skill, Lion's Roar of Rage. No one knew what skill it was, but what was clear was that all the guards tore Kang to pieces and fed him to the animal. The next day, Kang was furious. He grabbed his ghillie suit in his hand and screamed, "I will kill everyone one by one!" His scream was so intense that the system notified him that his Lion's Roar of Rage had been upgraded to D-grade. This new skill allowed him to lower the stats and morale of surrounding enemies and remove all debuffs on himself. We then see Kang throwing his ghillie suit into the air and screaming, "I will kill each and every one of you damn bastards!" before charging toward the guards. Last time, Kang had spent 10 hours hiding in the bushes, observing that in the morning, the guards would scatter to go hunting. This meant they were easier to pick off one by one in the morning. Armed with this knowledge, Kang began cutting them down one by one, making his way to the tent. In a moment, Kang was inside the tent, his face twisted into a sinister smile. He hissed, "I'm here, you bastard Gurkhan chieftain!" But what he saw next made him go crazy. Inside the tent was a fat, ugly chieftain sitting comfortably, but next to him were two mages activating spells. With a single command from the chieftain, the mages released their spells on Kang. Kang suddenly felt stuck, as if the gravity around him had increased tenfold. He couldn't move. He was trapped. Kang didn't understand how to get out of this situation until he remembered his lion's roar of rage. Taking a deep breath, he screamed, "Die, you ugly fat ass!" The debuff was lifted instantly, and even the chieftain was shocked. Kang didn't waste a second. He charged at the chieftain, a satisfying smile on his face, and declared, "I am inevitable," before slicing the chieftain in two. With that, the system notified him that he had completed Stage 3 of the tutorial. Kang had gained a new ability, physical regeneration, which was B rank as a clear reward. And because Kang had completed Stage 3 in the shortest time possible, a new world record, he earned an additional reward, a title, the Undying League, which would increase his stats by 1. Kang paused for a moment, thinking, I completed Stage 3 in just 2 days. It had taken him weeks to complete Stage 2, and everyone knew what a mess he had been in Stage 1. Am I really a genius? He became very happy, imagining that if he kept clearing stages at this rate, he would complete Stage 4 in just a few minutes. He started fantasizing about himself as a legendary knight standing atop a slain dragon, but reality quickly caught up with him. A month had passed, and Kang still hadn't completed Stage 4. One morning, while cooking and watching the news, Kang suddenly woke up screaming. Juhi, his sister, wasn't even surprised. It had become a routine. She sighed and muttered, "There he goes again with his bullshit." She turned off the gas stove and remarked that if Kang kept waking up screaming like this, the neighbors would think she was killing him every morning. Juhi asked Kang, "What happened today? Did you slip, hit your head on a rock, and die?" She was clearly making fun of him. But then we see a very thick leg step out of Kang's room. In a loud voice, someone shouted, "I cleared it, you idiot!" Juhi, still half asleep, but then she saw Kang, his whole body wrapped in a red aura, screaming, "I just fucked everyone up!" Juhi didn't take Kang's words seriously at first, but as he stepped into the light, she was shocked, bewildered, and confused. She couldn't speak for a moment, but then she screamed, "What happened to you?" Standing in front of her was Kang, his body now swollen and twice the size it used to be, muscles bulging, his entire frame having become 10 times. After some time, we see Juhi, confused and bewildered, sitting down to have breakfast with Kang. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you become like this, Kang?" Kang, clearly very annoyed and frustrated, snapped back, "This tutorial won't let me live in peace. It's turned my life into hell." Juhi, still not fully understanding, said, "All that's fine, but day by day you're starting to look more like a criminal." Kang, with a hint of sarcasm, joked, "Wow, thanks. My little sister thinks I look like a criminal." And just like that, the two of them fell into their typical brother-sister bickering. After a while, with a serious expression, Kang explained that Stage 4 wasn't as hard as it seemed. Stage 4's theme was leadership, he began. All I had to do was lead a party, go inside the dungeon, and destroy its core. Simple, right? In the beginning, his party members seemed kind and helpful, but soon they started arguing, fighting over who would take the lead, how the resources would be managed, who would get the drops. Somehow, Kang managed to convince everyone and took over as the leader. After clearing Stage 3, he had acquired the Intermediate Body Regeneration ability, a B-grade skill that allowed any cuts, burns, or fractures to regenerate automatically using mana. This made it easier for him to lead the group. Juhi, curious, asked, "If everything was going so well, why did it take you a month to complete Stage 4? Hearing this, Kang's mood shifted. He became depressed and didn't say anything for a moment. Then, with a deep and frustrated voice, he said, "The trouble started that night. Every time I fell asleep, my so-called party members would murder me in my sleep." Kang's voice grew louder as he recalled the events. "Those bastards were supposed to take turns keeping watch, but every single time I went to sleep, despite all I did for them, some party member would kill me in my sleep." This happened to Kang repeatedly for an entire month. He shouted so loudly in his frustration that he spilled food all over Juhi's face. Juhi, wiping her face angrily, snapped, "Eat first, then talk, you crazy bastard!" Kang, now a bit calmer, started eating slowly. After a few bites, Juhi asked, "So how did Kang manage to complete Stage 4 today?" At this, Kang finally broke down. He started laughing like a psychopath, like a man who had lost his mind, with saliva dripping from his mouth. His eyes glowed red as he said, "I just eliminated all the annoying pests and moved on." The scene flashed back to the previous day. Kang stood with his party members who, as usual, started arguing. But this time, Kang's patience snapped. All the veins in his face popped out as he shouted, "To hell with the system! To hell with leadership!" He roared so loudly, using his lion's roar, that everyone's ears almost burst. One of the party members, a witch who had killed Kang the most times, started yelling at him, asking what he was doing. But Kang was beyond reason. He pointed his sword at her chest and, with deadly eyes and a deep voice, said, "From now on, you all will follow my instructions. If anyone even itches without my permission, I will cut them from head to toe." Another party member, a yellow-haired guy named Pidu, tried to protest. "Are you crazy? Why should we listen to you?" But before he could finish his sentence, Kang punched him hard. Not just once, he kept punching him until Pidu was nearly dead. His face swelled up, his teeth were broken, and he cried so hard he couldn't even speak. He just nodded, saying, "I agree." The others were in shock, including the girl who started crying. After a moment, Kang, with that same deadly expression, repeated, "If anyone even itches without my permission, I will make sure you will beg me to die." After this, Kang went on a rampage, speed running through the dungeon. He raided it 29 times, so he remembers every route. So just in 8 hours, without sleeping, Kang slaughtering all the monsters one by one. He reached the dungeon's core and destroyed it in an instant. As soon as he did, the system congratulated Kang for completing Stage 4, awarding him a Ring of Strong Mind, a B-grade item. Kang's status window showed that he was now level 15, with strength at 17, agility at 16, endurance at 17, and magic at 15. By this time, Kang had raided the dungeon 30 times, collecting a vast amount of loot in his inventory: armor, weapons, pearls, magic stones. But he didn't even know what they were for. The Ring of Strong Mind made Kang immune to any mental attacks. Despite all the strength he had gained in the tutorial, none of it seemed to matter in the real world. But after Stage 5, Kang's body became the same as it was in the tutorial. He tried many times to use his powers, but he was still unable to do so. Right now, Kang was doing push-ups, his body now thick, muscular, and juicy. What a body. He finally completed his 1000th push-up with one hand, sweat dripping from his body and evaporating as heat. After his push-up session, he wiped the sweat off and thought, "When will I finally complete Stage 8? As he pondered this, his phone rang. He thought it was just an ad, but as soon as he read the message, the ground beneath his feet trembled. There was a dungeon breakout, and the monster from that dungeon was a goblin. And this dungeon had opened right in front of the place where Juhi worked. Kang didn't waste a second. He ran to his house, searching frantically for a weapon. He looked left and right, panicking, cursing under his breath. Finally, he found a kitchen knife in the basin. Without wasting another moment, he grabbed it and dashed out of the house. A short while later, Kang stood outside Juhi's office. He took a deep breath and shouted, "It's been a while, you son of a chicken lollipop!" Hearing Kang's voice, all the goblins were immediately attracted to him. Kang was a little disappointed, thinking, as expected, I still can't use my skills. But that was a different story. Hearing Kang's outburst, all the goblins started running towards him, ready to kill. But instead of fear, Kang was filled with joy. He cursed the goblins, saying, "Why do you sound like monkeys?" Inside, Kang was cautious, realizing that this was his first time fighting real monsters outside the tutorial. He wondered if these goblins were more powerful or weaker than the ones in the tutorial. Pushing those thoughts aside, he gripped his knife like a pro and, in a single moment, sliced off a goblin's head with a satisfying smile. The goblin died instantly, and Kang, with a deadly and sinister smile, thanked all the goblins, saying, "In the first stage, I couldn't satisfy my hunger by killing only 4 or 5 goblins. Until I kill more than 100 goblins, I won't find peace." He pulled his kitchen knife out of the goblin's head and started slaughtering the goblins one by one. Meanwhile, inside Juhi's office, all the workers barricaded the entrance door with all the furniture they could find. But outside, someone was laughing like crazy, and heavy footsteps echoed as they approached the building. Everyone, including Juhi, was terrified. Juhi looked at her phone, and there was a message from Kang asking if she was still in the office. "If you are, then stay there," he wrote. Juhi was confused. Is Kang coming here? She wondered. But before she could complete her thought, that maniacal laughter grew louder, and the footsteps grew heavier. Suddenly, Kang burst through the door, smashing through all the heavy furniture. Covered in goblin blood, Kang stood there with a satisfying smile, like a psychopathic, cold-hearted murderer. Smiling, he said, "Juhi!" Your big brother is here. After a moment, everyone paused for a couple of seconds, just staring at Kang. They couldn't quite comprehend who this psychopath in front of them was. Even Juhi, seeing Kang in this condition, felt embarrassed. All her friends started glancing at her, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Kang stood there, a kitchen knife slung over his shoulder, scanning the office as if trying to process that Juhi actually worked here. But before he could say anything, an old man, the department head, freaked out. He shouted at Kang, "Who the hell are you? And how did you break down the door to get inside?" At this rate, all the monsters. Before the man could finish his sentence, Kang politely apologized, saying he couldn't control his powers and accidentally used too much strength. But don't worry, I've already sent all the goblins outside straight to hell. Everyone was shocked seeing the dead goblins laying lifeless on the floor. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Before anyone could say another word, Kang chuckled and said, "He saw a lot of goblins in the alley and the nearby buildings, so I'll take care of them too." With that, he casually rested the goblin's sword on his shoulder, turned around and walked forward with swagger. He threw a glance back toward everyone and with a smirk said, "If I don't kill those goblins, I won't sleep peacefully tonight." The scene then shifted, showing Kang tied up in bandages, with Juhi tending to his wounds. Juhi, clearly annoyed, scolded him. "We don't have much saline water left. If you were going to get this injured, why'd you go out to kill all those goblins just to look cool?" Kang patted his body and shrugged. Right now, he is just an ordinary person. He can't use the skills he had in the tutorial, so yeah, he got a few scratches here and there, but it's no big deal. Juhi, her expression serious, warned Kang. If he can't use his abilities here, that means if he die, Kang might die for real. Kang brushed it off with a smirk. Yeah, but you gotta admit, what he did was pretty cool, right? Juhi, cracking a smile, reluctantly agreed. Yeah, it was cool. And just like that, their playful brother-sister banter kicked off again. Then, with a mischievous grin, Juhi leaned in and whispered in Kang's ear that all her friends have fallen for Kang after that cool act he pulled. They're driving her crazy, begging her to introduce them to Kang. Hearing this, our single virgin Kang started blushing and drifted off into his thoughts. But night soon fell, and as Kang went back to sleep, he was instantly greeted by the same voice, welcoming him to Stage 5. The voice announced, "The theme of this stage is wisdom." Kang didn't quite understand what wisdom meant in this context, but before he could wrap his head around it, a group of thick, juicy, plot-twisting mommy milkers girls appeared around him. They asked with seductive voices, "Are you the succubus?" Kang was utterly confused. Then the system notified him that the objective of this stage was to identify and kill the succubus hiding among these women. However, the catch was that once Kang discovered the succubus's true identity, he would become its first target. Hearing the word succubus, Kang's imagination ran wild. In his mind, he imagined a thick, juicy woman, seductive like a vampire, calling out to him. He remembered from games that a succubus drains men's juice, and now, with all these beautiful women in front of him, his single status ignited his inner passion. Before Kang could get too lost in his fantasies, a young, cute girl approached him. With a seductive voice, she asked, "What do you think? Who among us is the succubus?" For the first time, Kang found himself face to face with a girl who was not only cute, but also talking to him. He blushed, stammering, I don't know." But before he could say anything more, the system notified him that his ring of strong will was blocking a mental attack. Kang instantly realized that this girl was the succubus trying to control his mind. As night fell, Kang sat by the campfire, reflecting on the stages he had completed. Stage 1 was a nightmare of an inferno circus. Stage 2 was a brutal battle with goblins. Stage 3 had him crawling through mud for 10 hours only to get peed on by a monster. And Stage 4 was a month-long group project from hell. Kang chuckled to himself, thinking, finally I can enjoy something interesting after all that. The guy who had been cursing God all this time suddenly found himself thanking God, saying, "Thank you, God. Finally I can have some fun with these beautiful women." He was laughing so perverted that he had to control himself, thinking, no, I need to keep my cool. If the succubus finds out, I'm done for. And since the succubus only targeted men and Kang had mental protection, it meant that the succubus was toying with the other male NPCs. So for now, he decided to get some sleep. Tomorrow, he would make friends with the other female NPCs and finally defeat the succubus. But as soon as he woke up, he realized he wasn't in the tutorial anymore. He was back in Juhi's office. Startled, he shouted, waking up. Everyone around him cheered, congratulating him for heroically defeating the goblins. Even the male workers had become fans of Kang. They told him the good news. The army had arrived, but Kang wasn't in the mood to listen. He was still furious, angry at the succubus for almost getting the better of him. He muttered to himself that the succubus must have figured out that he knew her identity and had tried to kill him in his sleep. Just then, the rumbling of army trucks brought Kang back to reality. The whole building shook from the vibrations. The army had arrived, fully armed with AK-47S, M416S, and machine gun, mowing down goblins left and right. Everyone on the rooftop cheered with relief, but Kang sensed something was off. A creepy, chilling aura filled the air. Kang's eyes darted around until he spotted it. The army was gunning down goblins, but something wasn't right. Then he saw it, a red goblin with a spear, dodging every bullet fired at him. In one swift motion, the goblin separated a soldier's head from his body with a single blow. Panic erupted as the soldiers unleashed a hail of gunfire, but the goblin didn't even get a scratch. Instead, he grew angrier, his eyes turning blood red. With a terrifying roar, he charged at the army trucks, leaping into the air and slaughtered everyone in his path with a single strike. Kang watched all of this unfold from above, but it didn't end there. The red, ugly, thick goblin turned its creepy, deadly eyes directly toward Kang, staring right into his soul from across the building. That ugly-ass goblin had already taken down 3 army trucks, leaving just one standing. Panic set in among the soldiers as they frantically called for backup over the mic, but that didn't stop the ugly ass. After obliterating the remaining trucks, the ugly ass stood triumphantly on top of the last one, a lustful, perverted grin spreading across his face, like he was ready to suck them dry. Now, I don't know about other goblins, but let me tell you, when you see one looking like that, you better call a goblin slayer. The soldiers trembled in fear, their hands shaking as they tried to hold their weapons steady. The red goblin, with one powerful leap, launched himself at them. One brave soldier pulled out his M416 and began firing, but he knew deep down he was fucked up. Just as the red goblin was about to finish off the soldier, Kang arrived on the scene. Without a second thought, Kang picked up a massive piece of concrete and hurled it straight at the goblin's face. The impact sent the goblin flying far back. The soldiers, still in shock, tried to comprehend what had just happened. Who or what had just saved them? Kang entered the truck in style, a villainous smile playing on his lips. The soldiers, already scared of the red goblin, felt a new wave of fear wash over them as they looked at Kang's menacing grin. One soldier, his voice trembling, shouted, "It's a new monster attack! Fire at will!" Kang, now panicking himself, shouted back, "I'm a human! Are you crazy?" The soldier took a closer look and realized that despite his monstrous appearance, Kang was indeed human. Embarrassed, he muttered an apology, thinking Kang might be one of the awakened they had called for support. But Kang wasn't focused on the soldier's apology. He noticed the red goblin slowly getting back up. Kang didn't decide to help the army because he was kind and wanted to act like a hero. No. He realized that if the army lost, the goblin would have come straight for him, putting Juhi in danger. Deciding it was better to take the goblin down with the army's help, he acted swiftly. Kang hopped off the truck and asked the soldiers, "You guys got any tear gas?" They nodded, but mentioned they didn't have an extra mask for Kang. Without hesitation, Kang replied, "He don't need a tear gas mask." The soldiers, confused, prepared to throw the tear bomb as soon as Kang engaged. Meanwhile, Juhi was freaking out, wondering what the hell Kang was thinking, going down to fight with no abilities. But it was time for the showdown. Kang versus the ugly-ass red goblin. Kang grinned, his excitement barely contained. "I've killed so many goblins, but none of them gave me the satisfaction I craved. Finally, a worthy opponent." Well, at this point, Kang officially became the Goblin Slayer. The red goblin seemed to understand Kang's taunt, growing increasingly annoyed. Before their fight could escalate, the soldier tossed the tear bomb. As it exploded, the red goblin went berserk. His eyes filled with tears and he screamed in agony, thrashing about wildly. Kang's eyes watered too, but after surviving hellish days with goblins, Kang had learned one thing. Goblins are sensitive as hell when it comes to their eyes. As for Kang, after being tortured and experiencing so much unimaginable pain, he just became Kaneki. This much pain was no big deal to him. He just laughed maniacally, exited to kill some goblin. With that, Kang dashed toward the ugly-ass goblin. Despite the water streaming from his eyes, nose, and from God knows where, Kang unleashed a barrage of attacks on the goblin, who could do nothing but close his eyes and stand there, unable to fight back. But after a while, Kang realized something unsettling. His attacks weren't even scratching the goblin. Meanwhile, the soldiers watched from a distance, wondering, is this crazy guy was actually an awakener? Just then, a voice from behind one of the soldiers said, "I thought I was the only one who came here for support. Who's this guy?" As the mysterious figure continued to watch Kang from a distance, Kang noticed that despite all his efforts, his sword was completely worn out, and the goblin still hadn't taken any damage. Kang's eyes, still filled with tears, focused on the goblin's skin. It was incredibly tough, much tougher than he'd anticipated. If only he had his skills, he could have sliced through it in an instant, but without them, it was nearly impossible to cause any real damage. Just as Kang was wondering what to do next, someone zoomed past him, a blur of speed, and unleashed a flurry of attacks on the red goblin. Kang was surprised. This guy was fast, no doubt about it. But even with this new assault, the red goblin didn't get a single scratch. The fast guy and Kang locked eyes, and the newcomer asked, "Are you an awakener? If so, we don't have time for introductions. We need to do something to take this bastard down." Kang nodded in agreement, and together they launched a coordinated attack on the goblin. Kang struck from behind while the fast guy attacked from the front, but still, the goblin remained unscathed. Kang realized just how insanely tough the goblin's body was. Normal attacks weren't going to cut it, literally. Kang's sword was nearly destroyed when he spotted a pointed axe nearby. He ran to grab it, and the fast guy, noticing, called out, "I've got the speed, but I don't have the attack power." Kang didn't even respond. He just picked up the axe with a serious expression, knowing he had to end this now. Kang thought to himself, this ugly-ass red goblin merely defending, waiting for his chance to strike back once the tear gas wore off. Kang knew he had to find the goblin's weakness, fast. He figured the goblin's body was as hard as iron, but maybe there was a softer spot somewhere. His eyes, his mouth, but the goblin's defense was too strong. Then Kang had an idea. He ran toward the goblin with the axe, screaming as he did. In one swift motion, he penetrated the goblin. The red goblin paused, feeling a strange mix of pain and pleasure, unable to comprehend the sensation. Even the fast guy was shocked at what Kang had just done. Kong, with a twisted smile, used Kakashi's 100 Years of Death extreme version, inserting the axe deep inside the ugly ass. "Well, this is one hell of a way to pop your first cherry," Kong muttered with a deep, satisfying voice. "Now I will show you what true hell is." But Kong didn't stop there. He slowly pulled out his axe and jammed it back in. At that moment, an unpleasant sensation traveled up the axe handle, sending a chill down Kong's spine. A question flashed through his mind. What the hell am I doing with my life? Popping a goblin's cherry? Again, without delay. But before that, guys, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for supporting my channel. Please hit that like button and help us reach 4,000 likes. And if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe. That will really help me make more videos. Now let's continue. Kang grabbed his axe with all his might. He twisted it around with every ounce of strength he had, and in a single forceful move, he drove the axe upright. Now the ugly ass with axe in his ass was in air. Still, Kang didn't stop. With a wild, almost unhinged energy, he yanked the red goblin down with all his might, and at that moment, the red goblin's eyes flared with rage, giving Kang a death stare. But Kang, he didn't stop there. Before the red goblin could even react, Kang pulled out his axe and smashed it back in again. Yes, this was more than enough to send the red goblin straight to hell and heaven at the same time. The sensation was so intense that the red goblin couldn't even move. Taking advantage of this, Kang instantly rushed toward the red goblin. He jumped, screaming with a satisfying smile plastered on his face. He was determined to finish the red goblin by putting his weapon right into his mouth. Meanwhile, the ugly-ass red goblin was in bad shape. He was unconscious, mouth wide open. The sensation was so extreme for him that he couldn't even twitch. And in one swift motion, he smashed the axe into the goblin's mouth, and he kept going until the goblin finally died, blood splattering everywhere. The fast guy, watching from the sidelines, could only think one thing. Who the hell is this guy? Is he really such a strong and overpowered awakener? How was he around him all this time without knowing? Well, he didn't know that Kong hadn't even used his abilities yet. Finally, when Kong was satisfied after hammering his weapon into the red goblin's face, the system notified him that he had killed the Red Goblin. And since the Red Goblin was a boss monster, Kang was going to get a reward. But since he hadn't completed the tutorial yet, he couldn't check the item. Kang picked up the item and stuffed it into his inventory. Then, the fast guy called out to Kang from behind. Seeing this, Kang panicked a little. He thought, usually items need to be distributed, right? But the Red Goblin's cherry had been popped by himself from start to finish. The fast guy had just dropped in the middle. Kang didn't want to share this item with him, so like a flash, he bolted from the scene, screaming that he had some urgent business to attend to. He turned back with a kind smile, tossing the ass-busting axe behind him, and told the fast guy, "Use the smelly axe after washing it." By the time the fast guy reacted, Kang had already disappeared. The fast guy, with style, removed his mask, revealing a goddamn handsome face. He wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking only one thing: I want to fight that guy. Several hours after defeating that hobgoblin, evening settled in. Kang took Ju-hee back to their house. They finally reached home at night, changed clothes, took a bath, and sat down at the dinner table. Ju-hee had made some delicious ramen and tofu, but she was shocked to see that ramen was being devoured like it was going out of style. She was still in shock when she showed her phone to Kang. Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone had recorded Kang's ass-busting fight and uploaded it to YouTube. It had gone viral overnight. Seeing the number of views, Kang lost it. He jumped up from his seat, screaming, "Is that really me? Did I just get so many views on my video?" Ju-hee explained that it must have been one of her friends who had been pestering her to introduce Kang. He must have recorded the video. Kang was still in shock, but he nearly fainted when he read the comments. Everyone was praising Kang. Seeing this, Kang flashed a creepy and villainous smile. His cheeks turned a little red as he started laughing in the weirdest way. Ju-hee, feeling the cringe, didn't say anything for a couple of seconds. But when Kang continued his creepy laugh, she finally spoke up. "Your face is really Kang." Kang understood that Ju-hee was about to make fun of his face again, but before she could say more, Kang continued reading the comments. What did he see there? People were making fun of his face too. Some were saying his face looked like that of a criminal who had escaped from jail. Others said it was a face you could only make after killing 5,000 to 10,000 people. One girl even said that if she saw that face on the road, she'd pee in her pants. As he read the comments, darkness fell, and Kang went to bed. Ju-hee came into his room and warned him, "If you wake up screaming again tomorrow morning, it won't be good." Ju-hee had been hearing Kang's ugly voice every morning at 4 a.m., but Kang, blinking and giving a thumbs up, said with all the happiness in the world, "Don't worry, this stage is really fun. In fact, I'll wake up so happy tomorrow morning I'll suggest we buy a bear for breakfast." Ju-hee, not fully convinced but still a bit amused, left the room. As Kang lay down to sleep, he got a bit serious. He was still replaying that fight with the ugly-ass goblin in his mind. That goblin was tough. If he was that strong as an F-rank dungeon boss, Kang knew he had to complete all his tutorials as soon as possible and get his power back. If there was ever a threat to his family again, he wouldn't be able to protect them without power. With that determination, Kang finally fell asleep. While falling asleep, Kang couldn't help but imagine that thick succubus. Yeah, she might have killed him in his sleep, but damn, she was hot. Kang found himself strangely excited to meet her again. As he finally drifted off and entered the tutorial stage, his eyes remained closed, and he couldn't shake that shy feeling. He thought that as soon as he opened his eyes, he'd come face to face with that gorgeous, cute figure from his dreams. Kang slowly opened his eyes with a romantic atmosphere in mind, a kind and light smile on his face, and as soon as his eyes fully opened, guess who was in front of him? Yes, that ugly-ass, damn white-colored, creepy goblin. Seeing him, Kang got so angry, surprised, and confused that in just one punch, he sent the goblin flying across, screaming, "Holy shit, you gave me a heart attack just now." In a single punch, Kang sent the creepy goblin flying, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Kang, on the other hand, stood there confused, glancing around, searching for those thick girls he'd been expecting. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is this goblin doing here? Just as he was lost in thought, the system chimed in, notifying him. Kang now had to evade the cave goblin horde and escape the dungeon, making his way to a nearby town. But here's the catch. These cave goblins had terrible eyesight but extraordinary hearing. They always moved in groups of 5 to 10,000, and if Kang made even the slightest noise, he'd be toast. Well, It was already too late. Kang's scream had already alerted more than 100 goblins who now surrounded him. The color drained from Kang's face. With a dead, serious expression, Kang realized that thousands of goblins were about to eat him raw, but was not even a sing-bit worried about that. Grinding his teeth, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Why did the tutorial content change? Where are my thick milker?" As the goblins closed in, Kang continued screaming, the same words echoing over and over, and then they ate him alive. Kang woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, startling Juhi awake yet again at 4 a.m. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. We see a man in a black coat and pants beating the crap out of two thugs. One thug lay on the floor, blood dripping from his face. He tried to say something, but the man crushed his face, silencing him. The man sighed, clearly bored out of his mind. "I'm so tired of dealing with these ants. I want to fight someone strong." Then, with the most perverted and lustful grin, he licked the thug's blood from his face. His thoughts drifted back to that ass-busting video of Kang he'd seen on YouTube, and with a twisted smile, he whispered, I want to meet and fight that guy." Almost 2 months had passed, and Kang was still stuck in the damn 5th stage of the tutorial. One night, Juhi came home from work, tired as hell. As soon as she opened the door, what does she see? Kang, wearing round glasses, suit boots, gel slicked on his forehead, a black coat draped over his shoulders, and a holy book in hand, murmuring, "Holy shit." Juhi felt instant disgust. "What kind of mess am I supposed to deal with right after work?" she groaned. Kang, trying to look all majestic, explained to Juhi that his mind was all messed up after dying so many times. So he got himself a holy book and was trying to calm his mind like a damn monk. Then, with an exaggerated flair, he opened the holy book and started telling the story of his life. "How? It's been 53 days! Holy 53 days!" he shouted. "Who's the goddamn bastard changing the stage every time I open my eyes?" Sometimes he'd wake up sitting on the lap of a thick goblin. Sometimes the goblin was cooking him in a soup, and other times it was cutting his meat. Why the hell is it always goblins? Meanwhile, Juhi sat on the floor, holding her head, thinking, day by day, my brother is going crazy. Looks like I'll have to put him in a mental asylum. After listening to Kang's nonsense for half an hour, Juhi couldn't take it anymore. She stood up in anger and yelled, "Stop your nonsense! If you've got money to buy suits and boots and holy books, then why don't you get your room soundproof so I don't have to hear your ugly voice every morning?" It was night again, and Kang went back to stage 5 with a sad face. But this time, Kang was surprised. There were no goblins around. In fact, it was a dungeon. Kang's face lit up with happiness, and the system notified him that he had to beat this dungeon. Kang gave a villainous smile and, without hesitation, headed straight for the dungeon boss. The boss turned out to be a massive tarantula. And let me tell you, I don't know about y'all, but I'm scared as hell of spiders. If I see one in my house, I'm out. So, who's scared of spiders here? And what else freaks you out? Tell me in the comments anyway. Back to Kang. That tarantula spat some nasty special juice at Kang. But Kang didn't dodge. All he could think of was biting the tarantula's throat. But the juice was poisonous, and Kang's hands started rotting from the poison. But did Kang stop? Hell no! Without hesitation, he bit his own hand off to stop the poison. The tarantula was shocked, but before it could react, Kang slid under the tarantula's belly and with a mischievous grin whispered, "This might hurt a butt." Then, with one swift move, he sliced the tarantula in half. Kang stood between the two halves as tarantula blood rained down on him. He was drenched in it, and the system notified him that he had cleared stage 5. As a reward, he gained a giant's power, which was an B-rank ability. But Kang wasn't satisfied. His mind was elsewhere. He held his hand up in the air and, like a psychopathic killer, started laughing like a madman, his sword dripping with blood. By this time, Kang had reached level 25. His strength was 20, agility 19, stamina 19, and magic 19. Using the giant's power, Kang could double his muscle power, boosting his strength by 12 for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, it was morning, and students who were about to turn 18 were freaking out about having to face the tutorial. They searched online for any easy way to clear stages 1 to 8, looking for shortcuts. But here's the problem. Those who had cleared the stages kept the secrets to themselves. Big organizations didn't want everyone getting strong, so they kept it all under wraps. Then one of the students stumbled upon a unique post titled, "The Secret to Clearing Stage 1 to Stage 8. Curious, they started reading. But soon they were sweating and confused. The post said, if you want to clear stage 1, you've got to use your muscle power and muscle power for stage 2 as well. In fact, there's nothing in the world that can't be solved by power. And if your problem isn't being solved, it means you're not strong enough. The post was full of this kind of stuff. The students quickly declared the post a scam and started joking about it in the comments. Who's this crazy person talking nonsense? They wondered. Meanwhile, Kong saw the negative comments on his post and got furious. He shouted, I've been so generous, giving all these good tips, and these kids don't even appreciate it. Juhi, seeing this, told Kang that his rules only apply to him, and he should stop troubling the poor kids. But Kang, with a thumbs up, said, just wait and see. As soon as he clears stage 8, but before Kong would finish his sentence, Juhi paused and then burst out laughing, saying, at the speed Kang is going, he will clear all the stages in 10 years. And just like that, the brother-sister fight started up again. But Kang didn't care. He used his muscle power and cleared stages 6 and 7 in one go. Stage 6 clear reward was a grade B longsword made of black steel. Durability, 500. This longsword was once wielded by a psychopath murderer. After absorbing the aura of thousands of people's blood, it turned black and could only be wielded by a sinister psycho. Stage 7 clear reward, Ronald armor. Also grade B. This was worn by a psychopath warrior in ancient times. Well, it was weird enough that all the reward items he got were used by psychopaths, Kang thought, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about how he needed to somehow complete stage 8 and surprise Juhi. Only then could he use all these items in the real world. Kang opens his eyes and finds himself once again in that same endless white room. The system notifies him, welcome to stage 8. And this time a lovely, seductive voice asks him, what do you believe? Kang doesn't quite get what's being asked. But before he can make sense of it, the white space around him starts cracking. The sky above him shatters, and the ground beneath his feet breaks apart. He falls, screaming, tumbling down for what feels like an eternity. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself in the middle of a city, surrounded by a crowd. Is this his city? Kang wonders, confused. But then, a lady crosses his path, walking right through him like he's some kind of hologram. He turns to look at her, and suddenly, Kang notices that all the people here have human-like bodies, but their faces are not human. Some look like lizards, some like dogs, but their civilization is just like Earth. Just then, Kong notices a monster staring at him, or so he thinks. Is this monster watching me, he wonders? Is my mission to destroy this world? But then, Kong realizes it's not him the monster is watching, it's something behind him. Suddenly, a massive portal opens up behind Kang. Out pour golems, gigantic tarantulas, creepy insects, dragons, you name it. They start attacking the city, slaughtering the inhabitants right in front of Kang's eyes. The system notifies Kong the Hakin dimension has been opened. It dawns on Kong that this is what the system warned Earth about. 5 years from now, this is what will happen. A flood of monsters will invade and wipe out humanity. But that's not all. Kang sees a colossal shadow looming overhead. As he looks up, a chill runs down his spine. What the hell? He thinks. This godlike, humongous being obliterates the planet in an instant. Kang wakes up in the white, endless space again. He's completely baffled, trying to make sense of what just happened. The seductive, cute voice speaks to him again. How do you feel? Surprise? Kang looks ahead and sees a hologram of a white celestial being. Are you a god? Kang asks. The laughing angel replies, no, I'm not a god, but you can think of me as a kind of dimensional administrator, and those who reach stage 8 will have a chance to meet her and ask any question. Kong, now dead serious, asked, what I saw on that unknown planet, will that happen to Earth in 5 years? The angel replied, it depends on what humans do. She did everything she could to protect Earth from that fate. After all, I'm the one who created the tutorial and gave everyone their powers. Kong, growing more confused by the second, asked, if she is so powerful, why don't she just stop this shit from happening herself? Hearing this, she chuckled and with a seductive voice explained, she is from a different dimension. She can't just change the laws and save everyone. All she could do was give humanity a chance to survive. Then she continued, out of every one player, Kang, you were the most untalented guy and also the most entertaining. You made me laugh the most. Hearing this, Kang became serious again and was about to ask if she was the one who kept changing the theme of stage 5, but before he could finish his sentence, the angel chuckled, congratulated Kang for clearing stage 8 and said, the tutorial was just the beginning. Suddenly, Kang started to float. He realized she was the one messing with him. But before he could say a word, the floor beneath him vanished, and he began to fall. Furious, Kang raised his hand and screamed his lungs out, cursing the angel. "You son of a—" But before he could finish his sentence, Kang vanished. The angel, with a seductive tone, whispered, "I will be waiting for you." Kang wakes up furious, trying to scream again, cursing that damn angel, but nothing comes out. His face turns beet red. Then he realizes something is stuck in his mouth. He yanks it out, and what does he see? Juhi's socks. Disgusted, Kang spits and gags. Juhi is sitting there cool as a cucumber, like she's the boss of the house. She taunts him. "I knew you were gonna wake up screaming again, so I came prepared. So what dish did the goblins cook up for you today?" Kang, still tasting sock, throws it back at her, smirking. He doesn't even bother to answer. Instead, he opens his status window. Juhi's eyes widen. Kang laughs, a smug smile plastered on his face. "Did you see that? The power of your amazing brother!" Juhi just rolls her eyes and stands up, not really impressed. "Now that you've completed the tutorial," she says, "get out of the house, find a job, and start earning some money. I'll make you a special breakfast just for today." Kang feels a little hurt seeing Juhi so calm, so he whines. "You could have at least congratulated me. You're so cold-hearted, no wonder you don't have a boyfriend." That hit a nerve. Juhi, without missing a beat, chucks the cooking spoon right at Kang's face. Later, we find Kang lounging on the sofa, checking his status window while Juhi heads off to work. Kang's now level 28, with strength at 21, agility 19, stamina 20, magic 20, and a slew of skill. Finally, he takes out the item he got from the ugly-ass goblin. When he opens the box, he finds a dirty, worn-out book. Kang picks it up and says, "Reveal your true nature, my boy." The system notifies him that it's a magic explosion skill book. After learning it, he can fire a magic orb with explosive power. Kang, with a dead serious face, stares at the book for a moment. Then, like a kid with a new toy, he starts laughing maniacally, holding the book up in the air. Yeah, Kang's gone a bit mad by now. The system asks if he wants to learn the skill. Kang says yes, and the book vanishes, the knowledge transferring into him. With everything he's ever wanted now at his fingertips, Kang clenches his fist, finally smiling like a normal person. "Now," he says, "it's time to go to the Awakener Association. Sign up and kick some goblin ass." Meanwhile, the scene shifts. We see a cute, innocent girl carrying a Starbucks cup. Her name's Mi Young, a newly appointed public servant whose job is to fill out forms for people who've crossed the age of 18. It's her dream job. She imagines all the handsome rookie awakeners she'll meet, but oh, how wrong she was. Cut to the reality. Mi Young is sitting at her desk, trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face. Why? Because Kang is standing right in front of her, holding an application form. He's looking like a villain straight out of a horror movie, with dead, serious eyes that seem ready to stab her with 15 knives. Poor Mi Young can't even speak. She just mumbles, "Please show your ID," but it's so soft Kang can't hear her. "What?" Kang asks, and that's enough to make her burst into tears. The other Awakeners in line start whispering, thinking Kang must be some criminal who escaped from jail. Cameras come out, recording the scene. Kang, clueless, just tries to calm her down, but the more he tries, the more she cries. Then from behind, a kind voice asks, "Is there a problem here?" Kang turns around, panicked, and sees a handsome guy with glasses walking up. Their eyes meet, and they instantly recognize each other from that ugly goblin fight. Neither says a word, but they both know who the other is. This guy's name is Kim, and he's an instructor here. Kim takes the form from Mi Young and calls Kang aside. He starts questioning him, pointing out how Kang looks completely different from the application form. Kang tries to explain, saying he doesn't really know how it happened. Maybe the tutorial messed with his looks. He even offers to verify it with his fingerprint and DNA. But when Kim realizes that Kang cleared up to stage 5 and is already at level 12, he's shocked. Kang, thinking level 12 and stage 5 were low, wanted to stay low-key, but in reality, barely anyone gets past stage 3, and most people only clear stage 1 or 2. Kang finds himself in a tight situation, so he lies, saying that when the government hadn't yet made laws requiring an awakened ID to raid dungeons, he'd gone on some raids. Kim realizes Kang's hiding something, but doesn't say anything. Instead, he asks, "What exactly is that Men Force strength skill?" Kang explains it increases his muscle power by 2 for 10 minutes, and he can go zoom with it. Kim then asks Kang to show the rewards from stages 2, 5 to prove he really cleared them. Kang thinks this guy is asking way too many questions, but he doesn't have a choice. So Kang raises his hand, flexes his muscles, and then, brace yourself, bites into his own skin, chewing a big chunk out of his hand. Blood's dripping everywhere, and Kim feels a chill run down his spine. But in no time, the wound heals right in front of him. Kim, still in shock, realizes Kang has a self-healing ability. At this rate, Kang's gonna become Deadpool. Then Kang shows off his ring, explaining it prevents mental attacks, and asks for permission to use his Stage 5 skill. He explains it's a skill that instills fear in nearby enemies. Kim, thinking it might not be that strong, agrees. On the other side of the room, the same perverted black coat man is standing there. As he looks over, he notices Kang taking a deep breath. The moment he sees Kang, he remembers the ass-busting video on YouTube and feels chills run down his spine. Trusting his instincts, he immediately closes his ears, knowing what's coming. The rest of the people, they don't get it until it's too late. Kang roars, and everyone in the room collapses, their strength drained, barely able to move. When Kang finishes, Kim is left in shock. Even he got affected by it. Kang, finally smiling like a normal person, asks, "Was that enough to prove it?" Both of them start to discuss things further. But meanwhile, the pervy guy is watching Kang with his mouth wide open in awe. And then he does it. He gives the most lustful, psycho, creepy reaction you've ever seen. And let me tell you, that is the face of a gay, I repeat you. If see him, you need you run with all you might. After a while, we see Kang imagining that he's become so handsome and hot that girls fall in love with him just by looking at his ID card. He even fantasizes that he almost got denied entry because he looked so different from his photo. On the other hand, all the candidates around Kang start gossiping, saying things like, "This guy shouted at that girl so loudly she almost cried, and she practically fainted from fear." While Kang's munching on his protein bar, Kim walks into the classroom with two instructors. As soon as he arrives, he introduces himself, saying, "My name is Kim, and I'm the instructor for this group." Everyone starts clapping, and Kim begins his lecture. He explains that the training will consist of 10 days of morning theory classes and afternoon practical sessions. Meals and accommodations will be provided here. But then Kim drops some harsh truth. "Don't think we're going to teach you some secret or techniques here. The reality is, just like trash, hunters die in dungeons every day. So if you've come here to become a hunter, keep in mind that you could die in a dungeon at any time. And with new dungeons popping up daily, even if you've studied up on existing ones, your chances of dying are still high." Kang is listening to all this and thinks, "Man, this guy's talking about death right from the get-go." Then Kim continues, "I'm not here to teach you useless stuff. I'll only teach you the basics you need to survive." After a while, Kim says it's time for a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, Kang looks up at the ceiling and mutters to himself, he was bored to death. He wonders if he'll have to endure this for 10 whole days. As Kang's lost in thought, a man with a loud voice calls out to him. His name is Sohil, a total musclehead. He raises his hand towards Kang with a polite smile. Kang looks at him and thinks, what's up with this musclehead pig? But he knows it'll be awkward if he doesn't shake hands, so he introduces himself as Kang and shakes Sohil's hand. But as soon as Kang shakes his hand, Sohil gives a smirking smile. Kang immediately understands what this musclehead is up to. Sohil puts all his strength into his grip, squeezing Kang's hand hard, saying, "Please take care of me." With a mischievous smile, Sohil thinks to himself, gotta put this guy in his place right from the start. He hasn't liked Kang since he screamed so loudly during the application process that his ears almost burst. But to Sohil's surprise, Kang doesn't react at all. Despite Sohil putting all his strength into the handshake, Kang is sitting there like he's shaking hands with a kid. Kang realizes that Sohil is trying to assert dominance. But there can only be one king in the jungle, Kang thinks. And he's not about to let Sohil dominate him. So, Kang activates his giant's power, doubling his muscle strength. This time, Kang squeezes back hard. Sohil starts panting from the pain, unable to believe that he's losing in a strength contest. He's put all his stat points into strength during the tutorial, and until now, he hasn't met anyone stronger than him in Newbie Zone. As everyone watches, Sohil's veins start popping out, and then BAM! In a single snap, the veins in Sohil's right hand burst, and blood starts spraying like a fountain. The floor becomes a bloody pool. The entire classroom is shocked as Sohil goes pale. Meanwhile, our gay boy started laughing like a psychopath, with a perverted smile. He's become Kang's biggest fan, drooling with admiration, even clapping as the floor gets drenched in blood, and the musclehead screams in pain. An ambulance comes and takes Sohil away. Meanwhile, Kang tries to explain in anger, "This was just an accident!" I didn't do anything. That musclehead pig came over and squeezed his hand so hard that if he hadn't used his strength in self-defense, his veins would have burst. Kang tells Kim if he don't believe him, Kim can check the classroom cameras. Kim, still shocked, asks about Kang's unique ability. Kang explains that it's called Strength of the Strong, which increases his strength by 1.5 times. But Kim is confused. Didn't you say earlier that your unique ability is Strength of the Man Force, which increases your strength by 2 times? Kang tries to cover it up, saying, I'm not great with numbers. Must have gotten confused. Kim, realizing Kang is hiding something, just sighs. He knows Kang didn't do it on purpose, so he lets it slide and tells Kang to go back to class, but warns him no more commotion. Kang, still angry, sits down and thinks, why can't anyone just let me live in peace? But then, another voice calls out to him. Kang looks up to see the same blonde guy from earlier sitting next to him. Can I sit here? The guy asks. Kang, irritated, says, sit wherever you want. But in his mind, he's thinking, first a musclehead, now a thug? The blonde guy introduces himself as Yo Song and asks if he can call Kang his elder brother. I admire you, Yo Song says. Kang doesn't get it. Why does this guy admire me? Yo Song explains that ever since he saw Kang beating that ugly Goblin's ass on YouTube, he's been a huge fan. And when I saw you at the application process, I went crazy for you. But when I saw that musclehead's arm get busted, I knew you were the real deal. Kang thinks, this guy's not normal either. Frustrated, Kang tries to explain, it was just an accident. After sending Musclehead to the hospital, Kang gets back to class. Kim continues explaining that if a dungeon isn't cleared within 5 days, it will break, releasing monsters that will kill civilians. He explains the difference between temporary and permanent cores in dungeons. Destroy the temporary core, and the dungeon will close in 5 days. Destroy the permanent core, and it closes immediately. But then, another big-headed musclehead, Number 2 shouts from the back, I didn't come here for useless lectures. Get me combat training and my certificate now. The guard gets angry and is about to kick him out, but Kim stops him. With a serious voice, Kim calls Musclehead No. 2 to the stage. The guy, full of confidence, with a smirking smile, says, I'm on the stage now. Do whatever you want. Are all the people in this story genuinely perverted? Kim takes off his coat, steps down from the stage, and starts a timer on his phone for 1 minute. If you can even touch me within this minute, you'll graduate immediately, Kim says. But then, with a deadly stare, he adds, but if you fail, you're expelled. Both Kim and Sohil watch, saying, Musclehead No. 2 is so arrogant, it's a bit annoying. But then, they both give a freaky, creepy, psychopathic smile and say, but it's gonna be fun, so it's fine, I'm telling you. Both of these guys are battle fanatics. Musclehead No. 2 gets all riled up by Kim's arrogance. He pulls out his sword from his inventory with a smug smile, full of confidence, and says, you're gonna regret this, man. Instructor No. 2 tries to warn Kim, saying, hey, that's a real sword, you might get hurt. But Kim, like a total badass, just adjusts his glasses with a dead serious face. It's fine, he says coolly to his junior. Then turning to Musclehead No. 2, he adds, come to your daddy. Musclehead No. 2, now absolutely furious, veins practically popping out of his forehead, charges at Kim. He swings his sword with everything he's got, but Kim dodges it like it's nothing. Kim smirks and says, if you scream like a madman and attack a monster, it'll eat your neck first. Enraged, Musclehead swings wildly, trying to cut Kim in half, only to realize he's sliced through nothing but an after image. Kim reappears right behind him like a ghost, whispering in his ear, you might be strong, but you're so damn slow, you're useless in a real fight. This drives Musclehead crazy. His eyes glow with rage as he turns and starts attacking Kim like a madman, swinging his sword frantically, desperate to land even a single clean hit. But Kim, cool as ever, dodges every attack like he's playing with a kid, making Musclehead look like a fool. Musclehead's rage boils over, his head practically about to explode. He starts swinging his sword wildly like a savage beast. But Kim's done playing. With just one kick, he sends Musclehead No. 2's sword flying up into the ceiling. And here's your final lesson, Kim says with a smirk. If you keep swinging around like a madman without conserving your energy, you'll run out of stamina before you know it. Then, as cool as ever, Kim pulls out his phone, checks the time, and says, 1 minute 28 seconds, time's up, you're expelled. The entire room is shocked. Even Kang is impressed by Kim's speed. Damn, Kang thinks, if I fought him 1v1, could I beat him? And right at that moment, both Kang and Yusong, making the most criminalistic psychopathic, started to laugh, thinking about what would happen if they fought Kim. Yusong's so eager to fight Kim, he's practically drooling. Kim notices Yusong's laughter and looks over. What he sees is Yusong with a blushing face, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. Kong, noticing this, mutters, "Ayo, is this dude a psychopath? Maybe I shouldn't have let him sit next to me. People are gonna think this hot, handsome guy is hanging out with a psycho." Well, see, who is even talking about looking like Fico Wow? The practical class started, and everyone gathered on the ground. Kim announced that today's focus would be on weapon training. He instructed everyone to choose their preferred weapon and begin practicing. Gradually, the instructors would come around to give individual guidance. Kang picked up a long sword and, while examining it, thought, "This is so boring." Then Yusong came up behind him, saying that practicing alone was dull and suggested they spar together. Hearing this, Kang's face lit up with excitement, but just as quickly, Kim shouted from behind that personal sparring was prohibited until day 6. If anyone was caught doing it, they'd be expelled. Hearing this, Kang's excitement vanished, replaced with disappointment. Time passed and everyone was busy practicing. From a distance, Kang sat with his mouth open, watching the others. He thought to himself, all these people are just pussies. Watching them made him sleepy. He decided that instead of just sitting there bored, he might as well swing his sword around. At least it would help build some muscle. So, half-heartedly, he started swinging his sword randomly, using his F-rank sword skill like a bumblebee flitting about. Kim noticed this and watched him for a long time. Eventually, he walked over to Kang and with an arrogant, strict voice said, "Your sword skill is trash. Where did you learn something so terrible? If you go into a dungeon with that, you'll be the first to die." Hearing this, Kang paused and stared at the instructor with deadly eyes. The instructor continued pointing out Kang's shortcomings. Kang, in his mind, imagined grabbing the instructor by the neck and, with a deadly, creepy, villainous face, threatening him. "Let's fight one-on-one. Let's see if my sword skill is trash or not." In reality, the instructor's pants might have been sweating from fear if he'd seen Kang's terrifying face. But Kang, back in reality, just scratched his ear, deciding it wasn't worth starting a fight. His ear probably stank, too. That's when Kim called out to the instructor. Clapping his hands, he grabbed everyone's attention and announced that there would be a sparring match between Kang and the instructor's junior. Both Kang and the instructor were surprised by this. Kim handed his sword to the junior and told him to be careful while sparring with Kang. Hearing this, Kang gave a smirking smile, while the junior remained clueless, wondering why he had to be careful with a newbie. Kim started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and the fight began. The instructor's junior was a bit serious, but Kang had a big, battle-fanatic smile on his face. As soon as the countdown ended, Kang dashed towards the junior, his eyes glowing with excitement. With a single strike, even though Kang didn't use more than 10% of his power, the instructor's sword shook. Kang lifted his sword into the air, and with one strike, he sent the junior's sword flying. The instructor was shocked, and the sword flew into the air, only to fall down next to the junior's head moments later. The entire place went silent, everyone in awe. Kim took this moment to explain to everyone, no matter how bad your sword skill or any other weapon skill is, if you have power, you can defeat your opponent. Hearing this, Kang thought the instructor was praising him. With a proud smile, he started laughing. But Kang didn't understand a damn thing. The instructor was actually making fun of his sword skill. Kim then pushed his junior forward, helped him up, and apologized. Looking at Kang with a dead serious face, Kim told the junior, "I just had to check one thing, and now I've got my answer." Then we see a change. Kang had started keeping a diary. Day 1, a psycho guy named Yusong sat in front of me and kept following me around like a lost puppy. During the training session, an instructor tried to pick a fight with me, and I had to show him his place. Day 2, the whole day was full of boredom. I was just dozing off in theory class, and in the evening during the practical class, no one dared to challenge me after what happened with the instructor. All the instructors were more worried about Yusong as started jiggling his sword with his feet. Day 3, both Yusong and I were knocked out in both classes. And since sparring was prohibited, we started playing pretend sparring without actually clashing our swords. By now, all the instructors were genuinely worried about us. Day 4. I was so bored that I doodled a picture of myself slaughtering a goblin in my diary. During the practical session, I picked up 2 swords and made them fight each other. The instructor didn't know how to handle me. Day 5. I was bored to death. I just wanted one thing, to go home. In the evening, during the training session, I was lying down on the field, arms spread out, sleeping. When the instructor asked what I was doing, I told him I was meditating. Day 6. I officially died from boredom. I started asking Yu-song to cause some trouble. I told him if I stayed in this mental asylum for another day, they'd have to carry my body home on the 7th day. But then Yu-song, with that creepy smile, said, "You don't have to be bored anymore. Today is day 6 and the 1v1 sparring session starts. I'll show you something special this evening. If that special thing is what I think it is, I don't want to see it at all." Evening came and the 1v1 practical class started. Kang in an instant defeated his opponent. Kang came to his place, sat down, and Yu-song congratulated him. But as Kang continued to watch the sparring matches, he felt like he was watching kindergarten kids brawl. He was getting bored again. Then the fight between two candidates started. Candidate number 1 screamed and charged with a spear at candidate number 2, who panicked and froze in fear. But before the spear could hit, Kim, like a flash, stopped the spear instantly. The fight ended there, and I thought, time's running out, I need to fight him. Finally, it was Yu-song's turn. He got up slowly, turned around, and said to me, "I'm going out," with that creepy smirk. Kong knew something was about to go down. Yu-song started walking onto the stage, and Kong remembered what he said in the morning, that he'd show him something interesting during sparring. Kang got a little tense and thought, is Yu-song about to cause some trouble? If he is, Instructor Kim better stop him, right? Now, Kim and a girl named Yuri stood facing each other. Yuri was a mage and had brought her personal staff. Kim asked Yu-song if he had any problems, since warriors are at a disadvantage against mages who attack from a distance. Yu-song, with a smile, said he had no problem. Kim noticed the massive thorny mesh weapon Yu-song held and asked why he chose that instead of a sword. Yu-song simply replied, "There's no rule that says you can only use one weapon, right?" Kim didn't pay much attention to it and started the match. With the countdown of 3, 2, 1, the match began. Yuri quickly formed a bunch of magic crystals and launched them at Yu-song. Yu-song swung his mesh, effortlessly shattering all the crystal. The shards fell on Yu-song's face, and with that psychopathic grin, he started laughing. Kong was a little surprised, but he was even more amazed to see magic in real life. Kong always loved mages since he was a kid, but Yuri wasn't amused. She was a genius mage and couldn't believe a warrior could deflect her attack so easily. She poured all her energy into forming a massive magic crystal above her, then hurled it at Yu-song. But Yu-song wasn't focused on the crystal. He looked at her with his left eye, lifted his mesh into the air, and stepped back. With a psychopathic battle maniac laugh, he started spinning his mesh. Kong realized what Yu-song was about to do. He struck the magic crystal missile precisely, spinning it around with brute force, and then redirected it toward Kim. Kim dodged it with a swift step, but Yu-song's real target wasn't Kim. While Kim was distracted, Yu-song dashed toward Yuri. Kim realized what was happening, but it was too late. Yu-song reached Yuri and with a savage blow smashed her face with his mesh. Blood splattered everywhere. Yuri collapsed, her hand lying on the floor, fingers broken, blood streaming from her wounds. She wasn't moving, and Yu-song stood there, drenched in her blood. As he wiped the blood from his face, he flashed that psychopathic, creepy smile and said, "That was damn satisfying." After that, we see the junior instructor in a panic, frantically calling for an ambulance. He yells that there's a critical open fracture. The hand is broken into pieces, and there are multiple injuries with heavy bleeding. The scene shifts, and we see the junior instructor checking on poor Yuri, who is so badly injured that she can't even speak. She was trembling all over. Meanwhile, Yu-song stands there with a smirk on his face. Kim, with a dead serious look and a deep voice, pulls out his dagger and demands, "What do you think you just did?" Yu-song casually raises his hand and says, "No need to get angry. It was just an accident. It's in the rules. Accidents happen. And since I didn't kill her, it's not a big deal, right?" Kim, furious, shouted, "Do you really think I'm gonna believe that bullshit?" Yu-song just blinks, which made Kim even more disgusted, but he sighs in frustration and announces, "We're taking a 20-minute break," then calls Yu-song over to a corner. "Ew, did Kim really take Yu-song for what I'm thinking?" Meanwhile, Kong notices Kim's dagger and gives it a curious look. He realizes it's the same dagger guy that helped take down that ugly-ass goblin. Kang's suspicion was right. Kim was the one who assisted with the goblin. 2 days pass, and the sparring sessions continue. Kang is bored out of his mind, sitting in his seat, while Yu-song, after the incident, is a terror in the ring. Every cadet who comes to fight him either faints out of fear or gives up immediately. By the 8th day, Kong's patience finally snaps. He storms into Kim's office with an excited face and says, "The training session is ending in 2 days. Let's duel with real swords." Kim, already frustrated and dealing with Yusong's antics, just stares at Kang with tired eyes. He finally lowers his head and says, "Yusong's already made my life hell. Please don't make it worse." Kang pauses, then says, "I know you're bored babysitting these kindergarten kids every day. Don't you want a real fight?" Kang, with a chilling dark aura, suddenly appears behind Kim and whispers, "We've met before, haven't we?" The next thing you know, they're in the auditorium, ready to spar with real swords. Kim thanks Kang, saying, "If he hadn't been there, a lot of people would have died." Kang modestly replies, "It was his duty." But deep down, he's thinking, Kim will not want to take the item he got by popping the ugly ass's ass right. Kim then notices Kang's long black sword and asks, "That's a pretty impressive sword you've got there. As far as I remember, clearing stage 6 gives you a unique sword, right?" Kang, trying to play it cool, lies, "Yeah, I found it lying on the road." Kim, not buying it for a second, opens his inventory and pulls out his dual daggers. With a dead serious face, he says, "These daggers? I found them lying on the road too." With that, he suddenly leaps from his position, disappearing in a flash, and slashes at Kang with lightning speed. Kang barely manages to turn around and block the attack. Kim laughs and says, "I thought you focused only on strength, but it seems your speed is impressive too." Kang grins and replies, "I know this isn't your full speed, and since I've got recovery speed, you can come at me with everything you've got." Hearing this, Kim smirks. "If that's the case, I won't hold back." He disappears again, this time moving so fast that Kang can barely keep up. Kim strikes from all directions, his daggers almost a blur, but Kang, with a creepy, satisfied smile and glowing red eyes, is loving it. "This is what I was missing!" Kim cuts him from all directions, but Kang's wounds heal almost instantly. Realizing how strong Kang's healing ability is, Kim gets more serious. He plans to put his dagger on Kang's neck, expecting Kang to dodge so he can go for the stomach, but Kang surprises him. Instead of dodging, Kang puts his hand in front of the dagger, letting it get stuck between his bones. Kim, shocked, tries to pull his dagger back, but it was stuck. Kang, with that death-creepy chillin' smile, says, "Got you now, baby!" And before Kim can react, Kang pulls him in close and headbutts him hard. Kim spits out blood and is momentarily knocked unconscious. His glasses go flying as he crumples to the ground. After a few seconds, Kim comes to, realizing he's lost. Time passes and we see Kang sipping on a Coke with an ice pack on his head. Kim, still recovering, admits, "I didn't think you were this strong." Kang grins. "That sparring match was a draw because of my passive regeneration skill." Kim teases, "Which means I won." Kang gets flustered, insisting, "It was a draw. I didn't use my passive skill on purpose." They bicker playfully for a moment before Kim sighs. "Thanks, Kang. I've been so tired of pampering these kids for months. This was the most fun I've had in ages." He then tells Kang to get some rest, reminding him that tomorrow is Dungeon Exploration Day. Meanwhile, outside the academy, a mysterious man in a black hoodie stands by the dungeon entrance. He looks left and right, then vanishes into the shadows as the door opens. The door closes behind him, leaving only the dark, ominous entrance to the dungeon. It's morning and everyone's lined up in front of a dungeon. Kang steps forward and explains, "This place has been designated as an educational dungeon by the Awakener Ability Training School. Welcome to Ephraim Dungeon, Geeka's Forest." He continues, "The monsters here are called Geekas and they're tougher than the usual Ephraim Dungeon monsters. But this place was chosen for training for two reasons. First, it's a field-type dungeon, so there won't be any traps or hidden dangers, just monsters. Second, it's pretty easy to lure Geekas and take them on one by one." Kim steps up, opens the dungeon door and says, "I'll give you the rest of the info once we're inside." Kang takes a deep breath and steps through the entrance. This was his first time entering a dungeon, and he was feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. As soon as he stepped in, Kang felt a weird sensation, like he was floating for a second while passing through the door. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different place. A lush, green forest. Sure, it was a dungeon, but it looked more like a freaking picnic spot. As they walked, Kang, still taking it all in, asked Yusong, "So, if we go out through the dungeon gate, we'll be back on Earth, right?" Yusong, rolling his eyes, replied, "Bro, they taught us all this in theory class. You should know that by now." Kang, a bit annoyed, turned to him and said, "Why are you talking to me? I don't want people thinking a hot, handsome guy like me is hanging out with a psycho." Yusong, not missing a beat, mumbled, "You're the one who started talking to me first." After a bit, Kim gathered everyone in one spot and instructed one of his juniors to go fetch a Geeka monster. As they waited, Kim explained, "Geeka is a bird-type monster. It's a little over 2 meters tall, looks kinda like an ostrich. It's got quick feet and a beak strong enough to break through plated armor. A direct hit from that beak? Well, let's just say it won't be pretty, so stay alert. The standard strategy is to surround it with several people and tie its feet. Before Kim could continue, everyone suddenly received a notification. A message popped up in front of them, stating that the central core of the dungeon had been removed. A portal to the outside had opened, and the dungeon was about to collapse. The ground started shaking, and the sky above them began to crack. Panic spread like wildfire. Everyone was freaked out, thinking if they didn't get out soon, they'd be trapped in the dungeon forever. But Kim, keeping his cool, shouted, "Everyone stay calm! The dungeon doesn't break immediately, we've got at least an hour, so move out in an orderly fashion." Everyone listened, and one by one they started heading out. But nobody knew who the hell destroyed the dungeon's core. Kim couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A chilling aura hung in the air. And then, just as the last of them were stepping out, the dungeon started shaking violently. Sparks flew from inside, and the fear hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Kim's face paled, but he didn't waste a second. He whipped around, screaming, "Get moving! Send word to HQ for backup! Get all the trainees out of here now!" He shouted, "It's a dungeon break!" But even as he was shouting orders, Kim was putting the pieces together in his head. If the temporary core was removed, the dungeon should have broken in 3 to 4 days. That means someone must have removed the temporary core a few days ago. And just now, someone disguised as a student with us destroyed the permanent core to cause this dungeon break. Then confused Kong came running, clearly confused, asks, "What the hell is going on?" Kim, already on edge, was about to explain, but then shouted, "I taught this in theory class. I don't have time to explain in detail right now. All you need to do is kick some ass." Just as Kim finished, a monster burst out of the dungeon, and without another word, Kim bolted, trusting Kang to handle the situation. But Kang, still trying to make sense of everything, kept shouting after him, "Wait, explain the dungeon break." As Kang turned back around, he saw a swarm of monsters charging straight at him, practically begging to get their asses handed to them. The sight of it made Kang's excitement skyrocket. He could hardly contain himself when suddenly a voice caught his attention. "Include me too, big brother." Kang spun around to see Yu Song dashing in, smashing monsters left and right. It surprised Kang just how much power Yu Song packed. As Yu Song crushed a monster's head, the blood splattered all over his face. With his mouth wide open, saliva drooling, he laughed like a maniac. As expected, crushing it with a mace is really the best. On the other hand, Kong felt disgusted watching Yu Song's crazed expression, thinking, "Damn, this guy is disgusting." But little did he know he made the exact same face when he was smashing goblins. But Kang admits, it's kinda comforting to have a psycho like Yu Song on his side. While Yu Song's absolutely destroying the birds, Kang pulls out his sword from his inventory and dashes in to get some fun too. With ease, he cuts the head off one of the monsters, smiles, and then instantly starts going berserk, taking out the birds at a crazy speed. Yu Song, surprised, watches as Kong tells him, "Cover your ears!" Kang's about to unleash Lion's Roar, calling the Geeka chicken-headed bastards. All the birds instantly have their stats drop, and their morale takes a nosedive. Kim looks over, and the other students notice that the monsters seem weaker. Kim realizes it must be due to Kang's skill, wondering if it has a debuff effect. He notes that support will soon arrive, and things seem to be going smoother than expected. But there's a problem. Kang then uses Magic Explosion, creating a swirling blue light in his hand that explodes, blowing one of the birds' heads off, but also badly injuring his own hand. He wonders, what kind of shit skill is this? But he's fine thanks to his self-healing. Nobody else could use it other than himself. Yu Song, still surprised, asks, "Did you just use magic?" Kong, with a smirk, says, "It's a skill I acquired a while ago." Yu Song asks if it's from the tutorial, but Kong keeps it mysterious, saying, "It's a secret." Suddenly, they both notice the ground beginning to shake as a giant, red, thick-ass Geeka appears behind the others. It's a mutant Geeka, a boss monster. Kim realizes this is bad news, as the reinforcements haven't arrived yet. No matter how strong Kong and Yu Song are, dealing with small fries is totally different from facing this monster. And it's the first time both of them are dealing with a real monster, at least for Yu Song. But we can't say the same for Kong. Yu Song, seeing the thick chicken ass, pauses for a moment, words failing him, his body shaking, and the next moment, boy oh boy, Yu Song with that pervy, blushing, creepy smile, starts saying, bro, that's mine. Please let me have it. Meanwhile, Kong, licking the chicken's blood from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with green, starts laughing maniacally too, shouting, I'm gonna eat that thick ass alive. Oh yeah. Then the scene shifts, and we see someone talking to Kim, asking about the accident during the dungeon practice today. Kim confirms it, explaining that someone broke into the training dungeon and intentionally set off a dungeon break. It's speculated that this is an extension of the dungeon terror that's been happening since last month. The woman ponders, asking if there were any trainees who stood out. Kim nods, saying, yeah, there were 2 of them. They're the ones who dealt with the dungeon boss. We flash back to Kang and Yu-song, brutally smashing the chicken to its core, both of them standing there, clothes covered in blood, laughing maniacally. The woman, curious, biting her goddamn soft, silky lips, says, oh, Kim continues, saying that one of them has overwhelming physical strength. His speed, agility, pretty much everything about him is at a monstrous level. But his greatest strength, his healing power, not only his endurance, but also his recklessness, without any fear of getting hurt, resulting in unpredictable tactics, which could be the hardest thing for an enemy to deal with. The other one is completely different from Kang. Kim wonders if he should call him a genius, saying that he's a trainee born with excellent fighting sense. His quick reflexes and tactical proficiency are outstanding, but his overly cruel nature is a big flaw. The woman, disregarding that last bit, says it's rare for Kim to praise someone that much, asking if he made a recruitment offer. Kim says, it's illegal to scout the trainees when you're an instructor, and she calls him as inflexible as usual. He laughs, saying it's natural for employees to resemble their boss's personality, as he calls her their guild leader. Then, after 3 goddamn boring conversations, we finally get to see the woman's face. And I gotta say, she's waifu material. We learn that this is Seon, who was mentioned earlier in the story. She says it's good to be an instructor, but asks him to return to the guild soon. This accident feels very strange to her, and Kim says he understands. The scene shifts again, and we see that it's finally the 10th day. The principal is giving a lecture, and Kang finally gets his Awakener certification. But as soon as he and Yu-song reach the main door, he notices a goddamn white, sparkling limousine. A man steps out of the car and says, Master, please get in. And Kong, surprised, asks Yu-song, were you born with a silver spoon? Yu-song smiles and tells Kong to get in, saying he'll take him home. Kong thanks him, then gets into the car, saying he's never ridden in a car like this before. Just then, Kim calls out to Kong from behind. Kong turns around and once again mispronounces Kim's name as Kring. By now, Kim's used to Kang's weak memory, so he just laughs it off. Kang, feeling that Kim came to say goodbye, says, you're surprisingly the affectionate type. Kim sighs, saying, it's not like that, but sure, let's say it is. He adds that the dungeon break accident that happened yesterday, and the clear rewards will be given to both of them. As Kim turns back to leave, Kang, flustered, screams for him to wait, asking, is that all you've got to say? At least give some words of gratitude. Kim sighs, telling Kang that he knows he's strong, and that he's probably going to keep getting stronger. He's sure they won't have to wait long before they meet in a dungeon again soon. But he reminds Kang to never forget his responsibility as a person with abilities, because now he's an ability user. We see Kang, with a very serious face, showing off his new card while it's stuck to his forehead like an idiot, asking Juhi if she sees his potential. But Juhi doesn't give a damn. She's just watching Asura recaps and was even subscribed to the channel like you all are, right? Right? She's on her phone, sarcastically saying, yeah, it's so great and admirable. Kong, feeling a little too proud, tells her that her arrogant behavior should stop starting today because from tomorrow onwards, he's going to run through all the dungeons in the area. Then he pauses, thinking, how the hell am I supposed to get there? Can I find a dungeon by searching on the map? Juhi smirks and says there's an app for that called Radar. Kong, now impressed, calls her a genius. But Juhi, confused and worried about Kang, thinks, although Kang was a loser and weak before, he wasn't this dumb. Did he gain muscle in place of his IQ? Kang explains that he did some research, reading about the app, which talks about dungeon maps, monster information, and even recruiting party members. He mentions that Gekka's Forest is an F-rank dungeon, and he wonders if he can handle it on his own. He thinks he can make a lot of money and maybe even brag to his mom about it. A month flies by, and the news announces that the reward for clearing the lowest grade F-rank dungeon is 20 million won. The magic stones, which are attracting attention as a new energy source, are said to be dropped by monsters. We then hear Kang's father asking his mother if she's heard from Kong lately, mentioning that he got a license or something last month. She then tells him that Kong actually sent them 10 million as pocket money, and it looks like they even got a used car last week. The dad, surprised, says, "Now, Kang earns more than his old man," and he laughs. But his mother, putting down the plate, is worried. She's heard that a lot of people get hurt and die in these dungeons, and she wonders if something bad might happen. The dad tries to reassure her, saying it's better for Kang to be doing this than being unemployed. On the TV, they say that when you go into a dungeon, you should form a team. The father says, "Kang's not the type to do things recklessly, so it'll be fine, I guess." She reluctantly agrees, saying that Kong's always been smart since he was young. Meanwhile, Kang was raiding dungeons alone. Well, his parents didn't know Kang had become Deadpool and had a Minecraft bed to respawn. And Kong? He was busy popping some tarantula's cherries with his psycho smile, blood all over his face. Outside the dungeon, we see his car, which he's lovingly named Butley. His phone is ringing, but he's not answering. His mother, worried, says he must be sleeping or something, and the father suggests she just call him tomorrow. She agrees, but says to make sure to tell him about that thing in front of the supermarket. Then we get a close look just in front of Kang's parents' house. A freaking creepy, worn-down gate appeared. And the exact moment it opened, with a creak, a chilling aura came pouring out from the dungeon. And just a few moments later, some damn sons of goblins and orcs started marching down in the thousands. But that wasn't the end. A freaking thick, huge-ass goblin was also marching from behind. The scene shifts, and we see Kang coming out of the dungeon, having cleared it solo, saying, "Nothing's better than kicking some ass." He heads toward his car, opens it, and picks up his phone, noticing there are 36 freaking missed calls from Juhi. The phone rings one more time, and Kang, curious, picks it up. On the other end, Juhi's voice is shaking. She's crying and saying something bad happened. She explains how a dungeon opened near Mom and Dad's house and that they're in danger. Hearing this, Kang's face goes dark, dead serious, his eyes wide open. The scene shifts, and we see Juhi still shaken and worried, telling Kong not to go alone. But for the first time, Kong, acting like a damn big bro with a kind and polite tone, reassures her, saying, "No need to worry. Who do you think I am?" Turning back with confidence, Kong reassures Juhi again, saying, "Even though I might look like a loser at times, I cleared stage 8, which only 3 people have done in Korea. So all you need to do is trust your brother." Juhi is still tense but waves Kong goodbye, saying, "Please take care and don't lose your cool." Kong waves back, telling her not to worry, but as soon as he closes the door and sits in his car, his face turns dead serious, like he's about to devour all the orcs alive. The scene shifts again, and we see the military stopping Kang, telling him he can't proceed any further and that he should turn back. Kang says he's an ability user and asks if he can go through. They try to tell him he might die if he goes alone, but another man steps in and tells them to let him through. They're low on manpower, and any ability user is welcome, but they won't be responsible for anything that happens afterward. Kong understands and thanks them for their hard work. As he moves through the woods, Kang notes that there are at least 5 confirmed dungeon breaks, with an E rank mixed in. He hopes his parents are safe and holding up well, wondering if he'll arrive on time. Just then, a big-ass boar rams into the side of his car, sending him flying off the road and crashing into a nearby tree. As we see the boar's eyes glowing red, there's a brief silence. Then Kang stretches out of the car, crawling out, muttering, "What bad luck! This fucking pig just ruined Butley." He draws his blade, saying he will avenge his beloved comrade. The pig starts to growl at him. Kang looks up, realizing it's actually quite big. Then he hears a screeching sound and glances over to see a big group of green asses running in. They're all goblins, heading straight toward him. Kang wonders if he burned down a goblin country in his past life or something, because just when he thinks he's forgotten about them, they show up and cause trouble. Forget about winning, he doesn't have time to deal with all of them. He starts to run, saying, "They say the best revenge is forgiveness," and tells the pig, "I gotta go, have a good time." As the pig growls, we see a volley of arrows flying from its side. Kang's plan worked. He intentionally ran toward the goblins so that their arrows would hit the huge-ass pig, and it worked. Like that, the pig and goblins start killing each other, and Kang watches from the side with a satisfied look on his face. After that, Kang starts running, saying, "Now that Butley is gone, I can't waste time on unnecessary things." Night falls, and Kang's phone is broken, his battery nearly dead. He had to save it, so he did the unthinkable, trusted Google Maps to navigate through the jungle, but he got lost. Just then, he hears a weird sound in the woods, and we see something slowly approaching him from behind. As he turns, making eye contact with it, Kong instantly slices with his sword, and only blood follows. It was an invisible wolf called a Disrufin. Once it falls to the floor, Kong is surprised, saying, "I didn't think there were monsters that could turn invisible too," and realizes he won't be able to sleep comfortably tonight. As even more begin to circle him, slowly revealing a whole horde of them, he readies his blade, instantly slicing multiple times, slaughtering them like a killing machine. After he's done with the slaughter, he spits out the blood that got into his mouth, sighs, and then does his signature move. His eyes go red like he's smoked marijuana all night, his whole body covered in blood, holding a bloody sword with his psychopathic smile, saying, "I can do this all day, all night." Morning comes, and we see hundreds of wolf corpses thrown around like trash all over the jungle. Kang fought the entire night without resting, but now he's laying on top of a tree. For some reason, as soon as morning came, the wolves stopped coming and he managed to sleep for an hour. On the other hand, at Kang's mom and dad's apartment, we see his mom read the text Kang sent. He wrote that he would be reaching home very soon and requested them to lock the door and stay safe. Still scared, Kang's mom calls his dad, who tells her to lower her voice. It might attract the monster. They start to whisper, worried. Mom asks, "Is it really okay for Kang to come here?" Dad, also worried, tells her to call Kang and tell him not to come, but she explains that Kang's phone is switched off. So Dad says, "It's okay, nothing will happen. I know my son is strong." But inside, he's also worried. Outside their house, there are hundreds of thick, muscular green monsters. Can their weak little Kong really kill them? Worried sick, Kang's dad glances out the window, but what he sees shocks him to his core. Outside, Kang is standing, soaked in goblin blood, covered in a dark aura, holding an ogre by its head. And in an instant, Kang crushes the skull like a balloon. Then, with a demonic smile, his face full of blood, he starts laughing maniacally, thinking, "Orcs are just a warm-up for me. Mom, Dad, your adorable little son has arrived." On the other hand, Kang's dad, seeing Kang in that terrifying state, shouted, "What the hell? Where did such a terrifying creature come from?" Kang laughs, saying, "I can handle an F-rank dungeon solo, so dealing with these orcs is a piece of cake." As more orcs approach, he adds, "Keep them coming, it's not even tiring." Then he spots 3 orc warriors among the horde. Each one of them could be a boss monster on its own. Suddenly he realizes, this must be an E-rank dungeon, not F-rank. He yells out, "Hey Mom, Dad, I'm coming to get you, just stay put and don't make a sound." His parents hear his voice, and his father mutters, "It can't be Kang's voice, right? I just saw a terrifying monster out there." But his mother, recognizing it instantly, says, "No, that's Kang." They peek out the window, carefully scanning the area. Kang's father realizes it really is him, but he's shocked. Kang looks like a human covered in blood, almost double his size from before, and that demonic smile, it sends chills down his spine. Meanwhile, Kang charges straight at the 3 orc warriors as they let out a war cry. He swings his blade, trading blow for blow with one of them. Another orc lunges from the side, thrusting its sword. Kang ducks beneath it, charging a magic explosion in his hand, and slams it right into the orc's face, gripping its head like a basketball. The explosion sends the orc's body collapsing to the ground. Before Kang can catch his breath, another orc leaps at him, swinging its weapon. Kang catches the blade with his hand, but the force fractures his wrist. It hurts, but not enough to stop him. He counters, stabbing the orc in the throat. With the orc impaled on his blade, Kang twists his body and hurls it into the 3rd orc like he's playing orc bowling. The orc warrior falls flat on its back, looking up at Kang in a vulnerable position. Kang, with a wicked grin, shoves his fist into the orc's mouth and says, "Magic explosion." The blue light glows from within, and the orc's head pops like a balloon, splattering blood everywhere. Kang sits atop the pile of dead orcs, blood, both his and theirs, dripping onto the ground. But he knows this is just the beginning. A whole tribe of orc warriors surrounds him, hundreds of them. Then he hears heavy footsteps and looks up to see a giant orc towering over the rest. It's an orc general. The orc general lets out a deep, menacing laugh. Kang, unimpressed, mutters, "So, you're the boss? Damn, you're ugly." He wanted to save his magic for regeneration, but it seems that's not an option anymore. He activates his giant's power, boosting his strength by 60%, and takes a deep breath, unleashing his lion's roar. "Let's see what you're made of!" He charges at the orc general. The orc general lands a blow on Kang's face, sending blood flying from his nose and knocking him back. Kang bumps into some of the other orc warriors, who immediately toss him back at the boss like a rag doll. Kang realizes, "This bastard's toying with me," as he gets knocked around, then kicked hard in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. He struggles to stand, gripping his blade tightly. "I can't back down. Not while my family is just behind me." The orc general is surprised at Kang's determination, fighting so hard on the brink of death. Kang screams, charging again, only to hear his mother's scream in the distance. He turns, seeing orcs climbing up to their window. Panic sets in, and Kang, with his bruised face and swollen eye barely open, uses his lion's roar and with all his might shouts, "You cannot go there, you fucking bastards! I'll pop all your cherries if you do!" He rushes toward his parents to save them, but gets grabbed by the orcs. He fights back, cutting off their arms and heads, but as he sprints forward, the orc general's huge hand grabs Kang by the head. Kang struggles, unable to move, and with a bam, the orc general smashes Kang's face into the ground, laughing maniacally with a satisfied smile. Kang, bloodied and barely conscious, whispers, "I can't let them get to my parents," as he stretches his shaking hand out, tears streaming down his face. His vision fades, his body grows cold, and he loses consciousness and dies. But just then, a flurry of attacks slices the orc general into 4 pieces. It's none other than our waifu, who's just arrived. Afterward, her guild members arrive, saying they've also killed all the remaining orcs. She asks about the residents, and they explain they're prioritizing evacuating the injured and ensuring the rest are safe. She sighs, saying, "The damage was huge, but thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, it wasn't as bad as it could have been." She looks over at Kang, saying, "That's him, right? The one who was facing hundreds of orcs alone until we arrived?" She's impressed, but adds, "Unfortunately, that person died." As she's about to instruct them to take care of Kang's body with utmost care, she notices the body is gone, vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. Meanwhile, we see Kang suddenly jolt awake, his eyes wide open. Well, Kang turned out to be just a frog in an F-rank well, and I can bet his villainous arc will begin if his parents die. Kang is perched on a tree branch, the same spot where he last slept. Suddenly, the system notifies him his Z-rank skill, Resurrection, has been used. Since there was no specific resurrection location set, he resurrected at the last place he slept. As a penalty, Kang's level drops by 1, and all his stats are decreased by 50%. Just then, with a bolt of realization, Kang understands what this means. He died and failed to protect his parents. He clenches his fists, feeling the weight of his failure. Grabbing his blade, he's determined to get back there immediately. As he drops from the tree, he feels the difference in his stats and mutters, "Damn, my body feels heavy." He starts running, his mind racing. "Please be alive! Please be alive!" he keeps repeating to himself. But as soon as Kang reaches the building, he notices the place is completely deserted, his parents' house included. After wandering all night, he stumbles upon a military unit and borrows a phone from an officer to contact Kim. Only then does he get the devastating news. His father had his arms amputated, and his mother is in a coma. Kang, furious, shatters the phone in his hand. 2 months later, the news reports on the Dogon Guild hunting a boss in the D-rank dungeon, Devil's Anus. They mention that Kyan, the guild leader, also talked about a new C-rank dungeon that recently appeared. Juhi, looking concerned, asks Kang if he's heading to a dungeon again. Without hesitation, but with a hint of sadness still in his voice, Kang says, "Yes." Juhi, worried, says, "You've already died 3 times this week." But Kang, unbothered, tells her he's fine. As he walks away, she tries to tell him it's not his fault his parents ended up like that, but he closes the door and leaves, her concern evident. As Kang descends the stairs, Juhi steps outside the door, watching him go with a worried expression, thinking if she had cleared higher in the tutorial, she might have been able to do something. Inside a dungeon, we see a giant ant called Antria being killed by a man with a spear. He levels up, getting hyped, and is congratulated by his party for being the ace. The guy internally brags, thinking he's too good to hang out with losers like them, but soon he'll be level 35 and ready to join the Dogon Guild. Suddenly, they spot someone running toward them. It's Kang. The guy warns him that the core room is ahead and it's dangerous, but Kang ignores him and keeps running. The group decides to follow, curious about what he's up to. Kang, standing in front of an army of huge ants, all ready to devour him, is not messing around this time. With a serious face, standing tall with his long sword, he activates his skill, Wayne's secret. Veins start to bulge on his face, electricity crackles around him, and Kang starts to growl like he's about to unleash a Chidori. Wayne's secret ability increases all stats by 40% except mana when activated, but over time, the user's body will deteriorate. As the ants leap on top of Kang, he gives them a death stare and begins a mass slaughter, his villainous smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the cocky level 35 guy and his crew reach the scene and are absolutely shocked. Their mouths hang open in disbelief as they witness Kang single-handedly slaughtering the ants. Kang approaches the dungeon core, saying he'd just acquired Wayne's secret yesterday, and it synergizes well with his regeneration skill. This skill burns his body all the time, but with his self-healing, his physical regeneration has reached rank A. Now, even if his hand gets cut off, it will regenerate. "Man, I'm telling you, he's becoming Deadpool day by day," he muses. Just then, the cocky guy calls out to Kang from behind and asks if he's really okay. Kang replies, "I'm so much better I could dance!" Hearing this, they exchange glances, and Kang grabs the dungeon core, a normal core, puts it in his inventory and says, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Now please get out of my way." With that, Kang leaves without another word. They ask if he's not going to collect the magical crystals from the corpses, but he says he doesn't need them, it's all theirs, and leaves, thinking he doesn't have time to waste. He wants to become the strongest. The group instantly starts collecting the mana crystals, wondering how much money they're going to get. The spear guy turns around, giving Kang one last glance before they leave. Sometime later, one of them asks who that man was. The cocky guy replies, "Why does it matter? We're earning a lot of money, and that's the important thing." He tells her not to get so caught up on it, as there are different types of people everywhere. The important thing is that they earned a few days' worth of money at once, all thanks to him. One of the other members suggests that maybe it's that guy, the one who clears dungeons by himself. The spear guy says, "There's no way. Even if the rumor is real, the guy only cleared E-rank dungeons." He was about to dismiss the idea when suddenly the ground starts to shake. They all get status windows appearing in front of them, saying that the core has been removed and that the portal to the outside is now open. Meanwhile, in the boss room, hundreds of general ants lie dead, and Kang, like a demon king, is sitting on top of the queen ant's dead body, sighing. He's acquired yet another skill book called Antria's Outer Shell. When activated, it will harden his skin. Kang notes that Wayne's secret and his regeneration skill are already pushing his mana to the limit, and using this new skill would definitely drain him completely. He explains to himself that using many skills doesn't make you skilled. Mastering a skill by using it 10,000 times makes it useful. Kang still regrets that he wasn't strong enough to save his parents, and he swears, "I will become the strongest man alive on Earth." The scene shifts, and we see a bunch of reporters and scouts standing outside the dungeon. They're all buzzing with excitement, reporting on a rumor that's been flying around. A man has been clearing dungeons all by himself, and guess what? He was spotted entering this very dungeon today. But before they can even wrap up their reports, they hear something. Footsteps, slow and heavy. The sound makes everyone freeze. All heads turn, eyes wide, and what do they see? Kang, slowly emerging from the dungeon door. He looks frustrated, rubbing his neck and running his hand through his hair like he's trying to shake off whatever just went down inside. The moment he steps out, he's blinded by flashing lights. Reporters are snapping pictures like it's some kind of frenzy. Already frustrated, Kang feels his patience slipping. His head is about to explode. But before he can even say a word, the reporters rush in, swarming around him like hungry wolves. "Are you the new hunter who's been clearing dungeons solo? Look here, give us a comment." Some guild recruiters even shove cards in his face, trying to sweet-talk him with promises of benefits. But Kang doesn't give a fuck. He's got no interest in their offers. He's got one mission, to get stronger, to protect his family. So with a cold, dismissive tone, he shuts them all down. "I'm not interested," he mutters. "Don't know who this rumored rookie is that y'all keep talking about. Think whatever you want." He brushes them off and moves to walk away. But one reporter, he doesn't budge. And they collide. The reporter has the nerve to say, "Did you just bump into me?" That's it! That one little sentence was the final straw. Kang's patience, gone. His veins start pulsing, his face darkens, and in a booming voice he shouts, "What are you gonna do if I did? Huh?" His bloodthirsty glare alone makes the poor reporter's meat turn to jelly, and looks like he's about to wet his pants. Terrified, the reporter stammers out an apology, practically shaking in his boots. Kang doesn't even respond, just takes a deep breath, calming his frustration, and walks off without another word. As soon as he's gone, the whispers start. The reporters huddle together, gossiping. "Did you see that? He was about to murder that guy! He's definitely a dangerous underground gangster. We need to check if he has a criminal record." Meanwhile, Kang finally reaches the parking lot, standing in front of his car. Bunty number 2. Yeah, you heard that right. Kang's about to get in, still muttering under his breath about the reporters and guilds being such a headache when suddenly, someone calls out from behind. He turns, eyebrow raised. A middle-aged man, smiling politely, approaches him. The man hands Kong a card, his tone gentle. "No need to get defensive, Kong. I'm here to help." Kong takes the card, eyeing the man cautiously. "I'm from the Alliance Association. We've been watching you for some time now, and we'd like to offer you our full support. Whatever resources you need, we'll provide." Kang stays silent, just staring at the card. The man continues, smiling. "Take your time to decide. Our contact number is on the card. You don't need to give me an answer now." He bows politely and leaves Kang standing there, card in hand. Kang knows about the Alliance Association. They aren't like those profit-hungry guilds. They genuinely support hunters. But why are they interested in him? Later, Kong's sitting in a restaurant, slurping down some ramen, still pondering the offer. This association is huge. They don't just recruit anyone. Why him? He shrugs, pushing the thoughts aside for now. He'll deal with it later. As he slurps down his ramen, a little kid points at him. "Mom, look, that monster's eating ramen." The mom panics, trying to hush the kid, terrified that Kang might overhear them and eat her kid. Kang, meanwhile, is just focused on his ramen. He's finished 3 bowls already, thinking about the new skill he just acquired. Antony's body strengthening. It makes his skin as tough as steel. But Kang's mana is almost always drained because he's constantly using Viney's secret technique and regenerating his body. If he activates Antony's skill, he won't be able to use his other abilities freely. His biggest problem right now, he needs more mana. But increasing his mana capacity isn't something he can do instantly. He decides he needs to find an item that boosts mana. Kang pulls out his phone, browsing through shopping malls and equipment stores, but everything only increases his mana by 1 or 2 points. Completely useless. Just then, a Reddit post catches his eye. The post talks about an E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, where you can defeat the shaman boss and get a magic ring that drastically increases your mana. The catch? The entire Goblin Village has to be wiped out mercilessly in front of the shaman, and only then will the ring drop. But there's another problem. A gangster has already claimed the dungeon. Kang leans back in his chair, slurping his ramen one last time. "Looks like I've got my next destination," he mutters with a smirk. While reading the details of this dungeon, Kong is already making his way toward it. The Reddit posts mention that this dungeon used to be a peaceful, quiet hunting ground. People would come here, kill goblin scouts, gather magic crystals, and make some cash. But recently, some unauthorized thugs decided to claim the land, arguing it's their territory and they won't let anyone else in. The government? They don't give a damn as long as the dungeon doesn't break. There are also reports that hunters who visited recently have disappeared. Kang reads all these comments on the Reddit post and finally arrives at the dungeon entrance. To his surprise, no one's guarding it. Well, Kang couldn't care less about guards anyway. With that, he opens the dungeon door and steps inside. But as soon as he exits the dungeon, he notices 2 boys and a girl standing there, eyeing him like prey. The girl smirks. "Well, well, another one for us to kill and loot. What luck." The other boy, grinning like a wolf, says, "We'll make a nice bonus today." Then the girl giggles. "I had a dream about a fat piggy the other day, and look, here he is, walking right in front of us." One of the boys, let's call him Chicken Head number 2, steps forward all cocky, saying, "Didn't you hear? This is Bait Guild territory. You're trespassing, buddy." Kong, clearly annoyed, rolls his eyes and says, "So what? Should I dance or something?" Hearing that, Musclehead and the girl start laughing. "When you enter someone else's territory without permission," Musclehead says, "you gotta pay the toll. Hand over all your gear and maybe we'll spare your life." Before they can say anything more, something whooshes past them, and in a blink, Chicken Head number 2 is sent flying backward, hitting the ground hard, unconscious and twitching, mouth foaming. The girl and Musclehead spin around, shocked. Chickenhead's body is trembling on the ground, completely knocked out. Kang, standing there, clearly pissed off, says nothing. The girl curses at him, drawing her sword, and Musclehead, too, pulls out his weapon, saying, "You're dead meat now, punk!" Musclehead leaps into the air, sword raised to slice Kong in half. But Kang? He casually grabs the sword with one hand, and with a crunch, snaps it in half like it's nothing. The next second, Kang delivers a brutal kick to Musclehead's stomach, sending him flying back. With a deep, cold voice, Kang says, "I really like people like you guys." He smirks. "You know why?" Then, with another jump, Kang lands on top of Musclehead, delivering a hard kick. "Because no matter how much I hit you guys, you don't feel bad." He's about to kick him again when, boom! A mana blast hits Kang from behind. He barely flinches, but it catches him off guard. He turns, glaring deadly at the girl who's holding her sword and trembling. Her face turns bright red as she stammers, "Stop it, you freak!" She's shaking so badly it looks like she might drop her weapon. Kang slowly turns around, his eyes narrowing. "Thanks for that," he says with a dangerous calmness. The girl's eyes widen in fear as she starts to realize what's about to happen. In the blink of an eye, Kang dashes toward her, grabbing her hand in what seems like a romantic gesture. Holding her hand, he pulls her closer and says, "You taught me something today, so let me teach you something in return." The girl's breath catches in her throat as Kang gives a sinister smile. "I'll show you how to properly use that mana blast of yours." With that, Kang activates his mana blast, and while still holding her hand, directs the full force inside her pussy. Directs the full force at her hands. The blast shatters her hand into pieces. She screams in agony, but Kang doesn't stop. Next, he grabs her feet and blasts them too. Now the girl is lying on the ground, writhing in pain, screaming at the top of her lungs. Kang, disgusted, wipes her blood off his hands. "Just a bunch of nobodies," he mutters. But then, Kang notices more figures standing behind him. He turns to see a group of people staring at him in anger, weapons drawn. One of them steps forward and says, "How dare you do this in Bait Guild's territory?" With weapons raised, they sneer at him. "You'll better say your goodbyes. You're not leaving here alive." Kang stares at them for a moment, silent. Then, with a ruthless smile and a deadly aura, he says, "That's perfect. I needed a guide anyway." And with that, we all know what's going to happen to the members of Beardkill. Go ahead and write RIP Bait Guild below. After that, we're thrown into a flashback. Let's call him Chickenhead number 3. We're shown how the tutorial changed his life. In these dungeons, power decides your rank. Violence and money are yours to take. The more violence you do, the more money you get. No one's there to stop you, and no one is like him. A guy who was just some useless person in society, stuck in that 9-to-5 grind, barely making ends meet. Now, he's living like a king. Money to burn, whatever food he wants, any place he wants to stay, and any girl he wants. Not only that, he's an executive of the Bait Guild, a huge guild. Life's been going so well in that dungeon, without a single fear in his heart. But today, something was different. This strange guy, Kang, appeared out of nowhere. Chickenhead number 3 was just doing his daily business, trying to rob Kang of his belongings. But before he even had time to think, bam! A punch right to his face. Next thing he knows, he's on the ground, mouth swollen, blood dripping out of his nose, eyes barely open. When he finally comes to, he sees Kang standing in front of a portal. The people around him are knocked out, and there's a small knife stuck in Kang's stomach. But Kang doesn't have a single scratch. Chickenhead number 3 is in shock, thinking, how did we lose to this one unarmed individual? Who the hell is this guy? Then we see Kang pull that knife from his stomach and, showing it off to all the others on the ground, he says in a deep, menacing voice, "Hey, you criminal freaks, I'll give you 5 seconds. All of you gather in front of me right now or I'll cut your little pee-pees." With a sinister look, Kang licks the blood off the knife and whispers, "Guide selection starts now." Then we cut to Kang picking out a fresh prey, Chickenhead number 4. Kang grabs him by the neck, wraps an arm around him like they're best friends, and tells the others, "I've chosen this guy to be my guide because I like his face. Everybody clap for him." But everyone just sits there, dead quiet, staring at Kang. Some are angry, some are shocked. Kang, he's not happy. He brings that knife right up to Chickenhead number 3's ear and whispers, "Clap." And just like that, Chickenhead number 3's pants start shaking, and with a trembling voice, he starts clapping. 5 long minutes of clapping later, Chickenhead number 3 gets curious and asks, "I did what you said. So what happens to the rest of us?" Kang pauses, smirks, and says, "Those guys, they gotta promise to quit all their bad deeds, or I'm gonna have to take care of them." Chickenhead number 3 and his pals, they're relieved, clapping as they swear they're turning over a new leaf. But then Kang smirks, and with a brutal punch, smashes Chickenhead number 3 in the face. His nose breaks, blood spills, and Kang doesn't stop. He keeps hitting, saying, "You lying scum! People like you just lie and go back to their ways. It's better if I put you down for good. You're evil, nothing but a dog's tail that'll never straighten out." Kang beats him so badly that Chickenhead number 4 is on the verge of wetting himself in fear. Time passes and we see Chickenhead number 3 lying there, bloody, his hand blue from all the hits. He's shivering, barely able to move. Meanwhile, Kang puts a hand on his neck and with a villainous aura he growls, "Guide me, take me to the dungeon's boss." Chickenhead number 3, tears in his eyes, just nods and starts leading the way. Later that afternoon, Chickenhead number 4 is explaining how most dungeons are small, but some are like hidden worlds inside, huge, maybe even city-sized. Kong, surprised, asks, "Really? This dungeon is that big?" As evening falls, they still haven't reached their destination. Kong, impatient, glares at Chickenhead number 4. "Are you trying to trick me?" Chickenhead number 4, terrified, insists, "I'm just taking us safely so we don't run into any monsters." Kong rolls his eyes. "Worrying about monsters? What a waste!" He points his sword right at Chickenhead number 4, giving him a deadly stare and commands, "Take me directly to the boss. I'm bored. Don't care if there's a monster in the way." But since it's already night, Kong suggests, "Let's camp here. I'm starving. First, we eat and rest, then we go." We cut to Kang around a campfire he set up, using 5 swords. Chickenhead number 4, frustrated, thinks, "Why does this guy carry so many damn swords?" Well, the thing was, all of these swords were the ones that the goblins had put inside Kang's body, but they were unable to take Kang down. Finally, the instant ramen's ready. Chickenhead number 4 brings it over, steaming hot. Kang grabs the bowl and digs in, burning his fingers but not giving a damn. After polishing off the ramen, Kang casually asks Chickenhead number 4 his name, his age, and just how he ended up in this mess of a dungeon. Chickenhead number 4's name? That'd be Sung Woo. He tells Kang he's 25, broke as hell, drowning in student loans, and couldn't even apply for a scholarship. He had to juggle a part-time job just to keep his house running, which meant no time to study. And if that wasn't enough, his dad's business went belly up, making his life even worse. But just as Sung Woo is about to reveal the shocking bit about his mom, Kang cuts him off, pulling a disgusted face. "Why the hell are you telling me your sob story? Gross? Wanna die?" he growls. Sung Woo gulps and figures it's best to shut up. Kong rolls his eyes and says, "Enough with the nonsense. Eat the ramen. We've got to get up early for that dungeon boss." They scarf down the ramen, put out the campfire, and lay down. Kang facing left, Sung Woo facing right. Some time passes. Sung Woo cracks an eye open, notices Kang's asleep, and quietly gets up, standing over him. He thinks, if I could kill Kang, then maybe... But memories of Kang brutally taking down his friends flash through his mind. The psychotic smile Kang wore as he left them half dead. Yeah, that idea goes out the window. Sung Woo decides maybe he'll just sneak off while Kang sleeps, his gut screaming at him not to mess with this guy. Just as he starts to tiptoe away, he hears, "Hey, Sung Woo! Where do you think you're going?" Kang's voice cuts through the silence. Sung Woo freezes. He stammers out an excuse. I just gotta pee!" Kang raises an eyebrow, smirking. "Pee right here. And if you even think of running, I'll bite your little pee-pee off and feed it to you." Sung Woo shudders, terrified, and does exactly as told, then crawls back to bed. The next morning, Sung Woo finally leads Kong to the Goblins' village. He points to a spot deep in the jungle, showing Kang rows of goblin huts. "That's it, the Goblins' village. The main core and the boss will be there," he says, hoping this is the end of it. Kang narrows his eyes, feeling the strong mana concentrated in the village. Sung Woo, confused, asks, "You can feel mana too?" Kang scoffs, "Are you weak as a rat? Can't even sense a little mana?" Sung Woo forces a smile, feeling useless and telling himself to keep calm. But from inside, Sung Woo is boiling. He's telling himself to wait. Just wait for the right moment and he'll teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Kang, though, couldn't care less, just following behind as Sung Woo leads on. Sung Woo thinks to himself, this dungeon is special. All the goblins have made a village out in the middle of the jungle, and most of them, about 95%, stay within the village. They only send 15-20 scouts out into the jungle, but he's brought Kang to the heart of it, where thousands of starving goblins are waiting. They'll tear Kang apart the second they see him. As they reach the village, Kang sees the goblins and instantly grins, revealing his teeth in a greedy, sinister smile. "Why not kill them all?" he mutters to himself, practically drooling at the sight. For him, thousands of goblins are a feast waiting to happen. Meanwhile, Sung Woo's confused as hell. Why is Kang happy? Thousands of goblins start charging toward Kang, and Kang gets ready, licking his lips. But then, suddenly, a bag comes flying over, landing right behind Kang. Kang whips around to see Sung Woo showing him the middle finger. "You're insane!" Sung Woo shouts, backing away. "Meeting you was the worst! Here's to hoping those goblins chew you up good, you crazy bastard!" And with that, Sung Woo takes off, praying the goblins will finish Kang off. Kang just smiles, giving a creepy, bloodthirsty stare and growls, "You're screwed, Sung Woo! Just wait till I'm done here!" Sung Woo keeps running for what feels like half an hour, finally stopping to catch his breath. He laughs, relieved. Left that psycho Kang alone with a village of starving goblins. Now that's justice. He figures Kang must be goblin food by now, imagining them tearing Kang apart. But just as he's reveling in his escape, a system notification pops up in front of his face. It reads, "Dungeon core destroyed, portal to exit opened." Sung Woo's face drops. He stares at the notification, reading it again and again. Is this a dream? Bro thinks he's safe, but he's about to find out it's a nightmare. So yeah, everyone, drop an RIP for Chickenhead number 4 in the comments. On the other hand, Sang Woo's condition is getting worse. He stands outside the dungeon exit, staring at his status window, his entire body shaking with fear, realizing the kind of monster he has messed with. Sang Woo's mind races, thinking about the impossible feat Kang must have accomplished. If a single hunter were to clear this entire dungeon alone, he'd have to kill thousands of goblins and orcs. And to do that, Sang Woo knows, one would need insanely overwhelming strength and endurance. But then reality hits hard. Inside the dungeon, Kang isn't just surviving, he's decimating everything. With brute strength and magic missiles, Kang is brutally slaughtering all the goblins and orcs, his body drenched in goblin blood. Yet Kang doesn't care. Instead, he's enjoying every second of it. Sang Woo thinks strength and endurance might be manageable, but what truly matters is overwhelming defense. Without it, no one could survive the relentless waves of goblins until the very end. But back in the dungeon, the reality is far from what Sang Woo imagines. Kang's defense is almost zero. Goblin blood covers him, yet Kang remains unfazed. Why? Because of his Deadpool-like regenerative ability? Sang Woo shudders, thinking even with immense defense, stamina is the final key. After killing thousands of goblins, any hunter's stamina would hit rock bottom, but Kang had enough stamina to kill Salmon King alone. Sang Woo begins to connect the dots. Kang has maxed out strength, endurance, defense, and stamina. The realization dawns, and Sang Woo's body starts shivering uncontrollably. His face turns pale as he whispers to himself, "Is Kang some kind of SS rank hunter hiding his abilities?" The mere thought sends chills down his spine. Sang Woo always thought Kang was just a normal average hunter, good at fighting, sure, but this was monstrous. Sang Woo starts trembling harder. Kang must be a strategic genius, he thinks. But inside the dungeon, the reality is far simpler. Kang has no strategy, no plan. He operates on one mantra: muscles are the greatest wisdom. Meanwhile, Kang's brutality reaches its peak. He's taken multiple rods and planted them into Salmon King's neck. Then, with unrelenting force, Kang punches Salmon King's mouth, follows it with a magic blast, and pops his head like a balloon. The dungeon system instantly notifies Kang, "You have killed Salmon King and cleared the dungeon." As a reward, Kang receives a D grade plus Salmon King's ring, with a durability of 50. The ring increases Kang's magic stat by +4 and boosts mana regeneration by 10%. Kang is ecstatic. He proudly slides Salmon King's ring onto his finger, smirking with satisfaction, declaring that his goal is achieved. It's time to leave the dungeon. As he exits, Kang muses with a psychopathic grin. "Now how should I deal with that fucker, Sang Woo?" But as soon as Kang steps out of the dungeon, he's shocked. Hundreds of people are standing there, fully armed with weapons and armor, waiting for him. Kang scans the crowd with disdain, muttering to himself, "Are they here to welcome me? Where are the damn sweets?" His glowing eyes finally spot Sang Woo within the crowd. Kang's face twists into his signature psychopathic smile. He stretches his muscles, making them ripple with malignant intent. "Should I break his legs first? Or his hands?" Kang growls, stepping forward with menace. But before Kang could act, a voice from behind halts him, saying there's been a big misunderstanding. Kang turns to his left and spots a man with gray hair approaching him. The man tells Kang they aren't here to fight, they're here to talk. He admits that maybe one of their members made a mistake. The gray-haired man steps closer, extending his hand, and introduces himself as Zhang Yu, the leader of the Bait Guild. But Kang already pissed off, doesn't even acknowledge the handshake. Instead, he glares at Jiang Yu with an irritated expression, snapping that he doesn't care about his handshake or his introduction. "Stop wasting my time and get straight to the damn point!" Kang growls, warning that if he gets any angrier, he'll beat the shit out of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu clenches his fists, his anger simmering, but he controls himself. Deciding to follow Kang's command, he cuts straight to the chase. Jiang Yu explains that the Bait Guild, one of Korea's top 5 strongest guilds, wants Kang to join their ranks. In return, Jiang Yu promises wealth, fame, money, women, whatever Kang wants. Inside, Jiang Yu smirked, thinking that no hunter, especially one who looks like a noob, would ever refuse such a tempting offer. But Kang's anger boils over. Jiang Yu pulls out a golden visiting card, calling it a special edition card that guarantees direct admission into the Bait Guild. Kang barely glances at it before flicking it into the air. With his usual quirky grin, Kang sneers, "I know my personality sucks, but my life ain't so bad that I'd join some scumbag dumbass guild like yours, even if it's top 5 in Korea." The card floats to the ground as Jiang Yu's face turns red with rage. But before he can respond, Kang steps closer, his evil, psychopathic smile widening. Showing his teeth like a furious tiger ready to devour, Kang asks in a deep, threatening tone, "What's wrong, Jiang Yu? You mad? Wanna fight?" Jiang Yu's blood pressure spikes, his veins bulging, but he forces himself to stay calm. He insists that he's only here to talk and give Kang a chance to make his future brighter. But Kang isn't interested. Without another word, Kang turns on his heel and walks away. Over his shoulder, he snarls, "Fuck your opportunity, my ass!" Kang climbs into his car, muttering about how he can't catch a break dealing with these pests, and drives off. As Kang disappears down the road, Jiang Yu stands there, his anger simmering. What happens next with Jiang Yu and Wu will be revealed later. The scene shifts to Kang driving home, deep in thought. Kang realizes he almost screwed everything up. There were more than 100 hunters back there, and Kang's energy and strength were low. If they had all attacked at once, Kang wouldn't have been able to defeat them. It's a relief they didn't fight, but Kang is still pissed off that he couldn't teach Jiang Yu a lesson. With a menacing grin, Kang swears that the next time he sees Jiang Yu, he will kill him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts again. Chickenhead No. 3, one of Jiang Yu's subordinates, informs their guild leader about the mess Jiang Yu caused. He reveals that it was Jiang Yu who guided Kang into the dungeon. Jiang Yu, confused and terrified, doesn't understand what's going on, but the guild leader's face is void of expression, his anger simmering under the surface. With a cold, sharp tone, the guild leader orders his manager to bring him his sword. The manager obeys, and Jiang Yu begins to shake in fear, realizing what's coming. Terrified, Jiang Yu pleads for his life, promising to do anything for free if the guild leader spares him. But before Jiang Yu can finish his plea, the guild leader plunges the sword into his chest. The scene is grisly, as Jiang Yu is left crying and begging, but the guild leader is beyond reason. His anger boils over and he throws Jiang Yu's body into the dungeon. The guild leader then orders his manager to gather information about Kang, saying someone is already tailing him. Jiang Yu, rage consuming him, starts laughing maniacally. "How dare Kang refuse me and insult me like that?" Jiang Yu rants, plotting to harm Kang's family. With a twisted smile, he says, "Kang loves his people. If I target them, will he still be so arrogant?" Laughing darkly, Jiang Yu declares that if he can't tame Kang directly, he'll exploit his weakness to control him. Well, when I was a kid, my dad always told me to stay away from lunatics. They go crazy when you touch their loved ones. With those words, the Bait Guild signs their own death warrant. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Kang and Joo-hee at the Korean BBQ premium restaurant. The aroma of tasty, mouth-watering BBQ fills the air as Joo-hee grills the meat. Sitting across the table, Kang listens as Joo-hee teases him. She remarks how she never dreamed her jobless, useless, pathetic brother would ever bring her to such a premium restaurant. Joo-hee's tone is light, but there's a genuine hint of pride in her words. Kang feels a small sense of pride swell within him, though he doesn't react much outwardly. He's still upset, thinking about their parents, who remain unwell. Finally, breaking the silence, Kang asks Joo-hee about their mom. While grilling the BBQ, Joo-hee responds casually, saying their mom is fine and will recover soon. Kang breathes a sigh of relief, and for the first time in months, a warm smile spreads across his face. Joo-hee notices the change and bursts out laughing. It's a rare sight. She playfully points out how Kong is smiling like a normal person for once. Her laughter is contagious, but she can't help but admit that she almost forgot Kong could smile that way. Kong, pausing mid-sip of water, looks up with a creepy, evil, psychopathic smile. He tells Juhi he always laughing, just like he is now. The smile is unsettling, and Juhi rolls her eyes in exasperation. She retorts that she wasn't talking about Kang's usual creepy smile. It doesn't count. Suddenly, Kang's stomach rumbles loudly and he clutches his stomach in discomfort. He abruptly stands up, causing Juhi to glance up in surprise. Kang begins heading somewhere. His expression is strained as he mutters about needing to hit the bathroom. Juhi, watching him leave, jokes that he should finish eating the meat first before heading out. But Kang waves her off, his discomfort evident. He says if he eats more meat, his own meat will come out right here. Juhi's face twists in disgust. She groans, clearly irritated by Kang's bluntness. Was it really necessary for him to say that while they were eating? She adds sarcastically that Kang should do his business in the dungeon instead of ruining her meal. Kang, unfazed, shrugs and explains that while fighting monsters in the dungeon, he doesn't get time for such things. Rolling her eyes again, Juhi snaps for him to stop talking nonsense and just go. The scene shifts, and we see Kang in the bathroom, washing his hands. He breathes a sigh of relief, muttering to himself how it felt like he had 3 days' worth of shit stored inside him. He feels so light now. Stepping out of the bathroom, Kang's attention is drawn to a boy talking to Juhi at their table. The boy looks back briefly while Juhi gestures toward Kong and says something to him. Before Kong reaches the table, the boy bows respectfully and leaves. Kang narrows his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. Was this Juhi's boyfriend? Sitting down, Kang smirks and teases Juhi about whether the boy had come to propose to her. Juhi's face hardens with annoyance as she responds that she doesn't like boys like that shoot-up guy. She adds that the boy wasn't there for her. He was looking for Kang. That boy claimed to be Kang's friend, she says. Kang frowns, confused. He doesn't recognize that boy. Juhi hands him a letter, explaining that the boy said Kang would understand who he was after reading it. Still in a decent mood, Kang opens the letter and mumbles about how, if the boy knew him, he should have stayed and said hello instead of leaving. But as Kang unfolds the letter, his expression darkens. He stops reading midway, his mood instantly shifting. The letter is from the Bait Guild. It includes a phone number, a message warning that the guild leader has a hello for Juhi, and a subtle threat. They will be watching Juhi closely. The scene shifts again to nighttime. Kong and Juhi have returned home. Juhi realizes she forgot some items and casually mentions that she'll head out to the convenience store to grab them. Kong, however, stops her. He insists she should rest and offers to go out himself. Juhi looks at him, shocked. Kang volunteering for errands? That's unheard of. But Kang simply smirks and brushes it off, saying there's a first time for everything. He grabs his coat and heads out, leaving Juhi in a mix of surprise and disbelief. Then the scene shifts, and we see Kong walking back from the convenience store, his mind racing with worry. He is cursing the Bait Guild, silently thinking, what the hell do they want now? Kang's thoughts spiral as he wonders, do they want to harm my family? Anxiety grips him, and he considers staying with Juhi for a few days to protect her. But another darker thought strikes him. What if the Bait Guild targets his parents in the hospital? A pang of helplessness washes over Kong. He knows he can't protect everyone at the same time. As Kong wrestles with his thoughts, his phone rings. It's his father's number. Kong picks up, and his father's voice carries unexpected news. Your mom has regained consciousness. Kang freezes, his face lighting up with pure joy, and he starts jumping like a kid. His father continues, explaining that the doctor said she will recover completely and be as healthy as before. Kang breathes a deep sigh of relief, a warm smile spreading across his face. But before he can fully savor the moment, his father's tone shifts, and he delivers something that stirs Kang's fury. His father tells him that a friend came to the hospital to visit Kang's mom. Kang's brow furrows. What friend? His father adds that he didn't recognize this so-called friend, but the man left a message. Tell Kang that we're from the Bait Guild and will take good care of his mom and dad. Kang will understand what we mean. Kang stands still, his body stiff and radiating rage. Inside, his fury boils to a level that feels volcanic, his veins bulging and his face contorting like a wild beast's. His teeth grind together as his fists clench tightly. Kang feels a primal urge to bury the Bait Guild into the ground. The scene shifts to the next day, where we see a young woman, Miss Miu, chatting with her colleague. Miss Miu is the same woman who once dreamed of becoming a civil servant to guide new hunters. As they talk, A newly trained hunter approaches with a bottle of juice, offering it politely. Miss Mew smiles, accepting the juice and sharing it with her colleague. Her colleague remarks about how polite and kind the hunters are, joking that this job is like a dream, meeting handsome, polite hunters every day. But Miss Mew's mind drifts to darker memories. She suddenly remembers the two psychopathic students from a recent batch, the worst generation of hunters she had ever trained. Miss Mew shudders as she recalls how one of them broke his partner's arms and legs during sparring, while the other defeated his instructor in a single blow. Their faces were like wild beasts, and one of them even resembled an orc warrior. Miss Mew admits to her colleague that she still dreams about them at night, their terrifying faces haunting her. Suddenly, she feels an intense presence behind her. A chill runs down her spine as she slowly turns, her heart pounding. There, standing like a zombie, is Kong. His piercing eyes lock onto hers, unblinking and intense. Miss Mew freezes, her body trembling. As realization dawns, she processes that Kang is the psychopath from her nightmares. Her fear escalates, and she starts to see Kang as a monster ready to devour her whole. Kang's eyes don't waver, staring straight into Miss Mew's. Her terror peaks, and she screams. Her colleague, equally terrified, feels her soul leave her body. The pair are so scared that they instinctively call the police. But before they can do anything, Kang steps forward, his expression grim yet firm, and explains that he's not a monster. He introduces himself, saying he's Kong, and reminding Miss Mew that he graduated recently. Kang quickly gets to the point. He's here for Kim's address. His urgency is clear as he demands to know Kim's whereabouts. Miss Mew, sobbing uncontrollably, manages to stammer out that Kim isn't working as an instructor anymore. Instead, Kim is managing his guild now. Kang, burning with determination, explains that he needs Kim's help to protect his family temporarily so he can deal with the Bait Guild once and for all. The scene shifts again, and we see Kim giving a report to his guildmaster, but the atmosphere is tense. One of the guild members bursts in, his face pale with fear. He tells Kim that there's a monster-like figure outside. The man describes Kang, his orc-like appearance, his intimidating aura, and how he's causing a ruckus. The guild members, all terrified, are unsure what to do, but Kim listens carefully, his expression shifting from confusion to realization. With a heavy sigh, Kim mutters to himself that it can only be Kang. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Kong sitting with Kim. Kim is sipping his coffee when Kong, without wasting any time, gets straight to the point. He needs Kim's help. Kong wants to hire Kim. Kim chuckles and remarks that Kong always talks directly, no beating around the bush. That's one of the reasons he likes Kong. But Kim is curious, so he asks for more details. Kong's expression turns serious as he begins narrating the whole story, how his fight with the Bait Guild started, and how they are now threatening his family. Kong explains that all he needs is a bodyguard to protect his family until he can slaughter every single member of the Bait Guild. To make this happen, Kong says he's willing to pay Kim as much money as he wants. Hearing this, Kim raises an eyebrow, setting his coffee down. He admits that he has heard of the Bait Guild's reputation. They're infamous for their evil and dirty tactics. He adds that he and his guild have wanted to punish them for a long time, but the Bait Guild is slippery and never leaves a clue behind. Kong leans forward with a sinister smirk and tells Kim he doesn't need to worry about that. All Kim has to do is protect Kang's family. Kang will personally take care of the rest. He'll wipe out every single member of the Bait Guild on Kim's behalf. Kim stares at Kang, a mix of amusement and concern on his face. He mutters that Kang is still as brutal as the last time he saw him. But then Kim pauses and asks a question that catches Kang off guard. He wants to know why Kang didn't go to Sang-woo instead. Why did Kong come straight to him? At the mention of Sang-woo's name, Kang's face twists into a strange expression. With an irritated tone, Kang asks if Kim would trust his own family's safety to a psychopath like Sang-woo. He shakes his head and adds that apart from Kim and Sang-woo, he doesn't know or trust any other hunters. That's why he came directly to Kim. Kang reiterates his request, saying Kim only has to protect his family for a week. In return, Kang will pay Kim whatever amount he wants. But Kim, now wearing a serious expression, calmly sets his coffee down and says he doesn't need Kang's money. Kim admits that his guild is wealthy enough. He has no use for Kong's payment, but he does have a proposal. Kim offers to help Kong, but on one condition. Kong narrows his eyes. His curiosity piqued. He leans in and asks what Kim wants, if not money. Then, with a playful grin and a mock-seductive pose, Kang teasingly asks if Kim wants his body instead. Kang even touches his chest shyly, making Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. Kim, now visibly annoyed, waves his hand dismissively and says, "No, I don't want your damn body!" He clarifies that his only request is for Kang to meet his guild master. That's the only condition. Kim adds that Kang can still pay him if he wants. He'll happily accept the money. With that, the two strike an agreement. The scene shifts again, and now we see Kim and Kang sitting on a cart together. Kim updates Kang on the security arrangements. He's stationed 6 high-level hunters at Kang's house, more elite hunters at the hospital to protect Kang's parents, and even placed guards outside Juhi's office and shadowed her movements. Kang, though grateful, comments that Kim is being way too generous. But soon, the atmosphere grows serious as their cart stops. Kim has brought Kang to a towering building, the Bait Guild's headquarters. Kang steps out of the cart and squints at the structure, muttering that the building doesn't look that impressive. He tilts his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm, and asks, "So, this is one of Korea's top 5 guilds." Kim explains to Kang that the size of a building doesn't determine the power of a guild. In the Bait Guild, the leader has gathered many high-level hunters, just one level below the Dangu Guild, whose vice leader is Kim. Kim warns Kang again, saying that as soon as the Bait Guild leader sent that letter, the Bait Guild must have gathered all their hunters in the building. Kim emphasizes that if Kang goes in alone to fight the Bait Guild, he may not be able to kill them all. But Kang steps out of the car and, with a calm yet firm tone, says that Kim doesn't need to worry about him. He's made a full-proof plan. Saying this, Kang hands over his purse and car keys to Kim, casually telling him to keep them safe. Seeing this, Kim gets visibly worried. In his mind, he thinks Kang is going on a suicide mission. But Kang reassures him that there's no misunderstanding. He has a very strong plan. With that, Kang leaves for the guild building. Kim watches him leave, his mind racing with questions and worry. The scene shifts to Kang entering the Bait Guild. The Bait Guild leader, Jung Yu, welcomes Kang with a wide smile. Behind Jung Yu, there are hundreds of high-level hunters, all armed and ready. Kang, seeing the massive crowd, smirks and asks sarcastically, "Why did Jung Yu bring so few people to welcome me?" Jung Yu, with a polite yet sly grin, replies, "Because you're going to be part of our family from today. All these people are here to welcome you." Hearing the word family, Kang's face starts to twist with anger. His tone grows dark and he asks Jung Yu if he knows what happens when you spell family backward. The next moment, Kang's expression turns psychotic, and with a wide, evil grin, he activates his mana blast. His voice drops into a threatening tone as he says, "Go fuck yourself!" Kang doesn't stop there. He unleashes his lion roar, boosting his entire stance. He channels his mana blast into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The entire floor shatters beneath their feet. The shockwave is so powerful that all the concrete melts, exposing the thick rods beneath, which also start melting from the heat. But Kang isn't done yet. He activates his vibranium sword, and with a single swing, slices through the melted rods. The entire floor collapses, sending all the hunters crashing down. Half the hunters are injured from the fall. Kang stands amidst the rubble, smirking, and says, "Well, that plan wasn't half bad." He used Antony's body defense skill, which protected him from any damage. From behind, Jung Yu jumps down, also unharmed. Jung Yu, still composed, tries to reason with Kang. He tells him, "It's not too late. We can still be great partners." Hearing the word partner, Kang's rage boils over. With venom in his voice, he snarls, "Stop this bullshit!" He reminds Jung Yu that the moment he threatened Kang's family, he crossed the line. Despite Kang's fury, Jung Yu continues his grand pitch. He declares that the Bait Guild has everything: power, money, wealth, and influence. All they need is a hunter like Kang, and together they could become Korea's #1 guild, even surpassing the Dangu Guild. But as Jung Yu finishes his speech, Kang looks disgusted. Slowly, he gathers all his saliva and Pat Kang spits his saliva right on Jung Yu's face. For a moment, the room falls silent. Jung Yu stands still, processing what just happened, as Kang's saliva drips down his face. Kang, in a deadly tone, tells him, "Your bullshit speeches are pissing me off. You can really become great, YouTuber. Say one more thing and I'll rip you apart." Jung Yu reaches up, touching the saliva on his face. His brain snaps. His expression twists with rage, veins popping out of his forehead. His voice trembles with fury as he spits out, "A lowly peasant like you will always remain a peasant." Kang, on the other hand, laughs uncontrollably as Jung-yu calls him a lowly peasant. The sheer absurdity of the term cracks him up. While laughing, Kang sarcastically looks at all the hunters and asks if they heard Jung-yu just say lowly peasant. He mocks, "What a weird choice of words for the 21st century." Kang turns to Jung-yu with an amused smirk and asks if he was a king from another world who got killed by a rat and reincarnated in this modern age. Or maybe, Kang sneers, Jung-yu is some kind of noble or thug-class priest. That was the last straw. Hearing so much insult, Jung-yu's face turns red with rage, stretching like a giraffe. His anger boils over, and he shouts an order to all the hunters, "Kill him now!" In a flash, all the hunters activate their mana. The air crackles as they unleash a barrage of attacks. Fire, electricity, water, all aimed directly at Kang. But Kang doesn't flinch. Instead, he roars with his Lion's Roar, a powerful debuff skill. The roar causes all the attacks to deflect, scattering harmlessly. Lion's Roar isn't just a roar, it's a game changer. Any low-level attacks on Kang are ineffective. Moreover, Kang's Ring of Strength and Mind neutralizes poison, curses, or mind control spells, rendering them useless. On top of that, anyone weaker than Kang instantly loses 50% of their stats. The hunters freeze in place, unable to move. Jung-yu looks at them in disgust and shouts, "Useless! All of you are useless!" His anger explodes, and he screams at the unaffected hunters. "If you don't kill Kang now, I'll kill all of you!" Hearing this, the strong hunters, those on Kang's level, spring into action. One of them, a bald man with a massive belly, nicknamed Fat Saitama, begins preparing a powerful magic spell, but Kang is ready. He activates his defense skill, turning his entire body as hard as steel. The attacks hit Kang head-on, but he doesn't even flinch. Not a single scratch appears on him. Meanwhile, the other hunters, 200 to 300 of them, rush Kang, attacking him in waves. But Kang doesn't care. With the ease of slicing butter, he begins cutting them down one by one. Jung-yu's fury reaches its peak as he watches his hunters fall like dominoes. Kang, breathing deeply, shouts with intensity, "Now I'll cut everyone's little pee-pee, one by one!" The ground shakes with a massive explosion, and the scene cuts to Kim, sitting outside in tension. Kim, worried, mutters to himself, wondering what's happening inside. The scene shifts to evening, and the entire Bait Guild building is in flames. Inside, the scene is gruesome. Bodies of hunters lie scattered everywhere. Hearts, legs, torsos, all severed and mangled. Kang stands amidst the carnage, exhausted but unbroken. His body has no visible injuries, but his energy is clearly drained. Jung-yu, for a fleeting moment, feels fear, thinking Kang might kill everyone. But then, seeing Kang's exhaustion, Jung-yu's fear shifts to glee. Smiling wickedly, Jung-yu taunts Kang, saying, "Now that you've killed so many people, you are the murderer." But Kang, even in his exhaustion, laughs. He throws another insult, mocking, "Are you an elementary school kid? Only a kid would come up with such a lame taunt." Hearing this, Jung-yu snaps. His anger erupts and he activates his tentacle skill. From the ground, dark, writhing tentacles shoot up and wrap around Kang, binding him. Kang, too exhausted to dodge, is caught. In the blink of an eye, the vice leader of the Bait Guild appears, sword in hand, and stabs Kang in the chest. Blood begins to pour as Kang's body starts to weaken. His entire frame trembles, his nose bleeds, and his strength fades. Kang mutters to himself, "No matter how many times I die, this feeling never gets better." Jung-yu watches with a mix of relief and triumph. Slowly, the guild's vice master approaches Jung-yu, who commends him, saying he did a great job. Jung-yu steps closer to Kang, who now resembles a broken shell of himself. For a brief moment, even Jung-yu had been scared that Kang might wipe them all out. But now, seeing Kang dying before him, Jung-yu grins and says, "You're just like an insect, dying so slowly, so pathetically." Then he comes to Kang, saying that Jung-yu doesn't like such a beast that he can't tame. Kang is just a wild beast for him, which Jung-yu couldn't control, so he is killing him. While saying this, he asks Kang, "Any last words?" But Kang doesn't say anything. After a while, with his usual cocky tone, Kang says to Jung-yu that Kang will kill Jung-yu with a horrible death. The day Jung-yu decided to harm Kang's family, Jung-yu signed his death warrant. But Jung-yu doesn't understand. Kang is going to die here. How is Kang talking about killing Jung-yu? With that, Jung-yu grabs Kang's head, activates his fire skill, and burns Kang alive. Kang feels so much pain that every cell of his body is slowly burning. Kang brutally and painfully burns for half an hour and dies. Jung-yu, on the other hand, starts smoking. After half an hour, the vice leader comes and tells Jung-yu that Kong is finally dead. He also informs Jung-yu that almost 50 people have died in the entire guild, and more than 100 have been injured. Jung-yu gets very worried and starts thinking, how could one person have damaged his guild so much? But he tells the vice leader not to think too much about it, because a very big enemy of theirs is over. He orders that all the people who have died collect their equipment and put a notice for new recruitment. But as soon as the vice leader goes to take Kang's equipment, he notices that Kang is not there at all. Kang has disappeared from the scene. Only Kang's burnt clothes are left behind, and now everyone is shocked and worried. What is going on? After that, the shift happens. The system notifies Kang that a day has passed, Kong's revived resurrection skill has been activated, and Kang has been resurrected again. However, Kong has lost 1 level, and for the next 24 hours, Kong's stats have been reduced by 50%. Kong comes out of his room. Seeing Kong, Juhi gets irritated. She says that Kang had promised he would not do anything that would cause his death, but Kong says the situation was such that he couldn't do anything else. They will talk about all of this later. Kong, feeling very hungry, asks Juhi if there is anything to eat. Juhi, being an Asian, scolds Kong very badly, saying it is forbidden to wear shoes in her room. Get your shoes out quickly, or else she will throw Kang out of the house with his shoes. With that, they start fighting again, showing their love-hate relationship. After that, we see that 2 days have passed. 2 members of the Bait Guild are sitting outside the dungeon, guarding it. They are bored to death. They talk to each other, wondering why no one has been coming to this dungeon for so many days. One of them explains that there has been an incident due to which many people were killed. Because of this, the number of people in the dungeon has reduced. But suddenly, they notice someone coming from the front. They look carefully and notice a man wearing black underwear and weird skeleton armor on his head. He looks like a clown or like he's about to rob a bank. After seeing this appearance, they both realize that this person's mental state is not okay. They don't understand what to say to him, but this man is none other than Kang. He stands in front of them, and they both look at Kang confused, saying, "Who is this weirdo?" Kang would have killed all the members of the Bait Guild, one by one. Kong also had another idea. The more Kang died, the next day he would go back to the Bait Guild and kill everyone there. Kong knows that he has infinite lives, but still, he would have died at least 5-6 times, which was a completely wrong idea. Kong's level would have gone down, and a lot of penalties would have been imposed on him. So now Kang decided to divide and rule, targeting them one by one, killing them one at a time. The scene shifts, and we see Kong standing in the personal dungeon of the Bait Guild with the same 2 people. Kang is holding a yellow-haired coward by the neck, and there are a lot of dead bodies lying in front and behind him. Kang brutally kills all the members of the Bait Guild in the dungeon. Now Kang stands, holding the last coward by the neck. The yellow-haired coward is so scared that he almost pees his pants. He is crying and begging Kang to leave him, saying he can't breathe. He keeps apologizing to Kang. But Kang was not in the mood to hear any apologies. Kang, with his deep, threatening tone, asks, "Why are you apologizing to me? Do you even know what you've done?" The yellow-haired coward in pain tells Kang that even he doesn't know why he's apologizing. He doesn't know Kang and hasn't done anything. Hearing this, Kang grabs the coward's neck tighter and throws him to the ground. Kong snarls, "If you don't know me, then why are you apologizing?" The yellow-haired coward thinks in his mind, "Who is this lunatic psychopath?" He realizes it's useless to talk to Kong, but at the same time, Kong throws a white paper in front of him. Kong demands that the coward take a pen and write down all the details of the Bait Guild on that paper. Kong tells him that if he writes down all the information, Kong will spare his life. Hearing this, the yellow-haired coward immediately writes down all the information. But Kang, curious, asks him a question. Kang demands to know, "The Bait Guild has committed so many murders and crimes. Why hasn't the police ever caught them? Do they pay the police with money and bribes?" Let's call the yellow-haired coward Pighead number 7. So Pighead number 7 explains to Kang that the Bait Guild always acquires dungeons where there are no CCTV cameras. They commit all their crimes and murders inside these dungeons. So far, no evidence has ever been found against them. Saying this, Pighead number 7 hands the paper with all the information to Kang. Kong reads it for a while and seems very satisfied. Pighead number 7 starts to say, "Now that I've given you all the information, will you let me go?" But Kang places his hand on Pighead number 7's head, pretending to applaud him. Kang says, "Good job," and suddenly activates his mana blast. Bam! With a loud bang, Kang blows Pighead number 7's head off. Blood splatters everywhere. Pighead number 7 is now lying dead. Kang gets up, cleans the blood from his hands, and smirks. He says, "This means Kang will not be caught for all the crimes he's committed in this dungeon." Saying this, Kang leaves the dungeon, smirking, "Bait Guild, wait for me. A bigger, badder daddy is on the way." The scene shifts, and we see young Yu watching the news. In the news, it is shown that a dungeon near the Bait Guild has been broken into. Because of this, the entire building of the Bait Guild has been destroyed. This news tarnishes the reputation of the Bait Guild, as it is one of Korea's top 5 guilds. The news anchor states that it's a big shame for the Bait Guild because they couldn't properly manage a dungeon, and now their building has been damaged. Young Yu is furious. He starts banging his hand on the table, yelling, he never thought he'd have to use his emergency excuse for some psychopath. He is already very pissed off. Suddenly, someone opens the door and calls Jung Yu's name. The guild member tries to tell him that there's a problem, but before he can even finish his sentence, Young Yu grabs a bowl of iron cigars and throws it at the member's head. The guild member's head is badly injured. Jung Yu screams at him, calling him a piece of shit. Jung Yu yells, "How dare you? How dare you open the door without knocking? What if I was playing with my little PP by watching hentai, huh?" Young Yu is already so pissed off, and this sudden disturbance makes him even more upset. The member bows his head and apologizes before explaining that a big problem has arisen. He begins talking about an unknown person, someone who has been systematically targeting the Bait Guild and killing their members one by one. Hearing this, Young Yu's anger ignites, and he rises sharply from his seat. He questions if this is the same individual who has been wreaking havoc in their dungeon for the past 2 days, killing only their people. The member confirms it, saying it's the same psycho who has already killed over 100 guild members in just 2 days. Jung Yu, already burdened by stress, grows more agitated. After piecing everything together, he concludes that sending more members after this unknown individual will only result in greater losses for the guild. He issues a decisive order. Recall all dungeon members immediately for an emergency meeting at the guild hall. As the member leaves, Jung Yu sits back down, deep in thought. He connects the dots in his mind. 5 days ago, Kong was killed, burned alive by Jung Yu himself. Yet, Kong's body mysteriously disappeared. Now, 2 days ago, a lunatic began murdering guild members relentlessly. It doesn't take long for Jung Yu to conclude that the unknown attacker must have some connection to Kong, a friend, a brother, or perhaps a relative seeking revenge. Furthermore, this person must have some sort of unique skill that allowed them to make Kong's corpse vanish. Jung Yu realizes he has no choice but to call for help. He looks at his phone with hesitation before making a call to an unknown individual. As soon as the call connects, the person on the other end speaks rudely, dismissing Jung Yu's request. Jung Yu, trying to remain composed, politely explains that he needs their assistance and is willing to pay any amount for it. However, the individual arrogantly retorts that no amount of money can sway him, as he's already far wealthier than Jung Yu. Jung Yu, unfazed, shifts tactics. He reminds the man of his love for fighting and challenges, explaining that the person he needs killed is incredibly strong and will provide ample entertainment. Hearing this, the unknown man's demeanor changes, and he finally agrees, his interest piqued. Jung Yu reveals that this person is none other than Sang-woo. The scene shifts to Sang-woo standing outside the Bait Guild dungeon alongside a pig-headed guild member. Sang-woo, clearly bored, stretches his arms and casually asks the pighead for his name. Before the pighead can finish, Sang-woo interrupts, stating he doesn't care about names and was just making conversation to pass the time. With a twisted grin, he refers to the pighead as Big Bro Jung Yu's servant, making the guild member visibly uneasy. As Sang-woo stretches his hands again, he jokingly threatens to make the pighead his next target if today's opponent isn't as strong as promised. His creepy smile only worsens the pighead's anxiety, leaving him wondering how he ended up in such a situation. Suddenly, the echoing sound of footsteps fills the area. Sang-woo immediately becomes alert, his excitement building. Kong emerges slowly from the shadows, his figure imposing and his face hidden beneath a strange mask made from his underwear. Sang-woo's body begins trembling, a mix of fear and exhilaration. Sweat trickles down his face as his lips curl into an excited smile. Sang-woo boasts about his unique ability, a sixth sense that tells him how dangerous someone is. He reveals that every fiber of his being is screaming that if he doesn't flee, he will meet a horrible death because a monstrous opponent stands before him. Despite his instincts, Sang-woo grins maniacally and pulls out his axe, ready to attack. But just as he's about to strike, Kang freezes in place, his expression bewildered. He looks at Sang-woo, confused as to why he's even here. Breaking the tension, Kang asks Sang-woo what he's doing. Recognizing Kang's voice, Sang-woo pauses, his expression changing to one of disbelief. He questions if the masked figure is indeed Big Bro Kang. It becomes evident that Kang and Sang-woo, both lunatics in their own right, have crossed paths once more. So with that, lunatic meets another lunatic means Bait Guild is so dead now. Sang-woo is still standing there, shocked, bewildered, with his mouth wide open, realizing that the person in front of him is none other than Kang. After processing the situation for a moment, Sang-woo's face twists into a smirking smile as he acknowledges that Kang is the one slicing through the Bait Guild members like vegetables. Kang remains silent, but his demeanor confirms Sang-woo's suspicions. As Sang-woo approaches, his tone is filled with glee as he remarks how much fun Kang seems to be having in his life. Meanwhile, Kang begins wondering if Sang-woo is connected to the Bait Guild. He recalls that Kim mentioned a powerful backer behind the guild, someone wealthy and influential. Kang's thoughts spiral. Could that person be Sang-woo? Would Kang have to fight him in the future? His thoughts grow heavier as he pieces things together. Still with a deadly serious tone, Kang places his sword in front of Sang-woo, questioning if he too is tied to the Bait Guild. Sang-woo casually brushes it off, referring to Kang as Big Bro, and reassures him that he wouldn't associate himself with delinquish trash. His casual tone doesn't sit right with Kang, who keeps his guard up. The pighead standing nearby seems startled by the tension, but Kang presses further. With an evil smirk, he demands to know why Sang-woo is here and what he's doing guarding the dungeon. Sang-woo nonchalantly explains that Jung-yu, the Bait Guild's leader, begged him for help, literally getting on his knees and pleading like a beggar. Sang-woo admits he wasn't initially interested, even finding the begging pleasurable. But as soon as Jung-yu mentioned a single individual causing chaos in the guild, Sang-woo couldn't resist. A strong opponent? A challenge? This was Sang-woo's dream. Hearing this, Kang pauses. The pieces fall into place, and Sang-woo's story starts making sense. With a smirk, Kang pats Sang-woo on the shoulder and casually remarks that he has work to finish in the dungeon. Afterward, they can go out, eat, and have fun. Kang, seemingly uninterested, digs his nose while walking away, inwardly annoyed that he forgot to take Sang-woo's number last time. This time, he vows not to forget. But Kang doesn't realize that Sang-woo has already jumped into the air, his hammer ready to smash Kang's head. Just as the hammer descends, Kang turns back and blocks it effortlessly. His eyes narrow, and with a deadly serious tone, he questions what Sang-woo is trying to do. Sang-woo, unfazed, grins and declares that he can't let Kang leave without a proper fight. For years, Sang-woo had dreamed of facing Kang in a one-on-one duel. This was the perfect opportunity, and Sang-woo wasn't going to miss it. Hearing this, Kang's expression darkens. He agrees, his voice dripping with threat. If Sang-woo wanted a fight, he would get one, but Kang warns that he won't hold back, even if it means killing Sang-woo. The two lunatics clash, their battle beginning with explosive intensity. Kang's deadly eyes focus on Sang-woo, while Sang-woo, excited and laughing, relishes the fight. Kang quickly gains the upper hand, his strength overpowering Sang-woo. But Sang-woo, thrilled by the challenge, shouts that this is exactly what he wanted. Kang, determined to end it quickly, activates his Titan Strength Vibrant Secret technique, boosting his power exponentially. With a single slash, Kang nearly splits Sang-woo in two. Sang-woo dodges at the last moment, but his check got slashed, leaving him surprised. Sang-woo laughs and shouts that Kang has become a monster in such a short time. He throws a barrage of attacks, but Kang easily blocks each one. Kang begins to grow frustrated. This fight is delaying his plans, yet he can't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. It had been so long since Kang had enjoyed a fight like this. Sang-woo notices Kang's pleasurable expression and bursts into laughter. He knew Kang would enjoy their duel. Calling Kang Big Bro once more, Sang-woo prepares for another round. But just as they are about to clash again, Pighead number 7 charges at Kang from behind, hoping to earn a reward by killing him. Both Kang and Sang-woo freeze as Pighead number 7 rushes forward. The pighead, blinded by ambition, believes he's doing the right thing. But in the blink of an eye, Sang-woo smashes Pighead number 7's head with his hammer. Blood splatters everywhere and Pighead drops dead on the spot. Sang-woo's anger boils over. He stares furiously at the Pighead's corpse, shouting that this idiot ruined his fight with Kang. His body trembles with rage as he laments how close he was to experiencing the perfect battle. Meanwhile, Kang watches from behind, his expression unreadable. Sang-woo stands there, staring at the bloodied mess he's created by smashing Pighead number 8. It's clear now. Sang-woo is not completely aligned with the Bait Guild. If he were, there's no way he would have killed one of their members so brutally. Letting out an irritated breath, Sang-woo turns to Kang. His frustration is palpable as he mutters that his wife's vibe has been completely ruined by that idiot. The mood is gone. Sang-woo had waited so long, too damn long, for this fight with Kang. It was supposed to be epic, a proper one-on-one between two maniacs. But now, the flow is broken. He still wants to fight Kang, but something in him knows that forcing it now might ruin everything. Kang, on the other hand, wonders how Sang-woo is worried about being hated when the entire world already loathes him. Sang-woo, trying to mask his disappointment, casually slips his hand into his pocket. He talks about the leader of the Bait Guild, Jung-yu, describing him as nothing more than a shitbag. Sang-woo's tone shifts as he brags about the powerful backers of Jung-yu. Jung-yu is the illegitimate child of someone influential, and he is damn rich and powerful but no richer than Sang-woo. All because of this backer Jung-woo can cause this murder and evil deeds. Kang listens, irritated. None of Sang-woo's connections matter to him. He doesn't care about Sang-woo's backer or his riches. If Sang-woo thinks he can scare Kang, he's dead wrong. Kang is ready to march into the Bait Guild's dungeon without Sang-woo. But just as Kang turns to leave, Sang-woo grabs him by the shoulder, stopping him mid-step. Sang-woo, smirking, tells Kang he isn't finished talking yet. Sang-woo explains that he doesn't care who Kang's enemies are or what his plans might be. Sang-woo wants to see the Bait Guild destroyed just as much as Kang does. The thought of seeing those delinquents pissed off and humiliated fuels him. The scene shifts to the Bait Guild's leader, Jung-yu, who is at his wit's end. Almost 90% of his dungeon has been wiped out. His people are dead. His guild is in shambles. Fueled by rage, Jung-yu destroys his computer, slamming it onto the desk repeatedly until it's unrecognizable. He screams and curses, calling his remaining members useless. The same guild manager, Jung-yu, had thrown a cigar at Watches helplessly as his leader descends into madness. Jung-yu's face is flushed red with anger, his eyes bloodshot. He demands that the manager gather the remaining members of the guild, all of them, by 9 p.m. The manager tries to explain that most of the guild is dead, and those who survived have fled out of fear. But Jung-yu won't hear it. He screams, threatening to have the manager pick up their family members or bribe other hunters if that's what it takes. He wants 200, 300 top-tier hunters ready by nightfall. His words are so forceful, so venomous, that his entire face looks like it might explode. Suddenly, his phone rings. An unknown number flashes on the screen. Jung-yu hesitates but answers. The voice on the other end is calm, calculated. Somehow, it manages to soothe Jung-yu's boiling rage. The scene shifts again back to Kang and Sang-woo, who are nearing the endgame of their assault on the Bait Guild. Together, they've almost wiped out the guild's final dungeon. Kang, looking ahead, remarks that they've reached the finale. Their work here is nearly done. Sang-woo, still lingering in the moment, says he doesn't want this to end. He's had too much fun being with his big bro Kang. Sang-woo turns to Kang, asking about his final plan. Kang, with a polite smile, turns to face Sang-woo and explains. But as the details of Kang's plan unfold, Sang-woo's face twists into an expression of pure disgust. He looks at Kang like he's just lost his mind. Sang-woo, the self-proclaimed lunatic, finds Kang's plan so insane that even he questions Kang's sanity. When the crazy guy calls you crazy, it could only mean one thing. Kang's scheme was beyond psychotic. After that, the scene shifts, revealing Jung-yu holding a letter in his hand. This letter, delivered by the infamous Phantom Thief, none other than Kang, carries a chilling challenge. It boldly declares that Kang will be waiting for Jung-yu at the Dolphin Forest at 6 p.m. The message is clear. The cat-and-mouse game ends here. This is the final showdown, and Kang has dared Jung-yu to settle it once and for all. Jung-yu's face darkens with rage as he reads the letter. His anger boils over as he crushes the letter in his fist and sets it ablaze. Determined to put an end to this humiliation, Young Yu gathers his entire guild, summoning every force at his disposal. He marches to the Dolphin Forest with hundreds of hunters. All high-level and armed to the teeth, Jung Yu spends all his money to hire hundreds of high-level hunter. Jung Yu's fury is unstoppable. In his mind, this is not just a fight, it's a hunt. He swears that today will mark the end of Kang's defiance. Jung Yu vows to rip the skin off the man who dared to challenge him and make an example of him. The Phantom Thief's bones? Jung Yu plans to mount them on his wall as a gruesome trophy. Behind Jung Yu, the forest is filled with the sound of marching boots and the clinking of weapons. Hundreds of hunters follow their leader, their faces betraying a mixture of fear and unease. These are not volunteers, they are pawns. Many have been forced into Young Yu's service. Their families held hostage, their lives bought with blood money. Some of the hunters exchange nervous glances, whispering among themselves. Why has Young Yu brought such an overwhelming force to face one man? Why the need for so many high-level hunters to deal with a single individual? Tension hangs thick in the air, their unease growing with every step. Jung Yu glances at his manager and demands to know the time. The manager nervously tells him it's almost 6 p.m. Hearing this, Jung Yu is furious. He's been searching all day and hasn't seen a single sign of the underwear man. Suddenly, one of the guild members spots something. From the front, someone is bolting towards them. Everyone freezes, squinting to get a better look. And then it becomes clear. It's Kang, sprinting like a lunatic with a giant bag in his hand. Behind him, a pack of bloodthirsty wolves chasing him like he owes them money. Kang's crazy bloodshot eyes send chills down everyone's spine. Even Jung Yu is shaken, realizing it's none other than Kang. But wait, wasn't Kang supposed to be dead? Confusion and fear ripple through the group. The manager fumbles for his sword, whispering about the possibility of a twin brother. But Jung Yu knows. He can't forget Kang's psychotic laugh. This is no twin. This is Kang. Kang doesn't slow down. With his signature evil grin, he yells out Jung Yu's name, greeting him like an old buddy. It's been a while, hasn't it? Kang mockingly hopes Jung Yu and his guild are doing well. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Kang reaches into his bag. What does he pull out? A super cute puppy wagging its tail and licking his fingers. The guild members freeze, absolutely stunned. The sight of such adorable innocence makes them forget everything for a moment. Meanwhile, Kang's creepy grin widens as he tightens his grip on the puppy, and then he throws the puppy straight at Jung Yu. The guild members panic. A bald guy in the group screams, calling Kang a lowly bastard. How could he? How could anyone be so cruel as to throw such a cute puppy? The bald guy drops his weapon, diving to catch the puppy mid-air, heroically saving it. He cradles the puppy, whispering, "Daddy's got you," like he's in a cheesy action movie. But Kang isn't done, oh no. With a sinister smirk, he throws his entire bag into the air. Out of it spill 25 more puppies, each falling towards the guild members. The hunters drop their weapons to save the puppies, adoring the cute crying creatures. It's chaos. This is Kang's plan. While the guild is distracted, saving the puppies, the Dolphin wolves, furious that Kang stole their young, charge at the hunters. The wolves maul anyone holding a puppy, and Kang goes wild, killing members one by one with his unstoppable fury. Jung Yu, watching the carnage, realizes the fight is impossible. Kang isn't just insane, he's geniusly evil. The wolves, the puppies, the psychotic grin, this guy planned everything. Knowing they can't win, Jung Yu screams for a retreat. His pride is shattered, but survival is the only option. The remaining members rush toward the dungeon exit, desperate to escape. But just as they reach the portal, Sang-woo appears, his head popping out like a demented game of peekaboo. With a chilling hello, he pulls out a pointy hammer from his inventory and smashes their heads one by one. At this point, even Jesus can't save these guys. The psychopathic duo of Kang and Sang-woo make sure every last member of the guild meets a gruesome end. Rip to the Bait Guild members. They wanted to quit the guild tomorrow, but they didn't make it past tonight. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Sang-woo finally stepping out of the dungeon. With his heavy, pointy weapon, he starts smashing heads one by one. Pop, pop, like balloons bursting in a twisted party. That psychopathic smile on his face says it all. Sang-woo's loving the chaos. The blood splatter painting the air, raining down like some twisted red shower. People are screaming for help, begging Jung-yu to save them. But there he stands, confused, lost in his own head. He's thinking, when the hell did I betray these people? His mind's spinning, his chest tightening. What's happening? His plan's gone to hell, and now it feels like survival's just a sick joke. Jung-yu glances left, then right. Damn, there the demonic wolves were slaughtering his peoples. On his right, Kang is just smashing the guild members, one by one, like some psychopathic vegetable, hacking and slashing. And behind him? Oh yeah, Sang-Yu's there too, smashing the guild from behind. He is enjoying it damned much. He's trapped. Jung-yu is trapped in a threesome, each more vicious than the last. It hits him. There's no way he's getting out of this alive. Jang-woo clenches his fists, his knuckles turning white, trembling with a mix of rage and desperation. His breath is ragged, his body trembling as the reality sinks in. If he's dying here, he's taking Kang down with him. The thought sets his blood on fire. Meanwhile, Kang's in his own nightmare. The guild members swarm him like roaches, everywhere. There's no end to them. Suddenly, a scream echoes. Kang! Jung-Yu's voice booms as he rushes toward him, flames engulfing his body. Kang spins around, catching sight of Jung-Yu activating his self-destruction mode. Whoosh! Flames burst from Jung-Yu's body, his whole being turning into a living inferno. He screams Kang's name again, charging straight at him like a flaming wrecking ball. Boom! He collides with Kang, embracing him in a fiery hug. And then, bang, a massive explosion. Smoke clouds the battlefield, thick and suffocating. When it clears, Jung-Yu's half-burnt body is lying there, twitching. But surprise! He ain't dead. Panting, Jung-Yu smirks weakly. Yeah, that was my ace skill, he explains. Self-destruction mode. A risky move, but hey, worth it to kill Kang. He tries to reassure himself. But then, a shadow moves. Out of the flames, Kang emerges. Like a damn demon king from hell. Kang's body, burnt and charred, rises. Flames flicker off his skin, and his hand grabs Jung-Yu by the head. His face? Pure nightmare fuel, like something straight out of a horror movie. Jung-Yu's eyes widen. How the hell is he still alive? He thinks, trembling. He tries to speak, but the words stick in his throat. Kang grins, a twisted, bone-chilling smile. His burning eyes lock onto Jung-Yu. Stop exaggerating, Kang sneers. This is nothing. I've endured worse than this. Then, with a swift motion, Kang kicks Jung-Yu in the gut. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoes. Jung-Yu's body flies backward, skidding across the blood-soaked ground. He's a broken mess, unable to move, unable to scream. Meanwhile, Kang's body begins to regenerate. Flesh mends itself, and the flames die down. Kang turns toward Jung-Yu, his gaze deadly. In a low, menacing tone, he says, I'm not gonna kill you just yet. You're gonna sit here and watch as I slaughter every single one of your clan members. With that, Kang stalks off, leaving Jung-Yu to watch the carnage unfold. One by one, Kang tears through the guild. A bloodbath of epic proportions. Heads roll, limbs scatter, there's no mercy. Dead bodies litter the ground, and the air reeks of death. And Jung-Yu, he's lost it, laughing like a maniac, louder and louder. Hours pass, and it's nearly night. The battlefield is quiet now, save for the sound of Jung-Yu's hysterical laughter echoing in the darkness. When the camera pans back, it's pure carnage. Bodies everywhere, blood pooled in rivers. But Jung-Yu's eyes are glazed over, his soul seemingly gone. He's just sitting there, laughing like a broken record. On the other hand, Jung-Yu was still laughing like a damn madman. Kang and Sang-woo noticed that Jung-Yu's eyes were almost white. He was just sitting there, like a soulless corpse, not saying a single word. Jung-Yu stared directly at Kang and suddenly questioned what Kang had done to drive Jung-Yu this mad. Meanwhile, Jung-Yu's thoughts were spinning out of control. He had already accepted that his time was up. He believed he was about to die, but then the thought of dying hit him hard. He snapped, breaking into loud, ugly crying. Inside, his mind was screaming, he is the great Jung-Yu! How the hell can he die this easily? Kang stood there, watching the meltdown, looking surprised and slightly confused. Jung-Yu, still caught up in his tantrum, suddenly started spilling his life story, letting it all out. Jung-Yu confessed that he was the illegitimate child of one of Korea's wealthiest men. Jung-Yu revealed how his father, a powerful figure, had a naughty mood one day, played around with a random woman, and boom, Jung-Yu was born. His siblings, they acted like Jung-Yu didn't even exist. All Jung-Yu ever wanted was love, from his mom, from his dad, but nope, not even his mom could stand him. Since he was an illegitimate child, his father had to give him half the family fortune. But then everything changed. The tutorial began, and Jung Yu gained power. He built his own guild, turned it into one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, and thought he'd rule the world. Before Jung Yu could keep babbling, Kang's patience snapped. With one clean slash, Kang sliced Jung Yu's head off. Before Jung Yu even realized what had happened, his head flew through the air and landed on the ground. Kang let out a sigh and muttered that the damn tape recorder had finally stopped talking. Sang-woo, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and pointed out that Kang could have at least let Jung Yu say his last words. Kong rolled his eyes, retorting about villains and their long-ass monologues, stating he didn't care what Jung Yu had to say and just wanted to get this over with. With that, Kong casually slid his weapon back into his inventory and turned to thank Sang-woo, acknowledging that the plan worked out perfectly. Kang noted how they had killed all the members of the bad guild without even breaking a sweat. Sang-woo laughed, brushing off the thanks, and said Sang-woo just loved hanging out with Kong. Sang-woo got serious for a moment, asking Kong how it felt to finally get his long-awaited revenge. Kang rubbed the back of his head, admitting that he didn't feel much. Kang explained that they deserved to die because they were all criminals. Kang compared it to digging out a huge clump of earwax. Not amazing, but refreshing. Sang-woo stared at Kong, completely speechless, before bursting out laughing, teasing Kong about his horrible comparison. As they continued talking, Sang-woo casually offered Kong the loot from all the dead guild members, mentioning that Sang-woo didn't need it because he was already loaded. Kong froze at the mention of money. It hit Kang like a lightning bolt. Money and power were everything in this world. Even though Kang was stronger than the bad guild, they still gave Kang trouble. Kang made up his mind. Kang would become the strongest, richest, and most powerful person out there. No one would mess with Kang ever again. The scene shifted to night. The dungeon gate slowly disappeared, and Kang stood there with a serious expression. He turned toward Sang-woo, about to ask him something important. Before Kang could get the words out, Sang-woo smirked, volunteering to follow Kang no matter what guild Kang built in the future. Kong blinked, slightly surprised, before letting out a grin, teasing Sang-woo about not even deciding yet if Sang-woo could join. Sang-woo laughed, reaffirming that Sang-woo would stick with Kang because life was way more fun with Kang around. And with that, Kang and Sang-woo walked away, laying the foundation of what could become the craziest and most infamous guild in Korea. In a bad way, of course. And then the scene shifts. We are shown a big building. Inside, Jung Yu's father is shouting at Jung Yu's stepbrothers, asking and demanding where his son is. Well, remember guys, this is Min Jun, the all-rounder, stepbro, loving and caring. He doesn't know where his little brother is, maybe stuck inside one like laundry in a washing machine. The president snaps, telling him to stop playing dumb. It's been a week since anyone's had contact with his son. And his guild members? What are they doing? Running a 100-man orgy instead of searching? The president goes furious and orders Min Jun to do something, but Min Jun says he couldn't care less. It was already a miracle he took that piece of trash and turned him into the leader of a halfway decent guild. If anything, he's already done more than enough. The president's losing it, veins popping like he's constipated. Suddenly, he commands everyone in the room to attack Min Jun, and yeah, they all rush him, but Min Jun just winks. And in a flash, his Tokyo ghoul-like power grabs everyone by the throat. He calmly stands up, walks straight to the president, and says their deal has already been made. He's holding up his end without issue. So why is the president suddenly trying to change the plan? Then he warns, if the president dares to order another attack like that, next time he won't let it slide, unlike his ex-wife's bra strap. The guy's practically shaking now, apologizing in a panic. Min Jun accepts the apology, lets everyone drop to the floor and walks out, saying it's good to know their agreement still stands. But there's still one thing he's curious about. Who exactly was it that killed Jung Yu-hyun? And just like that, the Bait Guild vanished from existence. A huge organization with tons of members, erased overnight. Its sudden disappearance sparked a wave of rumors. Online, everything turned into a mess. But little by little, the name faded away. Just another guild that rose and fell. Now the scene shifts again, this time to a cozy Japanese-style house where the dynamic duo is chilling. They say they'll be fine here. No one's going to find them. All the loot's already been sold off through special connections, and now they're just taking it easy. Sung-woo says everything worked out perfectly. So why does Kang look so bummed? Kang says it's because he earned a title that makes no sense. Relentless Homewrecker. A title given to someone who shattered the lives and hopes of countless families without mercy. Plus 2 strength, increased hostility from Durufans, and causes instinctive fear in almost everyone nearby. And now that he thinks about it, when he brought those cubs he stole from the wolves, in the end the wolves died, didn't they? So yeah, he really did kill all those little creatures. And the worst part? Even unequipped, the title still applies at half strength, which means now he's even scarier than before. He slams his hand on the table, saying it was already hard enough to live looking the way he does. Sungwo tells him to calm down. Nobody liked him before. Nobody's going to like him now. So what's really changed? Nothing, except now women will scream even faster when he pulls out his sword. Right then, a call comes in from Mr. Lee Hyun of the Dangnam Guild. He wastes no time and asks if Kang remembers the promise they made. Kang has absolutely no clue. Hyun says he figured as much, but now the orders are in. It's time to meet the guild master, and he better show up ASAP. We jump to the Dangnam Guild's 12th floor. Kang asks if it's really okay, even if he brings along this weird thing with him. Lee Hyun says it's fine. The guildmaster already agreed. Sungwo tells him to stop calling him things seriously. Anyway, he already knows the guildmaster. They're pretty close. Kang raises an eyebrow. How close? Sungwo says that one time a party saw her there. Kang's already figured it out. Just another bunch of rich kids from the same high society circle. No wonder they've met. At the door now, Lee Hyun knocks. The boss lady tells him to come in. Kang steps into the room and glances around. Finally, we meet her. She introduces herself as Han San, the guild master of Dangnam. Kang greets her, and she says she's heard a lot about him. Lee Hyun heads out, telling them to feel at ease. She offers him a seat, and he thanks her for the help they gave him. She replies that it wasn't that difficult. Kang doesn't waste time. He says he doesn't like owing anyone. So what does she want? She asks if he wants to skip straight to business, and he answers that they're both busy people. Look at this guy, acting like a businessman now. She smiles awkwardly and says she was going to serve him tea first. But okay, fine. If that's how it is, she won't hold back. Of course, she offers him a spot in the Dangnam Guild, and exactly as expected, he rejects it instantly. She replies with a calm, "Ah, okay." Sungwo jumped in to break the awkward silence, saying Kang answered a little too fast, even faster than your crush rejecting you. He could have at least pretended to think about it, but Se-yun said it was fine. It's better to see that he declined sincerely. Still, Kang insisted. He wanted to repay her somehow. She could reach out any time and he'd try to help however he could. She agreed. It's always good to have someone that strong owing you a favor. If they ever needed anything, they'd be in touch. But Kang found that hard to believe. A top-tier guild like theirs needing something from him. They were a top guild. What could he alone even do for them? That's when she got serious. She asked how long he thought this so-called peace would last. He got it right away. Ever since dungeons started appearing, crime had only been getting worse. And if she was calling this chaotic mess peace, then it meant she knew about the 8th stage. Kang said he didn't know the full picture either, but worrying wouldn't fix anything. The only thing he could do was keep getting stronger. Besides, that Hawken dimension or whatever was going to take 5 years, right? So what's the rush? But she got more serious, correcting him. He was wrong. In just 3 years, most countries would already be struggling to survive. They didn't have much time. Kang asked how she could possibly know something like that in such detail. She said she couldn't tell him the full truth, but they had an awakened who could communicate with a godlike entity that knew what was coming. Kang figured this entity was probably the administrator or something similar, the one he met on the 8th floor. His face grew serious. She then asked if he hadn't noticed how dungeon difficulty kept increasing, while the awakened weren't growing fast enough to keep up. Kang, of course, hadn't noticed, because, well, he was always solo, and he always won. Sungwo explained that awakened grew stronger the more danger they faced. That's why guns didn't help at all. On the other hand, hunting with beasts or using a bow and arrow strangely granted experience. The guild leader confirmed this much was already clear. The only people who actually had a chance at saving the world were the truly awakened, the fearless ones. And in a world like this, the crazy boy standing right there, he was a hero. But he told her to think again. He wasn't a good person, and definitely not some kind of hero. He was the guy who went out and wiped the entire bait guild. She, totally unfazed, said she didn't care about that bunch of garbage. People like that didn't help humanity survive in any way. They were better off dead. With a dead, serious face, she even added that one decent guy like Kang was worth more than 100 trash like them. Not long after, the scene shifted. Hyun walked into the room and told her he'd already put the two of them in the car. Then he wanted to know what she thought when she saw Kang in person. She smirked and said he definitely exceeded her expectations. Lee asked if she really meant that, and she said yes. For a moment, when she mentioned the administrator, she could see it in his eyes. Kong knew about that existence. She was sure he'd graduated from the tutorial. Playing with that boy would be very interesting. Girl, what kind of game are you planning to play with Kang? Naughty thoughts loading. The guy literally wiped out an entire guild. Now we jump to a city where the main gate was locked down tight. The difference between a rank E and a rank D dungeon might just be one letter, but in reality the strength of the monsters inside was massively different. Not to mention the sheer variety and number of creatures that could show up. Right now, our guy was walking through that chaos, mowing down monsters left and right. Honestly, it was kind of a pain having to deal with so many different enemies. In a normal D-rank orc dungeon, it was simple. There's an orc, a warrior orc, and a giant warrior orc. But what stood in front of him now was some weird chimera orc. It looked messed up. Goblin features slapped onto an orc's body. Kang thought, damn, did your mom bang a goblin chick after a one-night stand with an orc? The proportions were completely wrong. The head even kind of looked like a goblin's, but it just wasn't hitting right. He jokingly invited the monster to join his guild, since he'd made a bet with Sung Wo about who could find their next guild member first. Obviously, the creature just raised its hammer and slammed it into the ground. Kang dodged and said if the guy didn't want to join, he could have just said so. Now he was disqualified. Fucked. Mid-air, though, the monster spit vomit in Kang's face. Kang summoned his energy ball, saying, "Dirty fucker," and scattered the attack, landing right behind it. The spit, of course, was acidic. He noticed that not only did the thing have heavy armor, but it was way heavier than it looked. Still, that was fine. He was a natural strategist, someone who could come up with complicated plans in seconds. With a creepy smile, Kang muttered, "Your hammer. I just have to have it." Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a group of people were talking about all the monster howls echoing around. One of them guessed it was probably someone out hunting. Another said to focus on what was in front of them. They were all surrounding a girl. She looked tense. The scumbags smirked, saying this was why they liked dungeons, because they could bang some chicks, kill them, and no one would ever know. But suddenly, a sound startled them. A heavy metallic dragging noise echoed through the dungeon. Of course, it was Kang, hauling the boss's giant weapon behind him. Everyone turned around. Kang paused for a second and said he could smell it. Then, with his psychotic smile, he added, it was the smell of weak-ass, third-rate criminals, the kind of trash he could beat the shit out of. From the bottom of his ass, oh wait, heart. The scumbags were still trying to figure out who the hell this lunatic was and what he was dragging. A huge hammer? Meanwhile, Kang continued to drag that huge-ass hammer toward them. Suddenly, with all his might, he lifted it up and just pulling it upward, smashed it into the ceiling. The hammer got stuck up there, and the scumbags laughed, saying what kind of idiot tries to swing such a massive hammer in such a narrow space? Was his brain cracked, or just his nuts? But then, while the hammer was still stuck in the ceiling, Kang yanked it back down, dragging stone and debris with it, and slammed it straight into the middle of them. Silence. Everyone froze. Kang casually dusted off his hands. He muttered it was a shame, but that thing probably wouldn't have been worth keeping as a main weapon anyway. Like using a blow-up doll as a girlfriend. Fun for a moment, but not built for the long run. He stashed the hammer in his inventory while still staring down the rest of the group. One of the guys said he didn't know what that psycho was doing here, but clearly Kang didn't understand the situation. They were all D-rank hunters, and Kang was alone. So why was he acting like some kind of main protagonist? The scumbag leapt forward to attack, laughing that putting away his weapon right in front of everyone was the dumbest choice ever. Kong just slapped his cheeks, and that clap sound echoed through the cave. For a moment, the guy started seeing his dead grandmother offering him cookies. His face turned purple, and he dropped unconscious. Kong grabbed the leader by the hair, put a knife to his throat, and with his psychotic smile, told the rest of those filthy criminals to hand over everything they had. The way he said it was bizarre enough, but instead of obeying, they all charged at him like lunatics. Kang looked a little disappointed, so the hostage was useless. Nobody gave a damn about that guy. He asked the man his name. The trembling bastard squeaked, "It's Kim Cusick, sir." Kang nodded. "All right then, Cusick." And the next moment, he crushed the guy's family jewels so hard the man saw King Yama waving him a VIP pass to hell. Yep, Kang grabbed him by the crotch and started using him like a weapon, swinging him around like a helicopter blade and smacking people with him. Honestly, Cusick had just been downgraded from hunter to Kang's personal dildo, multi-purpose, no warranty. One guy was already broken and another lay passed out cold. Kang challenged the rest, saying this here was his new weapon, Cusick. Water and foam were coming out of every hole in the guy's body, nose, mouth, and probably his ass, too. Kang still held him by the jewels, calling everyone to come at him at once. He proudly called this new weapon his battering ram. Someone with a sword, realizing he was facing a complete maniac, shouted at him not to come closer. But Kang didn't care. He charged again and wiped out the whole crew, killing them brutally, swinging Cusick around like the world's most cursed Beyblade. In the background, the poor girl just stood there frozen, watching this circus of madness unfold. Kang looked kind of disappointed. It took him longer than usual to deal with these clowns. Was it because they were D rank? For a rank D group, that should have been faster. Maybe his new weapon had performance issues, just like half the guys in this dungeon would if they saw Shin Sung smile. Then someone called out to him from behind. It was the girl, thanking him for saving her. Thanks to him, she had avoided a horrible fate. Kang told her not to thank him too much. Beating those guys up was fun. He would have done it even if she wasn't there. She lifted her head, stood up straight, looking stunning, and introduced herself as Shin Sung. Then she asked for our boy's name. Kong instantly turned red. His weakness was clearly women. He stammered she didn't need to be so formal. But his name was Kong Hyun. She placed a hand over her chest and asked how she could become as strong as him. Kang looked a little unsure how to answer. And strangely enough, this was the historic moment when Korea's worst troublemakers stood side by side. And yes, my friend, she is gonna be another bawahahaha character. While the scumbag was still laying there, looking like Queen Bee kissed his lips, Kang told her that to get strong, she had to try really hard. 100 push-ups, pull-ups, 100 kilometers running. She was about to say those were just basic hardwares, and she also did them, but Kang stopped her. Only that wouldn't do the work. She had to be willing to die for what she wanted, literally. That was the determination she needed. The poor girl looked confused. Kang, on the other hand, was thinking he couldn't really tell her she had to train till she actually died, since that method only worked for him because of his revival skill. Damn, what the hell was he supposed to say now? He just started to leave, muttering she'd better watch out, or she'd end up running into more people like those guys. But just as he was about to leave, Kang turned back and asked if she'd be able to get out on her own. She said no. Kang found that odd. Normally, someone would ask for help, right? But she just stood there quietly. So Kang told her that while he'd like to help, he couldn't leave yet. He still needed to finish the dungeon. She said that was fine and asked if she could tag along. Kang, still confused, told her not to take that willing to die stuff so seriously. She should forget it and focus on getting out. But she insisted it wasn't because of that. She knew her place. She promised to follow quietly like a ghost, mine mana stones, and not cause any trouble. Kang warned her it'd be really dangerous. She shot back that she could take care of herself. He shrugged and said, "Fine then, follow along, Missy, let's go." The scene shifted. Now Kang was wiping his blade after slaughtering another orc and goblin family. Like father, like son, like dead grandma. He wiped them all out. She complimented Kang and said she'd collect the mana stones for him. She got right to work, tearing through a monster and tossing the stones into his inventory. Kang, seeing this, started to realize she wasn't bad at all. She really could handle herself. She seemed to have some kind of stealth skill, because every time combat started, her presence just vanished. But every now and then, a perfect arrow flew by out of nowhere. Even better, she was collecting mana stones, something he usually didn't give a shit about. But hey, extra cash is extra cash, and clearing a dungeon was easier with two people. Kang asked her what she wanted to do, since he could feel a strong energy coming from nearby. Most likely the boss was just past the next room. She answered without hesitation. She'd already made up her mind. She was following him to the end. But right then, screams erupted in front of them. Someone yelling that the dungeon core had been destroyed and the portal was now open. Kong froze, wondering if someone else had cleared it before him. But suddenly he realized, no, that wasn't it. He could still feel the boss's presence, which meant it was actually way worse than someone clearing it. Yep, it was a dungeon break. And not just any dungeon break. This was the first D-rank one in all of Korea. Meanwhile, the news went wild, reporting that 10 dungeons broke at the same time. Experts were already suspecting some kind of coordinated terrorist attack based on the data they were analyzing. A guy rushed down a hallway, burst into a room, and called for the president. That guy's name was Choi Dong-woo, and he said he was already prepared. The man who entered told him that one of the dungeons that broke was D-rank. Choi immediately asked for the location. When he heard it, his expression darkened. It was one of the worst possible ones. That was because it was the dungeon they had been struggling with for ages, and no one had been able to clear it. The guy asked if there were any guilds nearby that could help, but the only one close enough, Hang Yo, had apparently gone on vacation overseas. Choi snapped. Gather 50 elite members no matter what. They'd have to handle this themselves. Back at the Dangoon Guild, the guildmaster stepped out, looking elegant as always. She asked what was going on, and Lee brought her up to speed. She heard about the D-rank dungeon and knew immediately if things continued like this, a lot of people were going to die. Lee said it was going to be tough. The only guild nearby was Hangyol's, but they were unavailable. She was clearly shaken, but he mentioned that there was apparently one awakened individual down there, taking out tons of monsters. She asked how one person was even managing that? He laughed and said it was some tough guy with a massive sword and a face scarier than the monsters. She smiled instantly, realizing it was none other than Kang. If it was that guy, then there was nothing to worry about. The scene shifted again. Now, we were in the middle of the city, and there he was, our boy, soaked in blood, standing on a mountain of corpses. Everyone gathered around, completely stunned that one person had handled all that on his own. That was the power of a true awakened. The blonde guy thanked him, saying it was because of him they all survived. Kang, with a deep tone, just told them, "Hurry the fuck up and get out of here if they didn't want to die." They were confused. He was clearly handling everything. But Kang had already realized something. The portal hadn't closed. That meant the boss was still inside. And this thing wasn't a normal monster. He told everyone that if they stuck around, they were going to die and he wouldn't be able to protect them. The blonde guy kept pushing, trying to act like a fellow awakened. He said regardless of how they looked, they weren't weak. They could help a little. Yeah, right. Kang just asked one question. How many chimeras have you killed? The guy hesitated, which was all Kang needed to know. Clearly, he hadn't taken down even one. His presence was just going to get in the way. So Kang told him to get the fuck out and help civilians evacuate. The hunters standing around didn't take it well. They thought Kang was being arrogant, but after one look at Kang's psychotic, bloody, rage-biting face, they realized maybe it was best to listen. Suddenly, everyone bolted, running for their lives, except for her. She was still standing there, not sure what to do. But Kang trusted her. He turned and asked if she could handle it or not. He was counting on her to cover him, so she better find a good place to hide. She looked surprised he trusted her, just like we were, and quickly nodded yes. Then the gate started cracking. A massive armored foot stomped out. And here they came. Creatures with tiger heads, chimera monstrosities standing right in front of him. These were supposed to be the 4 heavenly kings, but only 3 showed up. Guess one overslept like my lazy uncle who still lives in his mom's basement. Each one of them was as strong as that ogre Kang had struggled so hard to beat on his own. And the worst part? The boss hadn't even arrived yet. Each of these things was already on par with a boss-level threat. So how strong would the boss be? Then, with a crackling sound, slowly, he came out from the gate. A talking freaking lich. The moment he appeared, seeing the buildings, he commented on how strange they were. He had never seen one like this before. Kang, on the other hand, was a little surprised too, seeing a monster talk. The lich looked at our boy, called out to the human, and asked if he really intended to put an end to all of this on his own. Kang, already pulling his weapon from his inventory, said, "Damn right he did." He pulled out that massive hammer, slammed it into the ground with a bang, and laughed that he'd smash the skeleton's head into pieces like a jigsaw puzzle and play with. The skeleton paused for a moment, saying he'd never seen a human so arrogant, but the boy's body looked useful. He might just put it to use. Kang threw a little bait. Since the thing talked so much, he asked what the boss thought about a one-on-one fight, a man-to-man fight, leaving the minions out of it. Obviously, the skeleton refused. Disappointed, Kang spit in his hand and said it looked like the skeleton was gay after all, just like he thought. He lifted the hammer and muttered, "Let's get started then." The next moment, he dashed toward the heavenly demons. They also got ready, but Kang took a deep breath and let out the lion's roar. The creatures were hit by the effect and got stunned for a second, which was all Kang needed. He jumped high and with a loud bang and his psycho smile, smashed the head of the chimera. Its skull popped out like a cracked egg, but he didn't stop there. He smashed it again, and again, and again, just in case the bastard was still alive. The skeleton watched, confused. He couldn't sense any mana coming from the kid, so where the hell was that raw power coming from? Honestly, it'd be a waste to kill someone like him. So the skeleton thought, maybe he should keep the boy alive and use him as a slave. He actually believed he could control this madman. LOL, good luck, buddy. Even Kang's right hand can't control itself at night. But while he was lost in thought, the orc's helmet cracked and fell off with a bang. Kang landed on the ground, but the only problem was his legs were shaky, and he was clearly running out of strength. That damn weapon was way too heavy, plus he had already been hunting for the past 6 hours in the dungeon without a single break. Even his balls needed rest at this point. The skeleton, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and activated a mind control spell. A strange pink aura entered Kang's body. The attack seemed to take effect. Green flashes lit up in Kang's pupils. Right away, the boss thought it worked, that the human was now under his control. He welcomed his new servant and commanded him to kneel and swear loyalty. Kang went silent, his pupils all white like he had turned into a zombie. Slowly, he raised his hand and in the next moment showed his middle finger and said, "Fuck you." Well, there was no controlling his mind since he had already lost his mind long ago. The skeleton realized something was protecting his mind and muttered it was a shame. He really wanted the boy in one piece. Right at that moment, the Tiger Chimera charged him. Kang activated Antreus's skill. His whole body turned to stone. He got slammed hard and crashed into a pillar behind him. Two monsters closed in, but suddenly an arrow whistled through the air and landed right in the Tiger Man's head. The skeleton realized the boy had backup, but seeing his tiger still standing and the arrow not strong enough to pierce through, he figured it was nothing to worry about. Kang, on the other hand, just laughed and praised Xiong, saying her timing was perfect. That 1 second she gave him was just what he needed to get back up and charge the tiger, and he had just the thing for this. He aimed straight at the arrow already stuck in the tiger's head. With a bang, Kang smashed the arrow deeper, right into its brain. And voila, we had a tiger brain hemorrhage. The Tiger Man screamed in pain and fell to the ground dead, like watching National Geographic but with more blood and less clothes. But then, bam! A weird tentacle from behind penetrated Kong. Yeah, penetrated. It was the Lizard Man's tail. Even though Kang's durability was high, the pain was no joke. Grinding his teeth, Kang dropped his hammer, grabbed that damn tail and slammed it into the ground. Then he pulled a sword from his inventory. Before the lizard could even balance his body, it was already too late. Kong, with his evil smile, was ready. He stabbed the lizard again and again until the whole road was painted in blood. Now the lizard was dead. His sword dripped red, blood running down the blade. Kang turned toward that skeleton and said now all that was left was that damn Baldy. The skeleton glared at Kong, telling him to quit bluffing. Someone with 0 mana left. What the hell could a puny human do? And it looked like he was right. Kang realized the bastard had caught on. He had no mana left after fighting off those 3 freaks, and his regeneration was already at the limit. To make it worse, he couldn't even land a proper hit on that floating skeleton. His legs were trembling, no strength at all. Kang thought only if he activated Titan's strength, then maybe he'd stand a chance. But bam! The moment he activated the skill, his heart gave up. He started coughing blood, stumbling over monster corpses, and collapsing like trash on a Monday morning. The skeleton laughed, saying the effects had finally kicked in. That lizard man that penetrated Kang earlier had left his essence inside his body. Yeah, penetrated. It wasn't just a tail slap, it was poisonous as hell. That was no ordinary attack. The skeleton laughed, claiming victory while Kang lay on the ground. That blow landed square in Kang's chest. And of course, it wasn't the skeleton saying good morning, it was the poison chewing his insides like Taco Bell at 3 a.m. Now that the kid's death was basically guaranteed, the only thing left for him to do was surrender, become a slave, and receive the antidote. But Kang slowly pushed himself up, middle finger ready, and told him to fuck off again. Didn't that bastard remember? Kang already promised to turn that ugly skull into a 3D puzzle. He focused hard, using what little power he had left and just a bit of mana to purge the poison. His last resort, the ability from the bilging sword, Berserk. It boosted his resistance by 1.5 times, but the downside made his decision-making dumb as hell. Basically drunk texting your ex level dumb, plus brutal side effects afterward. Still, Kong activated it. He was ready for one last death battle. Even so, he shouted for that bitch to come at him, saying they'd both head to the afterlife together. But just then, a voice called out. It was enough. Kang had done enough. Kang turned his head and saw someone coming, his knight in shining armor, Choi Dong-woo, president of the Hunter Association. He said he didn't know who Kong was, but praised him with that handsome smile, saying the country needed people like him, and he could rest now. He'd take care of the rest. Kong was left standing bewildered, thinking, who the hell was this bastard meddling in his affairs? Kang tried to say he could still fight, but right then, the pain hit hard, and he dropped to his knees. He was frustrated. He had been this close to finishing the fight, but of course, that bastard had to show up right after he triggered Berserk. And with that, boom, he passed out. The scene shifted. Now he was waking up in an actual hospital. His sister was sitting next to him, glaring sharp enough to kill, and the first thing she asked was, "Where's the like on this video that helps Asura Recap make more juicy content? Activate the cheeky little bell and I'm out." Well, after seeing his sister's face, Kang muttered that waking up to his shitty sister was worse than dying. His sister fired back, asking if he always had to open his shitty mouth after waking up. Lovely brother-sister bonding. She even said he should have just died and saved them the hospital bill. Kang, annoyed, was about to argue how could his own sister say something like that to her older brother, but then he saw she was just about to cry. She was really worried. She admitted Kang had resurrection skill, but no one knew if he'd wake up next time after dying. He needed to be careful. Awkward as hell, Kang just said he'd try not to die next time. He'd do his best. And with that, the emotional reunion of brother and sister ended. Meanwhile, the scene shifted again to the Awakened Association president's office. The president asked his assistant to find all the info about Kang. When the assistant asked if he found anything interesting about that kid, the president smiled. He said he'd witnessed the birth of a new hero for mankind. Well, in his head, he imagined Kong's death scream as Kong sacrificed himself for the people. Oh, our poor president. Then the president asked what happened to that lich. His assistant replied, "In the end, it fled." Wow, WTF, bro, you made that badass entry, all the dramatic lines, and couldn't even kill the lich? Cha-ha! Bro was cosplaying Superman but ended up as Scooby-Doo. The scene shifted, and we arrived at the hospital. The doctor was surprised to know that Kang was an awakener. Despite his serious injuries, he was healed in just one day, like a phone on fast charge after being dead all night. Kang and his sister were being discharged. Kang said that yesterday the doctor himself told him he was fine. The doctor wasn't ready to believe it. On the other hand, his sister said Kang shouldn't be so excited. The entire bill was paid by the Alliance leader. Otherwise, Kang would have learned the real horror of a single day's bill at a top hospital. Forget monsters. Hospital bills are the real boss fight. Kang was about to say he could have earned that much money in a single day, but he didn't get to finish his sentence. Before he could, he saw a man in a black suit. The man in the black suit asked the receptionist if Kang was there. The receptionist said he wasn't in the hospital right now. He might have already been discharged. The man looked disappointed, muttering that he was late. What excuse was he supposed to give to his president? But then Kang walked up from behind and asked why the hell the black suit was looking for him. Their eyes met. The man asked who Kang was. Kang introduced himself and said he was the one the man was looking for. The man excused himself and handed over an ID card. His name was Tae-gil from the government. Kang was surprised. Why the hell was the government looking for him? The scene shifted again. A very expensive restaurant with mouth-watering meat sizzling. Kang immediately asked if Tae-gil was sure about bringing him here. It looked expensive as hell. Kang's appetite was no joke. He could eat an entire cow and still ask for dessert. But Tae-gil just said there was no tension. Kang could eat as much meat as he wanted. Kang smirked and said so this was where his tax money went. The government eating steak in luxury restaurants. Wow! After that, things got serious. Kang asked why the government was looking for him. Tae-gil said it was simple. They wanted Kang to work with the government, not by force, just an offer. Kang said that if he joined, he'd just be a normal civil servant. What use was that? Tae-gil shook his head. Kang wouldn't be a normal employee, he'd be part of an organization with the top awakeners of Korea. The government had already judged it was impossible to control awakeners with force or laws. As their rank increased, they would be unstoppable. That's why the government decided to ally with them instead, supporting them from the start to build trust. Meanwhile, Kang looked at Tae-gil grilling meat and thought, this guy can't even cook properly. How the hell was he going to run a country? Kang asked again, what's the benefit for him? Tae-gil said the biggest benefit would be money. Kang would get everything, funds, gear, training, personal safety, and even protection for his family. A safe house, bodyguards, the works. Kang admitted it sounded good, too good to be true. Hard work from morning till night? Sounded like being married. Tae-gil admitted, yes, sometimes the government would call him, but only in national emergencies. Kang thought about it. Honestly, not a bad deal. Then Tae-gil added, Dong-woo, the alliance leader, and Sai-yeon, the Dangun guild master, had also joined, along with other top awakeners. Kang figured working with the government as a side gig wasn't bad, so he agreed. The scene shifted. Evening had fallen. Kang walked down the road, wondering where the hell he parked his car. After the last incident, he prayed his precious ride was safe, but then he noticed her, the same woman from the dungeon, standing with a bag in her hand. Kang recognized her. Her name was So-hee, but the woman said her name wasn't So-hee, it was Sang-ha. Kang noticed the bag full of mana crystals. Sang-ha said these were the same crystals they had collected together. Kang was shocked. She admitted she had waited outside the hospital for 2 days without knowing if he'd come out in 1, 2, or even 10. Flat face, zero guilt. Kang thought, what the hell is wrong with this person? She was too honest and kind. He asked why she hadn't just run away with the crystals. They were valuable as hell. She said the man who saved her life, she could never betray him. Kang thanked her and told her to take care. Still, he was wondering about his car. But then Sang-ha called out again. She requested to become his apprentice. Kang nearly tripped. She wanted him to be her teacher. Kang was still stunned, wondering if he just unlocked a Pokemon side quest. If Mac takes her as a disciple, it's over. She's gonna become a fucking monster. The scene shifted once more to a gloomy F-rank dungeon in Gorka Village. The same skeleton monster sat there injured. He grumbled that mere humans had cornered him like this. Then, someone stepped forward in the middle of the night. None other than Dickhead's elder brother. Seeing him, the skeleton became alert. But the brother said not to worry. He wasn't an enemy. In fact, he'd make the skeleton stronger. The Lich was shocked. The brother extended his hand, a sinister aura dripping from it. He promised if the skeleton joined him, he could take him to new heights and give him a lot of pleasure. Yeah, even skeletons need aftercare, apparently. The scene shifted and we came to a traditional restaurant. Shin-sung introduced herself seriously. Her name was Shin-sung. She politely asked everyone to take care of her. The room went quiet. Young-soo looked at her without saying anything, then finally said what he was thinking. Since Kang had no friends, he thought it would be impossible for him to bring a guild member. Kang got annoyed and snapped back, asking why they thought he didn't have friends. He said he had 1 or 2, but even while saying it, he stopped for a moment and doubted himself. Did he really have any? Damn! Even his right hand probably ditched him. He quickly changed the topic and reminded Young-soo about their bet. Since he brought a member, Young-soo now had to pay for the food. Young-soo clicked his tongue. He said he always ended up paying anyway, but admitted he lost this time. Then he smirked and added one more thing. For Shin-sung to join the guild, she had to pass a test inside a dungeon. Shin-sung looked a bit stiff, but she nodded, saying she was fine with it. Kang, watching this, realized Young-soo didn't really care about a test. He just wanted to go hunting. Soon they reached the gate of a D-rank dungeon, Harpy's Cliff. As the door opened, loud screeches echoed from inside. A harpy flew out with sharp claws, screaming as it attacked. The three stood ready. Shin-sung raised her bow, aimed carefully, and fired a glowing arrow. It shot straight into the harpy's head, killing it instantly. Young-soo whistled and said having a long-ranged damage dealer felt nice. For the first time, their team looked like a proper party. Kang smirked and asked if that meant she passed. But Young-soo tilted his head, confused. He'd already forgotten about the test. He scratched his head and admitted he just wanted to hunt. Kang sighed, already knowing this from the start. After the fight, Shin-sung stepped forward and said she would collect the mana stone. Kang told her she didn't need to. Picking every single one was tiring. But Shin-sung shook her head, saying she liked doing it. Kang thought, damn, if only girls liked picking stones off him the same way. Young-soo then told Kang those stones were still worth something, and he shouldn't waste them since he didn't have much money. Kang frowned and asked why Young-soo thought he was broke. He said it was better to just take the dungeon core and asked if Young-soo would collect the mana cores. Young-soo grinned smugly, spreading his arms, saying he was rich. Kang muttered under his breath, calling him a cocky bastard. But then Kang suddenly felt something strange. He looked serious and asked Young-soo if he felt it too. At first, Young-soo looked confused, but then his face changed. He realized something wasn't right. Shin-sung, holding a mana stone, turned to them and asked what they were doing. Kang shut his eyes for a moment. Then his power burst out, his eyes glowing red. In the next instant, he rushed forward with a glowing fist. He punched mid-air. There was no one. But bang! A cloaked man appeared, smashed straight in the face. The man's body flew back and slammed into the ground, cheeks swelling as blood sprayed from his mouth. Kang wondered, who the hell was that guy? Young-soo commented it was some high-quality stealth. His senses were sharp, but he hadn't felt a thing until Kang punched him. Still, seeing how the guy had no killing intent, it didn't seem like he came to kill them. But Kang clenched his fist and growled. It didn't mean the bastard could spy on them. Young-soo joked maybe it was just an awakener passing by, and Kang smacked him for no reason. Indiscriminate violence, huh? Kang didn't care. He said anyone who used stealth to spy a guy's ass deserved a beating to the face. He had a gut feeling this guy was fishy. Then a flashback hit. Kang sitting with Tae-gil. Kang had signed the contract with the government agreeing they could contact him in emergencies. Tae-gil had apologized, immediately asking something important. He asked Kang if he knew about the recent dungeon terrorism incidents. Kang leaned back and replied he'd heard about it. Rumors of people intentionally creating dungeon breaks. The man confirmed it. They had tracked part of the organization and were closing in on the leader. Soon, there would be a massive government-led attack to wipe them out. When that happened, they'd need Kang's help. Kang had listened quietly, expressions serious. The scene shifted back. The captured man slowly opened his eyes, only to scream as a foul, thick liquid splashed across his face. Panicking, he realized he was tied to a wall. He looked up in fear. Kang crouched in front of him with a grin, asking if he was awake now. Behind him, Young Soo stood smirking. The man struggled against the ropes, demanding to know why he was tied and who they were. His voice shook, but before he could continue, his face twisted in disgust. A horrible stench filled his nose. His eyes went wide as he wondered what it was. Kang stood up casually and apologized. He explained they wanted to wake him up by pouring water on his face, but since they didn't even have enough water for themselves, they had to improvise. Pointing at the dead harpy nearby, Kang said they used the piss stored inside its bladder. The man froze, his body stiff yellow liquid dripping down his face. He sat there in shock, realizing he had just been baptized by harpy piss. Well, that's a pissant way to wake up, right? The tied-up man gagged and threw up after realizing what had been splashed on him. His face twisted in rage as he cursed Kang, calling him a crazy fucker. He muttered only a psycho would pour monster piss on someone, and then blah! He puked again. Kang and Young Soo stood calmly in front of him while he shook in disgust, the stench sticking to his face like glue. Kang crossed his arms and said it was time to talk. Once he was done puking his guts out, Kang crouched down with a threatening tone and asked if he was the one behind the dungeon terrorists. The man paused, surprised, then for God knows why smirked proudly. He admitted yes, he was one of them, and then started spouting off like he was doing something holy. He proudly declared that people knew nothing about the noble goal they pursued. Kang sat there calm, one hand touching his ear like he was bored on a phone call. He told the tied man he didn't care if his reason was noble or not. Just spill everything he knew. Kang even added that if he talked, he'd let him go. With a stubborn face, the man said he wouldn't talk, not even if they threatened or tortured him. Then he started laughing like a lunatic, saying no one would hinder their cause, like from morning till evening come. Bro sounded like he was reading bad poetry. The next scene cut to Kang yanking the man upright by his cloak. The guy's face was swollen, bloody, and wet with tears. He started begging, saying he would talk. He'd tell them everything, just please let him go. But Kang's eyes went cold. He said the bastard still wasn't desperate enough and suggested breaking 3 or 4 more teeth. A scream tore through the sunset, long and high, echoing against the rocks. Time jumped. The sky calmed, light fading into evening. A government agent rushed in, sweating and shocked. He called Kang and asked if he'd really caught a terrorist. By the dungeon gate, Kang stood with his team and shoved the man forward, telling the agent the suspect was right here. Finally, a close shot showed the suspect's ruined face, puffy eyes, split lips, streaks of blood and tears. In a tiny voice, he begged to be arrested. Confused, Tae-gil looked at the man and asked why he was in such a bad state. Kang kept a straight face and said he didn't know. Maybe the harpies beat him up. From the bottom of his ass, he said it with zero guilt. The government agents walked forward, their boots crunching on dirt. Tae-gil brushed the question aside and said they would take it from there, thanking the party for their cooperation. Behind him, the poor man was dragged away on his knees. Young Soo, standing behind Kang, raised his hand with a lazy grin, greeting Tae-gil like they were old drinking buddies. He called him Government Mister, while Kang only gave a side glance. Tae-gil bowed politely toward Young Soo and greeted him by name. Kang asked if they already knew each other. Tae-gil explained that they had once tried to scout Young Soo, but he had refused right away. Young Soo shrugged and said government work sounded boring. Standing beside them, Shin Sung stayed quiet while Kang folded his arms, thinking Young Soo was surprisingly bad at thinking things through. Tae-gil thought for a moment, then ended the talk. He said they should discuss details tomorrow. It was late, and there were outsiders around. The next day came. Kang sat in the government office. At the table, Tae-gil placed down a cup of coffee and explained that the terrorist's name was John Yong-shik. His unique ability was stealth, which made him a key member of their organization. Kang rested his hand on the table and muttered he already knew all this after beating the shit out of him. Tae-gil continued, saying thanks to John Yong-shik, they had gotten intel on the enemy headquarters. As he had mentioned before, there would be a massive government-led attack in 2 weeks. Kang raised his eyes in surprise and repeated the time frame. 2 weeks? He asked what kind of preparations could possibly require 2 weeks and why they couldn't just attack right away. Tae-gil leaned forward slightly and explained further. For the first time in the world, a C-rank dungeon had been cleared, and it was done by China. Looking across the table, he asked Kang if he had seen the news. Kang admitted he had caught a glimpse of it on TV. Tae-gil's tone grew serious. What he was about to say hadn't been revealed to the media. He revealed that a total of 1,200 people had participated in the clear, and more than half had lost their lives. Kang's face stiffened in shock at the number. Even porn websites didn't have body counts that high. Tae-gil pointed at Kang, reminding him that as someone who had soloed a D-rank dungeon, he should understand how dangerous things were getting. Dungeon difficulty was rising exponentially. Kang thought to himself, even if the rank went up once, you'd need several times as many members. Though honestly, he wouldn't really know about large raids. He always went in solo, raw-dogging the dungeon like his stepsis stuck in the washing machine. The scene shifted to China's failed attempt. Their strategy had been to send in massive numbers of hunters like a human wave, but that was exactly why they failed. Despite the sheer size of their force, their average stats were way too low. Tae-gil then explained the government's approach. Instead of flooding the dungeon with weaklings, they'd gather only a small number of elites. Their goal was to clear the C-rank dungeon in Gangnam, Banandi's forest. Hearing this, Kang raised an eyebrow and asked if there was even a need to clear it. China already had the title of First Clear, and dungeons could be controlled by breaking the normal core. Tae-gil stared at him for a moment, surprised by how sharp he was. He admitted Kang was more observant than expected. Kang frowned, thinking, what the hell did he mean by surprisingly? Did he look like an idiot to him? The conversation paused. Tae-gil sipped his coffee and set the cup down with a quiet clink. Then he laid out the real problem. Despite repeated attempts, no one had ever fully cleared a normal core. At this rate, the dungeon would break open in less than 2 weeks. Kang was told that monsters capable of killing hundreds of skilled hunters would spill into the center of Seoul, straight into civilian territory. His eyes widened at the thought. Tae-gil continued. Preparations would be made, of course, but considering the dungeon's location and danger level, experts believed the destruction would be far greater than a normal break. Kang leaned on his hand, looking thoughtful. He admitted it felt like a crisis. And if they had taken the time to sit with him during such a busy period, it probably meant they wanted him to join. The agent nodded seriously. He explained that because of certain laws, even he didn't fully understand, it was impossible for Kang to join a raid alone. That was why, Tae-gil said, they were asking him directly. He wanted Kang to create a guild. He added they already knew Kang preferred working solo. But this time, for the sake of the country, he asked Kang to endure it and help. To ease things further, he promised the government would handle all paperwork and provide full support without holding back. Kang stayed silent, weighing it. Finally, he sighed and rubbed his forehead. He said that just this once, he'd go along with it. In his mind, Kang admitted he had already planned to make a guild anyway. With the government spoon-feeding him everything, it was just too convenient. He smirked internally, thinking to himself, see, living kindly does pay off someday. Though by kindly, he meant beating people till they puked monster piss. Guess he needed to update his dictionary. The scene shifted, and we saw Kang sitting inside a quiet cafe with Sung-ah and Young-soo. His arms were folded, a notebook open on the table. With a serious tone, he said it was time to decide the name of their guild. Both Sung-ah and Young-soo looked at him attentively. Young-soo raised a brow, asking if it wasn't too soon since there were only 3 of them. Kang reassured him that arrangements were already being made with the government. Everything was being handled. He told the whole story about how the government would take care of the paperwork, the costs, and even the C-rank dungeon part. Young-soo was shocked hearing they had to clear a C-rank dungeon, but knowing his personality, he was damn excited. Sung-ah, on the other hand, smiled softly, saying it sounded exciting. She added it was exactly what she expected from Kang, praising how he seemed to have government officials wrapped around his finger. Kang scratched his head with a troubled look, muttering it wasn't really like that. Then Sung-ah placed her hand on her chest with determination. She said Kang could speak more comfortably with her now, since she had decided to become his apprentice. Kang stared back, confused. Apprentice? Did she really want to become his student? He coughed into his fist, clearing his throat, trying to process what was happening. Still, Kang continued firmly, saying this was an important choice since they were deciding their guild's future. For now, he had also chosen some policies. He lifted one finger and laid out the first rule: no pointless fights. As he said this, his eyes landed on Young Su. Young Su looked startled, asking why Kang was staring. Kang replied bluntly, did he even need to explain? Then Kang raised two fingers for the second rule: they repay as much as they receive. Both debts and grudges must be returned equally. Young Su leaned forward with a smirk, agreeing. Finally, Kang raised three fingers. The last policy: they would become stronger than anyone. A confident smile spread across his face as he asked what they thought. Young Su admitted it sounded good, though he wasn't sure about the first rule. Sung Ah, however, looked determined, placing her hand on her chest again. She said she would carve these rules into her heart. Kang nodded in approval, moving on to the next matter: choosing a guild name. Young Su tried to lighten the mood. He suggested the Crazies Guild with a grin. Kang dismissed it immediately, saying this wasn't a joke. Young Su then suggested Lunatic. Kang asked what it meant, and when Young Su answered Crazies, Kang snapped back, asking if he had lost his mind. Kang then turned to Sung Ah and asked if she had an idea. She seemed surprised, thought for a moment, then hesitated before suggesting Kang and his strong friends. Kang rubbed his chin, sighed, and said she wasn't any better either. Deciding he'd heard enough, Kang picked up a pen and said he would choose the name himself. Sung Ah and Young Su exchanged doubtful looks but stayed quiet as Kang wrote. After a pause, he revealed his choice. Both leaned closer, eyes widening before they nodded. Sung Ah admitted it wasn't bad. Young Su agreed it actually sounded good. And just like that, their guild name was decided. Scene shifted to a dimly lit bar. Inside, Choi Min-jun sat casually with a drink. A subordinate nervously reported that John Yong-shik had been caught. Choi Min-jun swirled his glass and asked who had been responsible. The subordinate hesitated, then said it was a hunter named Kang. Choi muttered Kang's name, expression hardening. He recalled past reports. 4 months ago, Kang had fought the mutant at the Talented Education School and later defended against Dayence's Research Institute during a large dungeon break. Every memory just fueled his irritation. He clenched his jaw, face half in shadow, admitting that everything about Kang annoyed the shit out of him. Switching topics, he asked coldly about the progress of their drug. The subordinate reported it still needed time since finding test subjects was difficult. Choi's gaze sharpened. He ordered the schedule moved forward no matter what. His eyes glowed faintly red as he warned, if they failed, they might become the next test subject. The woman in the dark suit froze, sweat dripping down her temple. Her boss's words left no room for argument. She quickly nodded, trembling. The bottles of liquor sat quietly on the counter, but the air was anything but calm. Meanwhile, the news spread fast. Articles appeared everywhere online. Clear team formed for C-rank Dungeon Banandi's Forest, and the team will be announcing in the news, Toady! Forums exploded. Some doubted the numbers, some mocked China's failed human wave tactic. The internet buzzed with disbelief and hype. Then the guild list was revealed. The first, Dangun Guild, no surprise. Comments said the country would be doomed without them. The second, Talented Association, members sharp in suits, walking with confidence. Comments filled with admiration, some even gushing they wanted to marry the leader. The third, Fire Dragon Guild. Their fiery aura matched their name, but not all were impressed. Some online voices said their guild master sucked. The fourth, Immortality Guild. The chat went wild. 3 top guilds all in one raid. Legendary. The fifth, Guardian Guild, known for honor. They were welcomed with praise. The sixth, Black Knight's Order, dark armor, medieval vibes, scary as hell. But trolls mocked them as LARPers maxed out in cosplay. Comments poured in. If this team failed, people said, the country was doomed. But then, a new question blew up. Who was guild number 7? Finally, it was our boy's turn. Kang walked in late, flanked by Young Su and Sung Ah. His confident smile stood out immediately. With a casual wave, he introduced himself as Guild Master of the Badass Guild. He told them to take care of him like it was no big deal. The room froze. Outsiders thought it was arrogance. To Kang, it was just confidence. Later, people would look back. This was the Badass Guild's first eccentricity. Arriving late, brazen introduction, zero shame. And of course, as time went on, that eccentricity became a pattern. After the 50th outrageous stunt, people just stopped keeping count. The story pulled back, showing the world itself. Half a year ago, a cataclysm swept across the globe, born from a shared dream of all 7 billion humans. The age of dungeons had begun, reshaping society. Countless guilds rose and fell every day, but now only the strongest survived, and among them, another guild was about to take up the challenge, the guild no one expected, Kang's Badass Guild. Inside the meeting room, confusion. Tae-gil looked at the guild's registration and muttered, "Badass? Really? Whose ass is bad?" Kang jokingly told him he clearly didn't know what badass meant. With a smirk, Kang explained it meant cool and awesome guys. He even teased Tae-gil, asking if he couldn't speak English. The room fell into awkward silence. Tae-gil asked if Kang was really sure about this name, and Kang said of course. It had a cool vibe. From the bottom of his ass, sorry heart, he believed it. Finally, Tae-gil sighed and gave in. "Do as you like," he said. He then moved on to the important matter, the dungeon expedition. A strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest, would be held next Monday at 11. He promised to send Kong the details, but reminded him not to be late. 4 days later, Monday finally arrived. At the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, guild representatives gathered once more. In the lobby, Young Soo checked his phone with a frown. Kang was late. Again. He turned to Sung-ah, asking if Kang had told her anything. Then he smirked and teased her. Since he was 20, he asked if he could call her sis. She hesitated, then agreed with a shy nod. Just then, footsteps echoed. Kang finally arrived, completely unfazed about keeping them waiting. With the most shameless excuse possible, he casually said he was late because he had to poop. A big one, like boss fight level. Young Soo and Sung-ah were speechless. Kang just waved it off, asking if they had been waiting long. Young Soo called him bro, but his attention immediately went to Kang's shirt. Both he and Sung-ah stared. The shirt had some kind of stretched cartoon face on it. Young Soo burst out, saying it looked stupid as hell. Kang smirked, calling him a punk, saying he didn't know anything. He claimed the character was super popular with kids. Young Soo raised a brow, still doubtful. Kang sighed, admitting his online reputation was bad. People even said he looked like a criminal. The shirt, he explained, was supposed to make him look friendly. Young Soo stared at him in disbelief, asking if he really thought that would work. The stretched design looked cursed, almost alive, like the face was begging, "Please kill me." Kang froze, realizing something. His mind flashed back. Earlier in the parking lot, a kid had burst into tears when he walked by. Holy shit, it was because of the shirt? Meanwhile, upstairs, the ministry meeting room was tense. Han Myung-do from the Immortal Guild complained it was already past 11. The meeting was supposed to start on time. Lee Cheong-gun of the Black Knights said they still had to wait for 2 more guilds. Park Se-yoon from Guardian Guild sighed, saying Flame Dragon Guild was always late, but this time even more troublemakers were around. Choi Dong-woo of the Alliance sat back quietly. Han Se-yeon from the Dangun Guild stayed silent, but clearly looked annoyed. Government Rep Tae-gil sighed, already stressed, and stepped out to make a call. He tried Kang's number, ring, no answer. He rubbed his forehead. Then he tried Young Soo's number. This time, Young Soo picked up. Though he almost hung up, saying not to disturb him, he was having a great time. Tae-gil quickly reminded him he was the government guy, and it was important. Young Soo recognized him. "Oh, the government guy." Then, instead of explaining, he told Tae-gil to hold on because Kang had just gotten into a fight, and if Tae-gil wanted, he could come watch too. Confused, Tae-gil asked what the hell he meant. A fight? Fun? But before he could finish, the scene shifted. Kong was in the lobby. Sure enough, he had some poor bastard by the collar. His eyes glowing red, he asked if the guy thought he was tough. "You rude bastard?" Kang looked scary as hell, like he was about to rip his head off. The unlucky bastard turned out to be Park Hoyon, the Flame Dragon Guild master. Park was sweating bullets. His mind was racing. What the fuck is wrong with this crazy bastard? Is he seriously picking a fight with me? He was the guild master of one of Korea's top 2 guilds, and here was Kang ready to smash him. A few minutes earlier, Kong, Young Soo, and Sung-ah had stepped into the elevator. Kong leaned forward and asked which floor they needed, looking a little unsure. Sung-ah reminded him it was the 11th floor, so he pressed the button proudly, even saying "Aoki" like he was making it sound cooler than it was. The elevator doors closed and it started moving up, but before it could settle, a hand slid in and stopped the doors. The 3 inside looked out. Right there stood Park Hoyon, the Flame Dragon Guild master, along with his men. Hoyon gave them a polite smile, pretending everything was normal, and said they'd like to get in too. Kang stepped back and said sure, letting them enter. The group filled the small space, and everyone stood in silence as the elevator rose. Inside, the guy in the coat asked Kang if he was heading to the strategy meeting. Kang said yes. The man introduced himself as Park Hoyon, Guildmaster of Flame Dragon. Kang casually shook his hand and said he was Kang Hyon, Guildmaster of Badass. Kang thought to himself he was already late because he had to take a dump earlier, so now he just wanted to get this over with. More people squeezed into the elevator. The place got cramped. The system beeped, warning they were over capacity, asking the last person who got in to step out. Everyone looked at each other. Kang noticed the armor some guys were wearing and wondered, why the hell would they come in full battle gear when they weren't even entering the dungeon yet? Like, bro, is the dress code medieval knight cosplay? Park Hoyon gave an apologetic smile, saying sorry about the situation. Kang said it wasn't a big deal, but then Park twisted it, suggesting if Kang really felt that way, maybe he should just step out and let them go up first. Young Su and Sung Ah looked confused, while Kang just raised an eyebrow. Then Park smirked, hinting that since his guild was bigger and more important, the small fry should step aside. He didn't say it outright, but everyone knew what he meant. Sung Ah stayed calm, but Young Su started cracking his knuckles, whispering first he'd break Park's legs, then his middle finger, and yeah, his teeth too. Meanwhile, Kang was this close to bursting out of anger. Sung Ah glanced nervously like, oh shit, here we go. Back to the present, Shin Tai-gil, the government officer, looked frustrated as he asked if that was really the only reason Kang wanted to pick a fight. He reminded Kang this was supposed to be an important meeting. Kang scratched his head, completely shameless, and apologized. But his sorry came with an excuse that sounded more like an insult. He said he had a disease where he had to beat some trash to feel better. Stepsis stuck in the washing machine kind of therapy. That pissed Park Hoyon off instantly. He slammed the table, shouting and calling Kang a son of a bitch. His men looked ready to jump in too. Before things could explode, Tae-gil quickly cut in, telling everyone to stop and reminding them it was time to start the meeting. But before it could even begin, Han Myong-do smirked and suggested that since there was a new face, maybe they should let him introduce himself first, especially since they'd all be going into the dungeon together. Tae-gil hesitated but agreed, nervously asking Kang to stand and introduce himself. Kang leaned back and spoke in the laziest way possible. He said he was 28. His guild had been founded a few days ago, and currently there were 3 members, including him. That's it. Park Hoyon was speechless. He snapped, saying this meeting wasn't a joke, and no third-rate guild should be here. But Kang had enough of his bullshit. He said the government had called him, and if Park had a problem, he could cry to them, not him. From the bottom of his ass, Kang meant it. Park Hoyon's temper flared, and he was about to jump, but before things escalated further, Han Myong-do burst into laughter, saying Kang was exactly the type of friend he liked. He claimed a guildmaster needed guts like that. Park Hoyon ground his teeth in frustration, unable to respond without losing face. Before it spiraled again, the Alliance leader cut across the room, telling everyone to stop. This wasn't the time or place to fight. The meeting was already behind schedule. The guildmaster stirring trouble stayed quiet, face stiff with irritation. Park sat back heavily, pissed but holding himself back. On the other hand, Young Su leaned toward Kang, whispering and calling him bro. He pointed at a seat nearby, hinting toward one of the other men, the blonde guy. Kang squinted, asking if that was the Wayward Guild. Young Su smirked and corrected him. It was the Guardian Guild. Kang just muttered an "ah" like he didn't care. Kang asked what was wrong, and Young Su just said one thing. His voice carried a chill. "Just wait and see." As Young Su opened his inventory and summoned a weapon, he continued saying, "Just wait and see, because I will kill him now. Gra!" Kang was just left speechless. Young Su, with an excited face, said to just wait and see because he would kill Park Se-hyun. Hearing this, Kang got surprised and grabbed Young Su's hand, but Young Su asked what was wrong and told him to let go. Kang, in anger, asked what the fuck he was doing, saying no matter how crazy he was, this wasn't it. Then, with a jolt of realization, Kang remembered. How could he forget? This fucking bastard was always like this from the start. A maniac. After that, Tae-gil told Young Su to put his weapon down. On the other hand, Han Se-yeon and all the other guilds looked surprised, wondering what the hell was going on. Park Hoyon said he knew it. He mocked them, saying those bastards were always lowly bastards from the start. Meanwhile, a member of Park Se-hyun's guild pulled out his sword, asking what was happening and if they were picking a fight now. He asked his guildmaster for permission to engage, but for some reason, Park Se-hyun sat there like a lifeless body, silent again and again, despite his member asking. The next moment, Park Se-hyun started growling, "Gra, gra!" loudly, small veins appearing across his face. Suddenly, he went berserk like a wild beast. His eyes vibrated, big veins popped, his growl shook the room. He grabbed his head and shouted as a red aura burst out. Lee Cheong-gun, Han Se-yeon, and everyone else pulled out their weapons. Park Se-hyun, still clutching his head, slammed his hand on the table, growling louder. Choi Dong-woo also pulled his weapon, asking what was wrong with him, why he was acting like that. The poor guild member nervously asked Park Se-hyun if he was okay, but Park Se-hyun glared back, then with his middle finger literally penetrated his throat deep. The member froze in shock, not understanding what had happened, and the next moment, it was over. Park Se-hyun slashed his neck into 2 pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Silence swallowed the office. Kang muttered, "What the hell?" Young-soo, on the other hand, got even more excited. He told Kang to take a good look, because that was no human. Excitedly, he declared that Kang should let him kill Park Se-hyun. Before Kang could stop him, Young-soo broke free, leaped into the air with his smasher, and went straight for Park's head. Young-soo wasn't your average lunatic. He was worse. But before his blow could land, Park punched his stomach so hard that Young-soo coughed blood mid-air, flying back like a rag doll. Kang barely caught him. Blood spilled from Young-soo's mouth. Kang asked if he was okay. Young-soo grinned through the blood, saying he was fine, but admitted that thing was tough, but that thing picked the wrong place to go berserk. All the top names of Korea had their weapons drawn, ready to smash him. Seeing this, Kang slapped Young-soo's back with a grin and said, "How about he also have some fun with this thing?" Giving an evil, psychotic smile, Kang prepared for the fun. The scene shifted outside the office. The entire building shook violently. Inside the office was ruins, a hole in the wall, debris everywhere. They all stood in a circle around Park Se-hyun, who was beaten to a pulp. Everyone stared at him. Kang asked if he was dead. Han Myung-do admitted they couldn't restrain him. Lee Cheong-gun said he was stronger than expected. They all questioned, what the hell was he truly? Because clearly, he wasn't normal. Kang then glanced at Young-soo, wondering how he had known Park Se-hyun wasn't normal. Kang prided himself on being sensitive to mana, but he hadn't sensed anything unusual until the fight began. He wondered if Young-soo had a unique ability, like seeing the future or sensing danger. Kang realized if that was true, then even Young-soo's reckless, crazy actions had meaning. He thought, don't tell me. All this time, when Young-soo acted like a psychopath, there was actually a reason? Maybe he wasn't a psycho after all. But then Young-soo made a twisted, perverted face, as if he had just climaxed, and moaned that he had enjoyed it. Satisfied after so long, it was truly pleasurable. Kang's disgusted face said it all. He dismissed the thought right away. Forget it, Young-soo was a psychopath. A fucking psycho bastard from the very start. Young-soo laughed, saying, "Bro, 11 a.m. doesn't even count as morning." Kang rolled his eyes, but right then, Taegil came running from behind, calling his name. Kang turned, and Taegil said he was going to tell him something important after the meeting, but maybe it was better to say it now. Kang asked what it was. Taegil reminded him about their last talk, the government providing support to the badass guild. Kang nodded like, oh right, because he lived such a good and kind life, huh? From the bottom of his ass, Kang knew it wasn't that. Taegil didn't get the joke, but continued, saying the guild office had recently been cleared and organized, and it was available starting today. Did Kang want to check it out? Kang's face lit up. Of course he did. An office? Hell yes. He asked where he should go. The scene shifted, showing a huge government office in the middle of the city. On the 13th floor, the sign read, Badass Guild. Kang's mouth fell open. The office was freaking massive. A high-end gaming PC with the latest graphics card ready for GTA 6, an expensive espresso machine, and even a double-door fridge big enough to hide 3 bodies, or store beer, which was basically the same thing. Kang asked if the 3 of them were really going to use all this. Young-soo said they'd need to recruit more people. Kang shrugged, saying still, it looked fun to decorate. Young-soo agreed. Maybe add a sofa, throw in a TV or 2. Kang said why not add a shower and a bedroom too? Young-soo blinked and asked if that was really okay. Kang grinned. Probably yeah. Then Kang opened the fridge, With excitement, he said lastly they'd fill it completely with beer. Young Soo groaned. Did Kang know this was a workplace? Kang shot back. So what? Did Young Soo hate beer? Young Soo instantly replied no, he loved beer. Hypocrite. Shin Sung then reminded Kang it was almost meeting time. Kang slapped his forehead. Oh shit, the meeting was at 2 today. He quickly opened the PC, logged into the ministry application, and muttered, it would be pretty funny if the internet didn't even work. The scene shifted, and the video call meeting began. Taegil stayed on the call, thanking everyone for coming. Through hologram, all the guild leaders appeared. Taegil said they were about to start, and asked if there were any questions. Han Se-yeon raised one, asking what had happened to Park Se-hyun. Taegil replied the investigation was ongoing. Details would be shared later. Meanwhile, Kang whispered to his team, asking if Han Se-yeon was really famous. Shin Sung explained Dangun Guild was ranked 5th in the country, made solely to protect humanity. She even respected him personally, though she didn't know why he turned out like that. Young Soo snorted, mocking Kang for knowing nothing. The two bickered like school kids. Taegil sighed and snapped. If they were gonna argue like that, at least mute the mic. Kang muted it with a straight face, but smirked, muttering something about how Taegil sounded like his mom. The meeting continued. Taegil announced in 5 days they would raid the Sirang dungeon, Vanandi Forest, a massive mountain terrain. Scouts reported goblins, orcs, and more monsters inside. Han Myung-do scoffed. Goblins and orcs? That's it? He said it wouldn't be that easy, and asked what Vanandi even meant. Taegil admitted it wasn't clear, so they assumed it might be a boss. Han Se-yeon agreed it sounded like a boss's name. Taegil explained further. The monsters weren't ordinary. Normal goblins were like street thugs, but in Vanandi Forest, they were like trained military soldiers. Lee Cheon-gun asked what that meant. Taegil spelled it out. These monsters fought like a well-trained army, organized, skilled, systematic. Choi Dong-woo frowned, saying then it wouldn't be easy. Taegil agreed, saying ideally, all the guilds should act together like one union. But the guild leaders all shook their heads. Impossible. They'd handle things their own way. Choi Dong-woo laughed, saying he knew it would go like this, but had no problem working with everyone. Taegil was worried, but at the same time, his eyes caught Kang, and there he was, drinking beer. Beer dripping from his mouth like he was in a pub, not a government meeting. Taegil shouted, "What the hell are you drinking right now?" Kang blinked like a drunk. He looked at the can, saw the foam sliding down his hand, and said, "Wait, when the fuck did this get here?" Young Soo fell over laughing, saying, "Was Kang really drinking beer in a board meeting? Where the hell did it even come from?" Then Shin Sung admitted quietly, she bought it just now, because Master Kang had ordered the fridge to be filled with beer. Kang gave her a thumbs up, thanked her, and offered her dried squid to go with it, saying beer with squid was the best combo. Every guild leader watching froze, shocked out of their minds. Then Kang casually asked Taegil, so what exactly was Vanandi Forest again? Proving he hadn't listened to a damn word so far. Taegil's face went blank, like his soul just left his body. He thought to himself, holy shit, will this raid even be okay? Well, various things happened, but the meeting ended smoothly, if you could even call that smoothly. The next day, someone came in all bright, saying good morning. That unknown guy said he'd be working there starting today, his tone dripping with enthusiasm. He introduced himself as Han Jae-moon and asked everyone to take good care of him. He was super excited to see Kang. Kang asked who the hell he was, and Young Soo, while chewing dried squid, explained that the government guy had told them yesterday they'd be hiring someone for guild admin work. Kang went, oh yeah, right. Then Shin Sung handed Kang the new manager's resume. Kang stood in front of Jaemoon and started reading it. Name, Jaemoon. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. And then, written right there, PP length. Kang frowned, asking what the hell was the need for that much detail. As Kang read, Jaemoon's body literally shivered with excitement. His eyes locked on Kang's face, his shoulders, his muscles, his skin. He thought Kang looked way more like a gangster than an awakener. Looking into Kang's eyes made his body tremble like he was about to climax, probably from the bottom of his ass. Kang sighed and said since Taegil had selected him, he must have thought it through. Then Kang extended his hand, saying from now on he'd be counting on him. Jaemoon blushed, grabbed Kang's hand, and shouted he'd work super hard. The scene shifted. Everyone sat on chairs. Jaemoon's eyes still lingered with lust as he looked at Young Soo and even Shin Sung. On the other hand, Shin Sung told Kang she had something important. The guild would start growing in scale from now on. Kang muttered he was thinking about a matching uniform. Hearing uniform, Jaemoon's body twitched like he was the one about to wear it. But Kang didn't say no. Then Shin pulled something from her bag. Kang asked if that was the new uniform. She proudly showed it. The thing looked like some old-school gangster wear. Thick jacket with a giant skull that read badass. Kang immediately rejected it, asking what the hell the skull was supposed to be. It looked like something an 80s biker gang would wear. Young Soo, casually playing on a Nintendo, admitted it was his idea. Kang stared. So he was in on this too? He shook his head, saying Young Soo already looked scary enough. Why make him look worse? But Shin, fake tears welling, said she'd worked so hard on it. The truth? She'd been scammed. She'd gone into a shop where some old man sold her that crap for $10,000, claiming it was an antique uniform worn by a guild 100 years ago. Kong muttered, "Bro, guilds only started a few years ago." Still, Shin happily bought it, even bragging about the $500 discount for buying 5 at once. She hugged the uniform, thinking Kang would be proud. But when Kang rejected it, she tossed it on the bed, crying, saying she was going to the bathroom for a moment. The whole room froze. Jaemoon made a strange face, thinking, what the hell is this atmosphere? Young Soo gave Kang a thumbs down, saying, "Bro, trash move, she worked hard." Kang snapped back, "How was this his fault?" Young Soo mocked him, saying that was too mean. Finally, Kang gave in and agreed to the uniform. Eventually, the group came out of the elevator, all wearing the same skull logo jackets. Young Soo proudly filmed with his iPhone 69, while Shin Sung smiled like she'd won the lottery. Kang asked if she liked it. Shin said yes, she loved it. Kang sighed, then asked where his car was. He had parked it right there, but his eyes widened. The entire car had the same giant skull logo spray-painted all over it. Kang's only reaction, "What the hell is this? Whose idea was this?" Spit flew from his mouth. Young Soo proudly raised his hand, saying it was him. He'd called workers yesterday and made this masterpiece. He asked if it wasn't cool. Kang's nerves burst. He shouted he didn't care if they sold it, burned it, or scrapped it, but they had to bring him back the same car he used to have. Shin Sung said she thought it looked awesome. That was it. Kang and Young Soo started screaming at each other, threatening to kill each other. Meanwhile, Han Ye-moon stood in the back, watching the chaos unfold. At that moment, he realized he was completely fucked. This was way different from what he'd imagined. A lot different. What kind of guild had he gotten into? The scene shifted, and a badass car was moving through a traffic jam. Kang said seriously, if they didn't get rid of this car, Young Soo would die by his hand. Young Soo asked if Kang was picking a fight right now. Kang cursed and said he shouldn't even talk to him. But suddenly the car stopped because of a huge traffic jam. Kang asked Han Jae-moon why the traffic was so jammed. Han Jae-moon said he didn't know either. They then noticed a lot of people standing in front of them. Kang stepped out of the car about to ask what happened, but with a bang, someone came flying and crashed into him. Kang grabbed the car door and used it as a shield to save himself, but a shard of glass scratched his face as the man hit the ground. From behind, Young Soo rushed out in tension, asking if Kang was okay. Kang thought to himself that Young Soo cared for him. What a good friend. But Young Soo ignored him, grabbed the broken car door and started crying, saying his artistic soul had been in that car. So the one artistic spirit won was him. He scammed his own guild member. That's badass, bro. Kang, on the other hand, couldn't believe it. Young Soo had worried about the car and not him. The man who had been thrown muttered angrily, saying that little shit thought he could just toss him around. But as soon as he looked up, his soul nearly left his body. Young Soo was glaring at him through broken glass, smiling with a psychopathic, demonic grin. His monstrous aura grew darker as he said in a deep, threatening tone that he would kill him. The man fainted on the spot. The scene shifted. A fight was happening. One side was Jo Dong-won, who had thrown the man toward Kang, saying if the other party didn't leave the city, he would throw every one of them out one by one. The other side arrogantly replied that he couldn't even fight properly and only relied on brute strength. That was Woo Jin-hyung. From behind, Woo Jin-hyung's member asked if his teammate would be okay since he had been blown away. Woo Jin-hyung said it was fine, as that guy was the best in the guild when it came to durability, their defense, and probably hadn't even gotten a scratch. But at the same time, one of his members called out that someone was coming from behind. That was none other than Kang and his group. Kang was holding the beaten body of a Youngjin member. clearly showing he had been thrashed to near death. Kang threw him down hard, and with a bang, the man crashed into the ground. Kang then stepped on his head and shouted if this trash belonged to them. The guild member's face was swollen, his teeth broken, and he cried loudly, apologizing. The Jungjin Guild panicked. One of them shivered, demanding to know who Kang was and what was going on. Kang realized from their reaction that this trash had come from Jungjin, and he said so it was them, the Jungjin Guild, who were causing trouble. Kang said he'd heard there was a turf war over who controlled the area, but he didn't give a fuck. Because of them, he hadn't been able to eat beef. His anger grew, veins bulging in his face. Woo Jin-hyung didn't even know who Kang was, but when he slowly looked at Kang's group, sweat dripped down his face. His eyes landed on Kang's chest, where the distorted cartoon on his shirt seemed to scream for mercy. He still wears that Pororo shirt. Bro, poor Pororo, let him smile far. Each CHP that Pororo shirt printing is disappearing day by day. He realized with horror that this was the same Kang, and that their guild had picked a fight with a complete psychopath. Kang demanded 5 million. Hong Chae-yeon didn't understand. Kang explained it was because their van had been wrecked, and he'd gotten hurt earlier in the blast. He stretched his hand forward, adding that including emotional damage, they owed 5 million won. From behind, Young Soo chimed in, saying his artistic work had been destroyed too, so he wanted 5 million as well. Kang agreed, saying now they had to pay 10 billion. 500 mil plus 500 mil equals 10 bill. Simple math. The Jungjin Guild saw Young Soo's hand bleeding from a cut he had given himself, and they realized these people were insane. Hong Chae-yeon laughed, and the rest of Jungjin joined in, mocking them. But in the next moment, they launched their attack. Kang stood his ground. Hong Chae-yeon charged, but before he could do anything, Kang's fist slammed into him. For 1 second, Hong Chae-yeon felt like he was about to meet his ancestors, and then, with a bang, everything ended. The scene shifted again. The aftermath was brutal. Jungjin's members were scattered everywhere. Woo Jin-hyung lay with his face swollen, teeth broken, body half buried in the ground. Others were sprawled over buildings, cars, and pavements. Everything was wrecked. Kang brushed off his t-shirt and asked if it was over. A voice from behind said thanks. Kang turned and saw Jo Dong-won. Kang said there was no need for thanks. These people had provoked him, so he hit them. He added that he hadn't done anything for Hai-sun either, so they should get the fuck out before he got more annoyed. Still angry, Kang cursed that because of their useless fight, he was now late and couldn't even eat beef. But when he heard Jo Dong-won's name, he suddenly thought of beef. Kang's mood shifted instantly, and he declared he would treat them to premium Korean beef worth over $500 per person. Kang's mouth watered at the thought. Then Kang loudly announced that from now on, their guilds were allies by blood. So, how to get a bloodthirsty ally? Premium beef and that small guild just invested in early Bitcoin. The scene shifted again to a quiet building. In an empty room, a single woman sat alone. She said the Hai-sun side had managed to pull off a clean sweep. Finally, her face was revealed, and she was a total baddie. She smirked and said, should she give them a little warning then? Yo, they even got a tomboy mommy, and that woman was none other than Hong Chae-yeon. Young Soo corrected him, saying, no bro, it was Hai-sun, not Hai-sung. But we all know how much Kang loves his name. Jo Dong-won said he would cook, so Kang could just enjoy his meal. But Kang, with a dominating and threatening tone, asked if he was confident. Jo Dong-won got nervous and said yes. Kang said the thing he hated most in this world were goblins, Young Soo, and people who couldn't grill meat. Young Soo gave Kang a side eye and asked if he was serious. Kang again asked Jo Dong-won if he was confident he could grill better than him. Jo Dong-won immediately said no. He would eat it gratefully because he didn't want his head chopped if even a little bit of meat was burnt. A little later, Kang drank all the beer one by one and said thanks to him, he had a great time. Kang then asked what he wanted. Hearing this, Jo Dong-won got happy. Kang said this was a bit excessive for a simple token of appreciation because the bill was humongous. Jo Dong-won then said he knew it was not something to bring up when they had just met, but could Kang please consider helping their guild? We were then given an overview. Jungjin Guild and Hai-sun Guild had divided this area equally, but about a week ago, Jungjin Guild started invading Hai-sun Guild's territory. Their two guilds had been similar in both size and strength, so they had an agreement not to invade each other. But Youngjin had been provoking them openly and pushing them hard, and today's fight had been the breaking point. Kang said so that was why they had been fighting in the middle of the road. Young Su said so it was an all-out war and suggested they should just join too. Kang told him to shut up, calling him a crazy bastard whose only thought was fighting, fighting, fighting. On the other hand, Han Jae-mun was excited, drinking a Red Bull. He thought a fight between guilds and a shift in balance of power would be a super big issue and interesting. He even thought he would get a different orgasm from watching this fight. But Kang said he understood what Zhou Dongwan was saying, though they didn't exactly have a reason to get involved. Zhou Dongwan insisted, saying if things continued, their guild would definitely lose and be destroyed. Kang gave him a confused look. Han Seon then said the balance of power had been broken, and Jeongjin Guild was becoming unusually strong. Zhou Dongwan added there was a very secret rumor that something suspicious was happening inside Jeongjin Guild. A substance was being circulated. Kang asked substance? Zhou Dongwan said from what he heard it supposedly enhanced the power of an awakener. Kang thought it was fishy. He asked Shin Sung-ah when their Seg Guild dungeon raid was. She said in 2 days. Kang thought for a while, then said sweet, they would help. Hearing this, Zhou Dongwan got very happy and stood up from his seat, and they started discussing. At the same time, a mysterious man outside took a picture of them all. The photo went viral on the internet. The badass showed up in our neighborhood, LOL. People mocked their weird gangster-style clothes, and even Kang's car picture went viral, with people wondering why the car door was broken. The next day, Young Su showed Kang the photo. Kang saw himself drinking beer in the picture and cursed, asking what the hell this was. Young Su said it looked like someone had taken their picture, but actually this was great. Other guilds spent hundreds of millions promoting themselves, and theirs was getting promoted for free. Kang cursed again, saying this was not the right way of promotion. They were being made fun of for their clothes. On the other hand, Shin Sung-ah was very happy seeing the hate comments. Someone had talked about their clothes. Then a voice called from behind saying, hey, it was Taegil, the government officer. He told them to stop messing around and pay attention. The other guild members also followed him. Taegil said he would start again. Now they would begin the raid, the Vanandi Forest. He said the world was watching them and asked everyone to sacrifice for the peace and well-being of the nation. He told them he wouldn't say any empty words and asked them to please come back safely. Taegil then shouted, come back and proudly claim wealth and honor, seize it all. Kang and all the guild leaders stood in one line as if it was a national anthem or celebration. Then they entered the C-rank dungeon together. On the other hand, Taegil bowed his head and said, I wish you victory. Choi Dong-woo clapped loudly, asking everyone to give him their attention. He said he wasn't the raid leader but would organize things once, asking for their understanding. Each guild would move separately in the directions agreed in advance. However, the monsters here were more strategic and intelligent, and no one could predict where danger might strike. If anyone was in danger, they were to fire a signal flare without hesitation. Red for danger, green for co-discovered, purple for boss discovered. If a signal was fired nearby, all guilds had to gather quickly. Han Myung-do said, okay, let's go. Park Ho-yeon got annoyed, saying it had all been explained during the meeting already, accusing Choi Dong-woo of acting like a leader without resistance. Choi Dong-woo just said, all right, everyone good luck. With that, the guild split up. Young Su said they should also leave. Kang replied, yeah. But just as they were about to move, Choi Dong-woo asked Kang if they could all move together. He explained that even though Kang's group was capable, no one knew what could happen inside a dungeon. Kang thought for a while. Choi Dong-woo smiled, remembering his first impression of Kang from when he was fighting the skeleton. In his mind, Kang was actually a kind and good person, despite how he looked. Kang scratched his head, thinking it sucked that Choi had stolen his skeleton skill. But he owed him anyway for the hospital bill. So Kang agreed, and they shook hands. Some time passed, and Young Su grew annoyed. He asked Kang if they hadn't made a guild so they could go around by themselves. Why were they tagging along with others? Kang explained that since it was their first time in a C-rank dungeon, it was safer to be cautious. From behind, Choi Dong-woo praised Kang, calling him the right master, but Young Su wasn't happy. He asked Kang if he was chickening out, saying it was a letdown. Kang turned around with a warm smile and asked if he was trying to pick a fight again, calling him a damn snake. Kang knew he himself couldn't die, but his teammates were normal, and he needed to protect them too. That's why he chose this path. Soon, Kang and Young Su were bickering. Two members of Choi's guild mocked them, asking if they thought this dungeon was their playground. They said Kang was new and clueless, and his guild members pampered him too much. Hearing this, young Su snapped, spitting like a rabid dog, ready to chew them raw. Kang grabbed his head, telling him to calm down. Young Su shoved his hand away, saying he wasn't some fight-hungry lunatic. Kang asked then what was in his right hand. Young Su looked down and realized he was holding his smasher. Embarrassed, he shoved it back into his inventory, asking how it even got there. Kang sighed and turned aside. Young Su then asked why Kang suddenly looked so defeated. Kang replied he had always been like this. In his mind, Kang admitted he understood. Beating those two would have been satisfying. But before they could continue, they were attacked. A bloodthirsty goblin leapt into the air with a sword and shield. At least 10-15 goblins appeared surrounding them. The guild members barely dodged the attack. Choi Dong-woo quickly organized his team into formation, but then thousands of goblins swarmed like madmen. They looked less like warriors and more like a flash mob of horny midgets ready to audition for a porn. Choi warned that if they didn't respond properly, they'd be wiped out. Young Su jumped into action, smashing goblins left and right with his smasher, his same lustful, perverted smile, as if he had just smashed 3 thick women at the same time. Kang looked at him in disgust, calling him a lunatic. Another goblin lunged at Kang. He thought about the things he hated most. First, young Su. Second, people who couldn't grill meat. And third, he pulled out his hammer, charged his mana energy ball, and blasted the goblin's head apart. The head popped like a watermelon dropped from a rooftop. Kang gave a psychotic smile. He and young Su looked like 2 demon lords born from the same mother. Seeing this bloodshed, Choi's guild members shivered, realizing these two were lunatics, and that mocking them earlier had doomed them. Later, by the campfire, Choi Dong-woo laughed, saying he had heard the rumors. But everyone besides Kang was far more outstanding than expected. Kang laughed back, saying you could say that. Choi apologized again for his members' rudeness. Kang said it was fine. They had already been punished, as both stood holding hands as a symbolic punishment. Choi asked if they wanted to move together again tomorrow. Kang said he appreciated the offer, but they planned to move separately. Choi asked if it was because of a bet. Kang said yeah, something like that. Earlier at the dungeon entrance, Park Ho-yeon had approached Kang, suggesting a bet on who contributed more to the raid or who landed the finishing blow to the boss. He even said Kang should crush them like a dog and humiliate them. Kang was shocked, asking if he was out of his mind. Park Ho-yeon said Kang was doing it to save his guild's reputation, right? Kang asked if his consciousness had flipped. Park Ho-yeon smirked and asked if Kang was scared. Did he get scared before even seeing the boss? Park Ho-yeon then placed a mysterious object in front of Kang. He said if Kang won the bet, he would give it to him. Kang noticed it was labeled only as an Easter egg, with no details other than being created by someone who liked pranks. Feeling the familiar aura, Kang immediately realized this item was connected to the administrator. Park Ho-yeon smiled and asked Kang if it was him. Kang should know what this thing was, right? Kang thought to himself, does this brat also know about the administrator? But then another thought struck him. More importantly, was this brat also a tutorial graduate? And if so, did he also know that Kang himself was a tutorial graduate? Kang decided to play dumb. He said he didn't know and asked if it was some kind of monster ball like Pokemon. Park Ho-yeon got irritated, telling him not to play dumb. He said he already knew Kang had joined the Special Ability Management team, which meant he had completed the 7th level and met the administrator, just like others in the government alliance. Kang's eyes narrowed. Has this dumb fucker also met the administrator? I didn't even expect this idiot to be a tutorial graduate. But instead of showing his thoughts, Kang smirked with a twisted smile, asking what they should bet. Should he kneel or something? Park Ho-yeon laughed and said no, that wouldn't be fair. He said Kang should instead join his guild for 1 year and obey all of his commands like a slave. In return, he'd treat Kang like a normal member. Kang asked if that was all, and made sure Park Ho-yeon wasn't planning to pull dirty tricks. Park Ho-yeon said he didn't do things like that, promising the match would be fair and square. That was his motto. Kang muttered if it was really fair to make a bet against a 3-member guild, but both of them still shook hands. Park Ho-yeon looked annoyed hearing that. The scene shifted back to the present. Choi Dong-woo asked Kang if he was really going to be okay. Kang stretched his hand, saying he had more or less gotten the feeling of the dungeon, and if something happened, there was always the signal flare. Choi Dong-woo shook his head. He said the flare probably wouldn't mean much. Kang had seen it himself. The top-ranking guilds were useless. If anyone got stuck in danger, they shouldn't expect anyone else to come help. Kang listened quietly, waved, and left. Choi Dong-woo wished him good luck as they parted ways. The scene shifted to Park Ho-yeon, who was visibly irritated. He shouted in frustration, asking how many times this had already happened. His member reported 3 injured and 2 dead, with the injured being treated, but they couldn't engage the enemy properly. Park Ho-yeon yanked an arrow from a tree and snapped it in anger. Their guild had been cornered by a species of monster, lizard men. He hadn't expected them to be a species, not even a boss, but small, weak lizards had driven his guild into such a state. Bro, even geckos on a bathroom wall looked more dangerous than this. Yet here they were, being wrecked. His guild member suggested moving back and asking for help, but Park Ho-yeon screamed at him. They couldn't retreat. If they ran, they'd be shot down by arrows. He scolded the member harshly, saying their guild would never bow to others. The member apologized like a beaten dog. Then Park Ho-yeon laughed madly, his face twisting. He said if those bastards were hiding in the forest, then they just needed to get rid of the forest. Burn it down! His member protested, saying setting the forest on fire could be dangerous. The whole dungeon could burn. Park Ho-yeon snarled, asking if there was any other way. At this rate, they'd be wiped out. His member suggested the flare, but Park Ho-yeon cut him off, saying no one else would come anyway. He himself would never respond if someone else had fired a flare. Why expect others to help? Looking at the wind, Park Ho-yeon smirked. The wind blew in the opposite direction. That meant if they set the forest ablaze, only the monsters would burn. With a grin, he pulled out a magic staff from his inventory and with a bang set the forest on fire. The scene shifted back to Kang. A lizard man stood in front of him. These were Wandan scouts. Kang frowned, confused. They weren't attacking, just panting. From behind, Young-soo said it was probably like a warning. If you come any closer, we won't stay still. Kang snapped back, asking how the hell he knew that. Did he speak monster language? Young-soo said it was intuition. Kang muttered, convenient intuition. Kang prepared his weapon and his team dashed forward. But the 3 lizard men suddenly clung to trees like magnets, acting strangely. Kang and his teammates stopped, staring. Shin-sung said it seemed like they'd lost their will to fight, overwhelmed by their Lord Kang's spirit. But Young-soo said they were probably just scared of Kang's scary face. Kang told him to shut up. Young-soo shrugged, saying if they weren't going to fight, then they should just go deeper into the forest. According to his intuition, something interesting would happen. Kang sighed and said, yeah, great intuition. And just like that, Kang overlooked it. The interesting thing Young-soo mentioned turned into a nuisance. Suddenly, Kang was furious as hell, shouting, "You fucker!" An arrow was pierced in his shoulder. The lizard men had fired from the trees, hiding in the branches. Kang cursed, asking if they thought they were Teemo from League of Legends. These bastards camped harder than a 40-year-old virgin in Call of Duty. Young-soo agreed they were annoying, though not individually strong. Kang wondered if they were trying to wear down their stamina. Kang yanked the arrow out and said it wouldn't work. Young-soo asked if Kang had any plan. Kang broke the arrow, gave a twisted beastly smile, and screamed, "It's simple. Just take a hostage. Ha 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 ha." He said he didn't care if their claws were ripped out or their skin peeled raw. Let's see if they kept acting arrogant then. Even the lizard men felt a chill, like someone had just searched their internet history out loud. Kang had caught one of the lizard men. He pressed his dagger against its neck and shouted not to move. If they didn't listen, this bastard's life would be over. The other lizard men looked at each other, paused, and the next moment, Kang and his teammates were sprinting like crazy. Kang cursed, "Damn it, fuck, what the hell, it didn't work on them." Young-soo said he told him so. Kang growled that Young-soo had agreed with the plan. Young-soo shrugged, saying he just thought it might be fun. Kang realized again Young-soo had cooked him up, cursed him, and called him a son of a bitch. The scene shifted. Kang sat under a tree, panting, a dagger stuck in his leg, blood dripping down his back. He muttered that those bastards had even killed the hostage while running, because he had used that lizard man as a shield. Shin-sung sighed, calling them unreasonable bastards. Young-soo scoffed, saying what as if kidnappers ever listened anyway. Then he added they needed a new plan, couldn't just sit like this. Kang turned and noticed a red signal flare. Shin said red meant danger. Someone might need help. Young-soo asked what they should do. Kang said let's go, staying here wouldn't solve anything anyway. The scene shifted. a goblin blew a battle horn. The sound was so bad, it felt like he was blowing through his ass instead of a horn. Other goblins rallied beside their huge orc fathers, preparing to attack the Guardian Guild. The old guildmaster was dead, so now Han Si-wan, the vice guildmaster, took command. He ordered his members to form a defense, but deep down, he knew they were all going to die. No reinforcements would come. Han Si-wan stared at the endless goblin army. He thought of where it all went wrong. Back when their master first acted strange, they should have given up on this raid. But chasing reputation had dragged them here. Then he admitted the truth. It was his own greed that dragged his members to their deaths. More than half the guild lay dead. Husbands, lovers, friends cut down. A boy and his girlfriend skewered by the same spear, still clinging to each other. Han Si-wan looked on in despair. With a bang, heavy footsteps shook the ground. A massive orc appeared. Han Si-wan realized it was over. Their guild was finished. Goblins swarmed the bodies, ready to slit throats. One goblin raised its blade above Han Si-wan's neck. Suddenly, an arrow whistled in, pierced the goblin. Han Si-wan was saved. He looked up. Kong dropped from above, roaring, "Bring it on!" He activated Lion's Roar, pulling all aggro. Then he triggered Giant's Power and Vini's Secret. With his colossal hammer, he smashed one orc's skull, split another's stomach, and crushed a third like he was turning a watermelon into a smoothie. Han Si-wan stood speechless. From behind, Shin Sung-ah's arrows rained down. Young Su dove in with his smasher, breaking goblin bones with psychotic laughter. Han Si-wan stared wide-eyed. Badass guild? 3 orcs at once? Kong smashed their heads like tomatoes. Was he really just an ability user like him? No, he was on a completely different level. But despair hit again. Hundreds more orcs approached. Just as hope faded, reinforcements arrived. A member shouted. The Daegun Guild had come. Han Se-yeon commanded, and her members charged, slaughtering goblins. The Guardian Guild cheered. They might be saved. Time passed. The battlefield fell silent, soaked in blood. All goblins lay dead. Kong wiped his sweat, muttering, "Phew, what a mess." Han Se-yeon and Lee Cheong-gun walked up, praising him for his work. Han Si-wan, however, stood like a broken statue. In his mind, 70% of his guild was dead, yet not one member of Daegun had fallen. Not one from Badass Guild had fallen either. His heart sank. Kang noticed him frozen and shouted, "Why are you just standing there? You trying to hold your shit or something? You're the one in charge now, right? Gather your people. We're having the next strategy meeting." Then he stormed off. Han Si-wan stood confused and hollow. The scene shifted. Park Hoyeon was in hell. The fire he started spread uncontrollably, trapping his guild. His members screamed. The wind had shifted. The flames were everywhere. Park Hoyeon cursed, eyes wide, voice cracking. "I don't know anymore. Fall back. Everyone fall back." Bro really lit up a forest like a campfire, and now he's roasting his own guild. Kang said they were going straight to the core. Han Se-yeon argued they didn't even know where the core was and suggested splitting up to search. But Kang pointed straight ahead, saying the core was right there. And from what he felt, it wasn't that far. Han Se-yeon frowned, asking if Kong could really sense the core energy. Was he serious? Kang tilted his head and muttered it was weird. Based on his experience, they'd probably reach it past midnight. The two started debating whether to move now or later, but from behind, Han Si-wan nervously interrupted, asking if it wasn't too much to move immediately since they had just finished a big battle. Kong snapped back. He said they didn't know how that insane high IQ lizard man would move next. They had seen it themselves. The lizard men were dangerous. Han Se-yeon agreed, saying that was exactly why they couldn't give them time. They had to strike now, but Han Si-wan still argued, saying everyone was tired and they should rest. Lee Cheong-gun stepped in, reassuring them. Black Knight's Guild had a healer who could handle fatigue. The scene widened, showing the Guardian Guild. They were in ruins. Over 70% already dead, only a few survivors left. Han Si-wan lowered his head, admitting Dangun and the others might be fine, but Guardian Guild was at their limit. Kang's eyes burned. He shouted at Han Si-wan, asking why he was so tense and scared. Did he want them to escort him out of the dungeon? Babysit him? Han Si-wan stammered, asking Kang not to put it that way. But Kong didn't stop. He demanded to know why Han Si-wan even came here. Han Si-wan opened his mouth, but no words came. Deep down, he knew it was greed. He had dragged his weak guild here, and now they were dead because of it. Silence was his only answer. The scene shifted. Everyone was heading toward the dungeon core. Goblins were slaughtered on the way, blood soaking the ground. At last, Kang found the dungeon's main core. It was surrounded by lizard men. Even Lee Cheong-gun looked surprised. They had found it so quickly. Kang's sense of direction was terrifyingly good. The order was given, fire the flare. The signal shot into the sky. Elsewhere, guild members mid-battle saw it. Choi Dong-woo rushed toward the core, smiling when he spotted Kang. He called him little brother, saying he knew Kang would survive. Guardian Guild survivors cheered too, relieved. But then the ground shook. From the shadows, an enormous orc emerged. This wasn't just any orc. It was Vanandi, the great warrior, nearly 5 meters tall, glowing yellow eyes, and a giant sword in his hands. Kang didn't hesitate. He pulled his massive hammer from his inventory and leapt high. With one colossal strike, he smashed the boss's skull. Both its eyes popped out like grapes being squeezed. The brain split open, blood spraying like a burst pipe. Kang landed calmly as the giant body toppled. With one blow, the boss was dead. He muttered, "Why was it this weak?" Around him, lizardmen were slaughtered. Kang realized the dungeon's true difficulty wasn't the boss. It was the sheer number and intelligence of the monsters. The boss itself was pathetic. For loot, Kang received a massive sword, 3 times bigger than normal. The Sword of Vendan, Great Warrior. Rank D sharp, durable, light. He also obtained a bow, which he handed to Shin Sung-ah. Kang muttered the sword was too big. Funny coming from someone who swung an even bigger hammer. Finally, silence fell. The monsters were gone. Choi Dong-woo sighed, saying he had expected losses, but far too many had died. At least it wasn't total annihilation. He bowed his head, mourning. Then he clapped, telling everyone to collect loot. They'd split it outside. But suddenly, crackling, Shin Sung-ah turned, eyes wide. The forest was burning. Han Myung-do asked how there was a fire. Han Se-on froze, mouth open. Then they saw him. Park Ho-yeon and Flame Dragon Guild sprinting like maniacs. Behind them, thousands of lizardmen charging, and a tornado of flames twisting through the forest. Bro really torched the whole forest like a campfire, and now he's being chased by an entire lizardman army. Han Myung-do and Choi Dong-woo stood frozen, jaws dropped. Kang laughed under his breath. Was this guy really that stupid? Park Ho-yeon's terrified face said it all. He had set fire to the dungeon and unleashed hell. Now every lizard man in the forest was after him like hungry wolves. The lizard man horde chased like bloodthirsty demons behind Park Ho-yeon and the Flame Dragon Guild. Behind the lizard men, a fire tornado twisted violently. Han Myung-do couldn't believe it. How could anyone be this stupid? At the same time, a Guardian Guild member panicked. He muttered he had to run away. Seeing the dungeon's core glowing in the distance, he decided if he broke it, the exit would open. He sprinted toward it, but Lee Cheong-gun blocked his path, shouting that if he broke the core now, it would take at least half an hour for the dungeon to collapse. All the lizard men chasing from behind would pour directly into the city, flooding it with death. The Guardian member screamed back that he didn't care. He just wanted to live. Bro was ready to sell an entire city just to save his ass. Choi Dong-woo barked an order, telling everyone to form a defensive line around the core. No one was to get close. They had to protect it at all costs. Suddenly, another Guardian member leapt into the air, sword raised to strike the core. But before he could swing, Kang appeared behind him. Kang leapt high, and with one brutal strike, sent the man's head spinning through the air like a football. Casually, he looked at Choi Dong-woo and asked if they just had to protect the core. Choi Dong-woo nodded grimly. If the gate opened now, the monsters fleeing from the fire would flood into the city. If everyone wanted to survive, they had to kill every last lizard man first. Only then could the dungeon be closed safely. Kang stretched his shoulders, muttering fine, then told the others to just handle anything that slipped past him. Choi Dong-woo stared, unsure of what Kang meant. Then Kang pulled out his massive new sword. He spun it easily in the air, chuckling that it felt like a toy. Choi Dong-woo's jaw tightened. Was Kang really planning to block the entire lizard man army alone? He shouted Kang would die and said he'd fight alongside him. But Kang barked back, saying don't come any closer, they'd just get in the way. Then he activated giant power, coating his entire body in black armor like ornament hockey. On top of that, he triggered berserker mode. His eyes glowed as he whispered, "Shall I fight properly this time? Shall we?" The scene shifted. Kang stood alone before thousands of charging lizard men. From behind, Shin Sung-ah's hand trembled. She wanted to rush forward, but Young Soo stopped her. He told her not to worry. He wouldn't die. Shin Sung-ah asked if that was just his intuition talking again. Young Su smirked, shrugging, maybe. The battlefield quaked as Kang charged. He smashed into the horde like a meteor, tearing them apart, cutting them like vegetables being diced for dinner, only with more blood and guts. Choi Dong-woo, Han Myung-do, and Han Si-won stared in shock. Kang was mowing them down like a demon god. Any goblins that slipped past him were skewered by Shin Sung-ah's arrows. Young Su laughed maniacally, smashing orcs into paste, fulfilling his twisted fantasies. But then, Young Su slipped. A lizard man, pretending to be dead, suddenly snapped up and fired an arrow straight at Shin Sung-ah. Young Su screamed, "Sis, dodge!" But it was too late. The arrow sank into Shin Sung-ah's shoulder. Blood spilled. Young Su roared, his voice breaking. Kang spun around, fury blazing in his eyes. The lizard that fired the arrow smiled, right before realizing he'd just signed his own fucking death sentence. Because of Shin Sung-ah's injury, Kang got distracted. A ferocious goblin lunged and sank its teeth into his left hand. Blood sprayed, and Kang's hand dropped to the ground. Kang cursed, saying he had no mana, but being bitten by a goblin like this was pathetic. He instantly regenerated his hand. The goblin's jaw fell open, and like a human it muttered, "What the hell?" Kang grinned with a twisted smile, and with one slash cut the goblin in half. The split looked like someone slicing a watermelon at a family picnic, only with more organs. Meanwhile, Shin Sung-ah was still injured, and another goblin rushed her from behind. Kang turned, slicing its head and arm clean off, but in doing so, he exposed his back. A lizard man seized the chance and rammed a spear straight through Kang's chest. Kang's eyes turned blood red as blood gushed from his mouth, spraying across Shin Sung-ah's face and body. He spat blood, muttering how annoying these lizard men were. He grumbled that whenever he strengthened his head, his arms got cut off. Whenever he strengthened his arms, his body got stabbed. Then he laughed coldly, saying, since when did he ever care about his body in a fight anyway? He coated his arm with armament hockey, grabbed an explosive, and slammed it into the lizard man's skull. With a bang, the head exploded, taking Kang's hand with it. His bones were exposed, parts of his face blasted away until his skull gleamed through. Yet Kang stood unmoving, hand raised. Even with another spear piercing his body, Kang turned to Shin Sung-ah. He asked if she was all right. She said yes, but tears welled in her eyes. Kang staggered forward, telling her that her legs were fine, right? Then run. Run as far as she could. Evacuate without waiting for him. Shin Sung-ah sobbed, asking what about him. Kang smiled warmly despite his ruined face, and asked if he looked like someone who'd die. She whispered yes. He looked like he could die at any second. Still, Kang told her to go. Crying, Shin Sung-ah turned and ran. Kang roared at everyone else too. Leave the dungeon, leave him alone. Then Kang activated a mana blast on his mangled hand. In his left, he raised the great sword. With one arm, he carved through goblins. With the other, he ripped through lizard men. Destruction spread like wildfire. The scene shifted. Han Se-yeon and the Dagon Guild stood guarding the core. Flames crept closer. It looked as if the lizard men had been wiped out in the blaze. One member muttered they should just break the core and leave. But Han Se-yeon commanded no, not yet. Kang wasn't back. Kang had to be alive. Suddenly, Shin Sung-ah stumbled out from the flames, battered and crying. She shouted that Kang had ordered them to destroy the core and leave. Han Se-yeon froze, asking how. When had the signal been given? At that moment, a massive mana blast erupted in the distance. The dungeon's core shattered, opening the exit. From the fire, Kang appeared, waving his arm weakly, signaling everyone to go. Han Se-yeon wanted to stay, but he had to save his people. He ordered the retreat. Shin Sung-ah refused. She screamed she couldn't abandon her master, but Young Su grabbed her, snarling if she was crazy. Did she think she could help Kang in that state? Shin Sung-ah cried, asking if Kang would be okay. Young Su grinned and told her to trust him. If Kang said he'd live, then he already had a plan. Shin Sung-ah broke down, heart heavy, but finally left with the others. Half an hour passed. Everyone waited outside the dungeon, tense as the gate began to close. Shin Sung-ah trembled, fearing Kang was gone. Even Han Se-yeon thought maybe Kang had died. Then, out from the closing gate, a burnt leg stepped through. Slowly, the whole charred body emerged. It was Kang. Shin Sung-ah gasped in relief, crying, "Lord Kang!" She ran forward but froze as her eyes widened. Her hand covered her mouth in shock. Kang was unconscious, standing with a massive hole gaping in his chest. A spear still jutted from his back. Bro had that white beard aura for real, still standing with his body shredded. His aura leaked out black and white, swirling like a god-level presence. Everyone stood stunned. Young Su crouched, poked Kong's head, and with a bang, Kong toppled over, driving the spear deeper and spilling even more blood. Shin Sung-ah shrieked, calling him insane, but Young Su just smiled, saying, "As expected, my gut was right again. Brother Kang is really the best." In rage, Han Myong-do, Immortal Guild's master, punched Park Hoi-yeon, Flame Dragon's master, swelling his face while shouting, "You bastard! Are you insane? Huh? Are you crazy? We almost died because of you. You know that?" With his swollen face, Park Hoi-yeon stammered there was nothing he could do. Han Myong-do glared at him with a threatening tone, saying, "You're the guild master and that's your excuse?" On the other hand, Kang slowly got up. Others tried to support him, but he stood even with the spear still lodged in his chest. Smirking, Kong said, "Sorry to bother you while you were busy. Hand over that item, you fucker." Then he collapsed unconscious. The scene shifted. Kong slowly opened his eyes. Beside him were Young Su and Shin Sung-ah. Her eyes were still wet with tears, but when Kang sat up, she smiled through them. Kang held his spinning head. Shin Sung-ah cried out and hugged him tightly, sobbing, "Lord Kang, thank goodness nothing happened to you." Kang grunted, telling her to wait. His body was still sore and aching, but Shin Sung-ah wouldn't let go. The scene shifted again. That day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest, was officially cleared, but the cost had been enormous. The Guardian Guild lost its guildmaster, Park Se-yoon, and suffered near total annihilation. More than just losing combat power, their mistakes had endangered the entire raid. Flame Dragon Guild became the center of controversy. With just one raid, 2 top 10 guilds had fallen. On the other hand, Kang's heroism, saving the raid team and the entire city with only 3 members, was enough to push badass guilds straight into the top 10. But not all reactions were positive. Kang's extreme image drew haters like flies. People spammed comments. "Badass? What the hell is wrong with this name? It's like bad but fuck. Take this post down. Bro looks like a gangster trying to cosplay anime." Some haters got roasted back by other commenters. Young Su, drinking beer, muttered, "Geez." People really loved sticking their noses into everything. He raised his bottle and said, "Sis, have a drink too." But Shin Sung-ah got annoyed. The online hate just kept growing. Young Su grinned and said Kang was probably late because of some checkup. He shrugged. "If you ask me, he's already recovered. If I cut his body in half, he'd just turn into 2 Kangs." He even imagined 2 Kangs, one drinking beer, the other swinging a hammer, like the most fucked up twins in history. Still bored, Young Su said he wanted to throw daggers. Shin Sung-ah agreed, saying why not. The view widened, showing the guild office. It was a mess. Poor Han Ye-mun, their manager, had dark circles under his eyes. He was cleaning up, running paperwork, answering sponsorship requests, handling dungeon schedules, all alone. He muttered he'd been working overnight for days, and somehow the workload just kept growing. Bro looked more dead than the Goblins' Kang split in half. Finally, Kang walked into the office. Everyone brightened. Kang waved, saying, Hey! It's totally chaotic without me, huh?" He looked around, then walked straight to Jae-moon's desk. The manager thought maybe Kang was going to lighten his workload, but Kang leaned down and scolded him. "How can anyone work in this mess? Clean it up!" Han Jae-moon's final spark died. Soulless, he muttered, "Yeah, I guess that's possible." Kang's aura flared, bloodlust pressing in. For a second, Jae-moon thought Kang might actually kill him over the desk mess. Kang smirked, turned away and said, "Fine, clean it up when you have time." Inside, Kang muttered that if he pushed this too far, Jae-moon might really drop dead. Kang rejoined his group, handing the Great Warrior Bow to Shin Sung-ah. He said he didn't know how to use it, but it was her relic now. She held it with pride. Young Su laughed, pointing at Kang and saying, "How about this?" flipping his middle finger. Kang immediately returned it. Another brotherly fight broke out between them. Then, knock-knock. Kang turned, asking, "Who is it?" A voice outside asked if this was the badass guild office. Kang said yes, and asked who he was. The door opened. The visitor stepped in. It was none other than Han Se-wan, Guardian Guild's vice master. He introduced himself formally, saying, "I am Han Se-wan from Guardian Guild. Do you remember?" Kang tilted his head, muttering, "Who? Don't remember." Young Su chuckled. Maybe he was a salesman. Shin Sung-ah smirked, guessing maybe he was a cult recruiter. Han Se-wan stood frozen, veins throbbing. He couldn't believe it. They had gone into the dungeon together a few days ago. He had fought beside them. They had even eaten at the same table. And now they looked at him like he was an MLM scammer trying to sell juice. The scene shifted. Park Se-hyun, Guardian Guild's master, introduced himself again. Kang squinted, finally pretending to remember him. He casually asked if Park Se-hyun wanted a beer. Park Se-hyun politely refused, but looked around thinking, what the heck is wrong with these people? Drinking alcohol in the office, in broad daylight? Around him, the place was pure chaos. Young-soo and Shin-sung were doing target practice right next to him. The office was a wreck. Han Jae-moon, the manager, was muttering and moving around like a psycho. Still, Kang asked why Park Se-hyun had come. Park Se-hyun bowed and said he wanted to express gratitude. Thanks to Kang, he was alive. Kang tilted his head and suddenly remembered. He said, "Oh, right, you were the one who made a fuss, saying you couldn't go back and almost destroyed your own guild." Hearing this, Park Se-hyun felt like a hole had opened in his chest. He realized Kang had been pretending to remember him all this time. Lowering his head, he admitted, yes, that was him. Kang said it had been a while, then asked what his business was. Park Se-hyun stayed silent. At that moment, someone knocked at the door. Kang told Han Jae-moon to get it. Already annoyed, Han Jae-moon grumbled about why so many people were coming today. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. He turned around pale, calling Kang, saying he needed to see for himself. At the entrance stood an injured man, barely alive. Han Jae-moon whispered that the person was on the verge of death. It was Jo Dong-won of Haisun. The scene shifted. Kang's group had already taken out a medic kit and given him first aid. Kang kept staring at Dong-won until finally he asked, "Oh, right, you're the guy who bought me beef, aren't you?" Dong-won weakly smiled, confirming it. He said yes, he was Jo Dong-won of Haisun. Kang grinned and said of course he remembered. They were allies after all. From behind, Park Se-hyun nearly lost his mind. Allies? Just because of beef? Kang then asked why Dong-won had come here instead of going to a hospital. Dong-won said he had a favor. Please save his brother. The scene shifted. Everyone sat on chairs. Kang said, "So your older brother was abducted, right?" Dong-won explained. His brother was Jo Sang-chan, the guild master of Haisun. They had founded the guild together. Kang waved impatiently, telling him to skip the boring parts. He asked if the kidnappers were from Jungjin Guild or Jungjinga or whatever. Someone corrected him. It was Jungjin Guild. Kang muttered, "Okay, no need to use proper names for the ones who wrecked their van." He told Dong-won to just explain how it happened. Dong-won said a while ago there had been an all-out war with Youngjin. They were using a drug that strengthened awakeners. Against them, Haisun was completely overpowered. Many were injured, dozens killed, and the guild was devastated. On top of that, Youngjin abducted his brother. Kang asked what the police had done. Park Se-hyun explained that dungeons were considered external forces. Police had no authority. Ever since Awakeners and dungeons appeared, the police and military had lost their power. Even if the government suspected Jungjin, they had no proof. They couldn't act. Young-soo nodded, agreeing. All power was in the hands of Awakeners now. Kang frowned. Why were they going this far? Were Youngjin and Haisun sworn enemies? Dong-won admitted he didn't know. They hadn't been on good terms, but there had been no true grudge. The only thing clear was that since they began taking that drug, Youngjin members had turned beast-like. Bro. Their veins popped so hard it looked like they snorted pre-workout powder through their ass. Kang stood, annoyed, and said, "All right, let's go." The scene shifted again. Kang and his crew walked out of the building. Young-soo pumped his fist, saying they should avenge Poppy. Kang turned, confused, asking who the hell Poppy was. Young-soo grinned and said it was their guild van. Kang looked at the van and his eyes nearly burst. The vehicle was now covered with even more tattoos, skulls, and graffiti. He yelled, "I told you to scrap that car and you sat here giving it a name?" Young-soo shrugged, saying Poppy was a cool name. Kang cursed that it was only cool to him, that bastard. Everyone moved ahead, leaving Park Se-hyun behind. He coughed. Kang turned, asking why he had been following them. Park Se-hyun panicked. He had missed his timing and never brought up his business. But for his goal, he had to keep going. Nervously, he said Guardian Guild's mission was to protect humanity. Now that he knew about Jungjin's deeds, he couldn't just ignore it. Kang stayed silent. Park Se-hyun pushed further, saying the drug likely made people beast-like, just like during the last strategy meeting when his own guild master lost control. He was sure it was connected. He was lying completely on the spot. Even he was shocked at how smoothly the lie came out. And Kang totally bought it. Park Se-hyun stood awkwardly, thinking, did I just make that story up in a fake mood? But it could actually be true. Kang finally nodded and said it made sense. He told Park Se-hyun to come along. The scene shifted. Hong Chae-yeon, guild master of Jungjin, sat in her office. An assistant entered, reporting that Jo Dong-won had contacted the Badass Guild. Hong Chae-yeon raised an eyebrow, asking why Badass and what was discussed. The assistant said it looked like they might have formed an alliance since Jung Jin had abducted Haisun's guildmaster. Hong Chaeyeon slowly turned her chair, lips curling into a smirk. She muttered Kong's name, the bastard who had beaten her guild members. Perfect timing. She raised her glass of wine, then crushed it in her hand. Shards cut her skin, blood dripping. She didn't even flinch. Her face twisted, veins bulged, and her eyes flared with beastly rage. "Guys, that is why I told you, don't drug on protein powder." The same symptoms that once showed in Guardian Guildmaster now burned in Hong Chaeyeon's eyes. The scene shifted. Badass Guild's van was moving somewhere, but the one driving was Park Se-yoon. He gritted his teeth, thinking, why the hell am I the one driving? And what is with this crazy car? Inside, Kang asked Jo Dong-won if the drug Jungjin Guild used was really called Monster Power. Dong-won nodded, saying yes, it was in pill form, but then he asked nervously if they were just going to rush in like this. Only 5 of them. Kang smirked, saying of course not. He had connections. Dong-won's eyes sparkled. He had expected as much. Kang called Tae-gil. The moment Tae-gil saw Kang's name on the caller ID, he froze. Kang asked him if he knew about Monster Power. Tae-gil blinked, confused, and asked if it was some kind of energy drink. Kang explained it was a drug that made awakeners stronger and asked if he knew the situation with Jung Jin. Tae-gil admitted there were rumors, but without evidence the government couldn't act. Kang said perfect, then declared he was heading straight there and asked how much troop support he could get. Tae-gil clutched his head, nearly exploding. He told Kang the government couldn't move without evidence. Most of their manpower was tied up with a dungeon terror incident anyway. Kang hung up mid-sentence. Tae-gil shouted into the dead line, begging him not to cause trouble. But Kang didn't hear a damn word. Kang then called Lee Cheonggun for help, but Lee, bound by his alliance position, refused. Jungjin wasn't a small guild, and fighting them without reason could endanger his own members. He apologized, saying if there was any other help needed, he would provide it. Kang hung up without a word. From behind, Young-soo mocked Kang, asking what happened. Lee Cheong-gun, disappointed, asked if Kang couldn't at least save his brother. But Kang brushed it off, saying he had been in the same situation before and knew what to do. He told them the plan was simple, same as with the Bait Guild. Infiltrate Jungjin's dungeon, beat their members, kidnap them, then lure their guildmaster inside. Simple. The scene shifted. Kang entered an E-rank dungeon called the Village of the Dead, one managed by Jungjin. Inside, the team leader barked at his members, saying they wouldn't be getting any pills today. Instantly, the members got angry. Without the drug, they couldn't function. 2 of them stormed off deeper into the dungeon, desperate for monsters to kill. But slowly, they vanished into the fog. The team leader, smoking a cigarette, cursed that they were useless bastards. Even his lighter didn't work. He muttered, "Not even the lighter. Now even the lighter is a bitch." He walked out of camp, asking if anyone had a lighter, but then realized the entire camp was empty. Not even the guards were there. A strange sound rustled. He unsheathed his sword nervously, expecting a monster. But all he saw was an owl, staring. Bro, if an owl is staring at you in a dungeon, that's a horror movie starter pack. From behind came another rustling sound. He spun around. Nothing. Then he heard faint laughter on his left. He looked. No one. More laughter on his right. He looked again. Still nothing. The creepy sound echoed through the forest, circling him. He started trembling. His breathing grew heavy, then silence. The forest went dead quiet. A second later, the sound returned. Louder, closer. The leader spun, muttering it was nothing. But when he turned, Kang was behind him, standing like a creepy titan. "Cart Titan? Is that you?" The man screamed, his mind shattering. He shrieked like a madman. The scene shifted. Jungjin Guild's headquarters. Hong Chaeyeon sat, staring at the guild members dragged before her. Every one of them was trembling, mentally broken, unable to speak. Her assistant reported these were the members deployed to the Village of the Dead. Judging by their condition, they had been through something unthinkable. None of them could even form words. Hong Chaeyeon frowned. "Wait, it was just an E-rank dungeon. How bad could it have been?" The assistant handed her a piece of paper, found in a guild member's pocket. She unfolded it. The handwriting was jagged, written in blood. It read, "Our group badass will take your dungeon. If you want it back, hand over Jo Sang-chan, brother of Jo Dong-won, and all your monster power pills. If you don't, I will take your dungeons one by one." Hong Chaeyeon's face darkened. She gripped the paper tightly. She muttered, "What kind of thug is this person? Are they really some gangster?" The scene shifted back inside the dungeon. Young-soo sat casually playing Nintendo on his bat. Shin-sung munched on a burger. Kang leaned back, drinking a beer. Park Se-yeon and Jo Dong-won looked on in disbelief. Kang sipped, muttering, "It's lukewarm. Should I just learn ice magic or something?" Shin replied, "I'll bring an icebox next time." Park Se-yeon and Jo Dong-won exchanged nervous glances. These guys, do they feel no tension at all? Finally, Jo Dong-won asked Kang if it was really okay to be this relaxed. The longer they delayed, the more danger his brother was in. But before he could finish, Kang waved him off. "God, I said it's fine. I even sent a polite letter with proper etiquette. Told you, right? I've been doing this kind of thing before." Then Kang smirked. "Looks like they've arrived." The tent flap opened. A hooded man entered, dragging an injured body, bloodied, barely breathing. It was none other than Jo Sang-chan, Jo Dong-won's brother. Kang eyed the hooded man. "Hey, did you forget something? What about the drug?" The man answered. It was in Sang-chan's pocket. Kang reached in and pulled out 3 pills. He glared. "I told you! Hand over everything! You want to die?" One of the hooded man's teammates snapped back, asking if Kang even knew how much the drug cost. He started shouting about their greatest vice master, but before he could finish, the hood dropped. It was none other than Hong Chae-yeon, Jungjin Guild's master, the one Kang had already beaten bloody before. Kang tilted his head. "We've met before, haven't we?" Hong Chae-yeon trembled, muttering to himself not to be afraid. He was Jungjin's guild master, but his voice cracked as he ordered his men to kill everyone in the tent. Kang's twisted smile spread. He pulled out his great sword. "Cool entrance. I like it." The scene shifted. Back in Jungjin Guild, chaos reigned. Reports came in. 50 members had returned incapacitated. Some had lost arms, legs, even half their bodies. Their futures as awakeners were over. Only a handful could even be called alive. "Hong Chae-yeon," she raged. "Why were they acting like this?" Her assistant got nervous, unable to explain. Suddenly, Hong's eyes bulged red, muttering like a possessed woman. Her assistant turned purple with fear as Hong destroyed everything on his desk, then the room itself growling like a beast. "I did everything for my guild to grow, so why is everything falling apart? Why? Why? Why?" Her assistant thought grimly. As expected, after taking the drug, everyone went insane. Hong Chae-yeon snarled, demanding the guild vault be emptied to buy more of the drug. When her assistant hesitated, Hong turned and threatened, "Then I'll sell your organs and buy it." "Guys, this is why you never let your boss mix drugs with protein powder." Moments later, she slumped into her chair, face twitching, mind racing. What is Kang's real goal? Why take the drugs? Why massacre members so brutally? Is he trying to start a war? Or is someone above him pulling the strings? If I can't figure it out, my guild will be the one devoured. The scene shifted again. A hospital bed. A man lay broken, swollen face, shattered nose, throat fractured. Barely breathing, he whispered, "Now, I get it. Kang's real goal." It was Woo Jin-young, himself, in the aftermath of Kang's beating. A flashback showed him on the ground, Kang's blows relentless. He begged Kang to let him die, but Kang kept punching, savoring the violence. Kang laughed. "Wow, you're still the same. The feeling of hitting you, it's so satisfying." Woo Jin-young's teeth were shattered, his mind broken. He gave a mentally ill, toothless smile and muttered, "That fucker, he just wants to pick a fight, nothing else." Well, Kang's blood is probably running with the blood of the Saiyans. The scene shifted. Kang was lying in his office holding the Easter egg. He thought it was definitely related to the administrator, though he didn't know how. Someday he'd find a use for it. Young Soo burst in. Bro, what happened? It's been 2 weeks since I beat up those Jungjin kids, but there's been no bite so far." Kang said they were probably on the verge of ruin right now. Flashback. Kang met with Tae-gil. Tae-gil placed a hand on his head and said, "So you finally did it." Kang said, "Yeah, that's how it turned out." Tae-gil asked if Kang had any evidence to arrest Jungjin Guild. Kang pulled out a drug. He explained, "This is a monster-enhancing pill. Eating it boosts power, but the user turns beastly." Before Tae-gil could take it, Kang snatched it back and said it wouldn't work just by thanking him. The government needed to do something for him. Tae-gil was speechless. On TV, news broke about the same drug. It said the pill massively boosted Awakeners' power but drove them insane, beast-like, until they went completely mental. The government seized these drugs from Jungjin Guild. Back in the present, Young Soo realized Kang had orchestrated everything. Kang said because Jungjin Guild was busy with the media and government, Badass Guild didn't need to worry. Young Soo asked, "But what if Jungjin declares war?" Kang smirked. "War my ass, they're busy saving their own asses. No way there's a war." Suddenly, Young Soo's face darkened. He stood abruptly, saying, "Bro, let's get out." Then he vanished. Kong frowned, confused, until he felt heat behind him. He turned and saw a massive fireball rushing toward him. The building exploded, blasting everything apart. The scene shifted. The entire office collapsed into rubble. Kong emerged unscathed, but his clothes were shredded. Fuck, what was that? Young Soo appeared, perfectly fine, having slipped away to another floor. Phew, no wonder my body felt off, Kang snapped. You bastard, you just ran off alone? At least tell me to dodge. Young Soo shrugged, saying, I did say let's get out. Kong cursed, but admitted it was lucky no one else was inside. Then he noticed people outside taking photos. He realized he was half naked. Cameras zoomed in on Kang's sword and shield. He quickly tried to cover himself. Young Soo teased, Bro, cover a little. Still lucky no one got hurt, right? Kang growled. Can't you see me? Young Soo smirked. Are you? Meanwhile, under the wreckage, Han Ye-mun was trapped beneath steel and concrete, bones broken, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. He cursed, You son of bitches, I'm still inside! The scene shifted. Han Ye-mun was rushed to the ER, consciousness fading. Doctors urged him to stay awake, meanwhile barely alive and can die any time. He cursed Kang and the guild, vowing, If I survive, I'll kill you all, you mother, father, org bastards! Bro looked like an anime manager NPC who unlocks his villain arc midway. The scene shifted again. Tae-gil arrived and froze. Kang was sitting there in bizarre JoJo-style clothes. Why the hell are you dressed like that? Kang snapped, saying it was Han Jaemun's fault. I told him to buy me clothes. This was the only set left. Tae-gil sighed. Kang smiled and said, Long time no see. Tae-gil asked who was behind the attack. Kang groaned that he didn't know. He was just minding his own business. I'm such a kind person who'd hold a grudge against me, Tae-gil pressed, hinting at Jungjin Guild. Kang scratched his head till not figuring Woe did this. Finally he muttered, Wait, let me count. The Ghost Village guy, that Goosebump guy. Just then, Young Soo shouted someone was coming. A helicopter passed overhead. A piece of paper fluttered down. Kang picked it up, veins popping. Only one name was written, Jungjin Guild. The scene shifted. Hong Chae-yeon, Jungjin Guild's master, walked into a deserted place. A voice greeted him. You look busy. It was none other than Mr. X. Hong Chae-yeon narrowed his eyes. Mr. X asked why he had called him in the middle of all this chaos. And that's where the episode ends. Smash that like goal of 8,000 likes right now. Oh, and don't forget to hit subscribe and drop a red chili sauce in the comments. Goodbye.